Chapter 296. Zhang Zhong really wanted to write a poem about the beautiful spring scenery, but when he looked at the peach blossoms reflected by the lights in the water, he felt a little sour in his nose. He rubbed his eyes with his hands and muttered, "A cup of wine in a river, the bright moon in the sky is far away from home." Out of the door, the plum blossoms compete in the spring, the branches shine in the night, and the peach blossoms are beautiful. Across the bridge, the father returns to Yen, strategizing between the clouds and the water, bribing the officials, not sparing any expense. After the provincial capital, there is Chang'an. After Zhang Zhong finished reciting this impromptu poem, he raised his sleeve and rubbed the corner of his eyes. Without saying a word, he poured himself a cup of wine and slowly drank there. The other scholars who came with him did not know why Zhang Zhong wrote such a sad poem about such a beautiful scenery. Only County Magistrate Qing could understand Zhang Zhong's thoughts. Zhang Xiaobao had arranged everything. He had money and people. From the moment Zhang Zhong left home, he did not suffer any grievances. These days, he arranged countless places. Except for the imperial palace, there was no place that he could not enter. For example, this crooked river pond. Was it a place that ordinary people could enter? For example, the hibiscus garden. Was it his own home? However, Zhang Zhong could enter. Moreover, he brought some officials or students who were also going to take the exam. How much effort did he put in? In addition to the care of the minister and the little prince, just the dried wood ears and white fungus were sent over in large bags. All kinds of fresh vegetables and soil were shipped over at the fastest speed. Countless money was thrown in and countless things were given out. For this matter, the two best restaurants gave many officials free cards. As long as they ate there, they would not have to spend money. Not to mention other things, just the money that flowed out from his hands was more than 26,000 strings of coins. Every small matter would give a big gift. As long as it was a 6th-ranked official or above, he would not miss out on any. That was only one aspect of it. There were also those shops. In total, there were close to 30 of them. No matter what they sold, he didn't remember much. However, he remembered clearly the mansions of some of the officials. As long as he saw people from those mansions come out to buy things, they would either give them money or not. Even the servants had to give him some benefit. That was how Zhang Zhong was able to get so much information, allowing him to live like a fish in water in Chang'an. Behind all this, there was Zhang Xiaobao. Even if there were people guiding him when he was doing it, he was still a child after all. He had to be busy, and it was not easy to be a messenger. Other children might not be able to remember these things, but Zhang Xiaobao had to memorize them first before making arrangements. He had never heard of that expert handling anything personally. Zhang Zhong thought more than County Magistrate Qing. County Magistrate Qing only thought that Zhang Xiaobao was a little tired. However, Zhang Zhong's father knew that his good son not only had to take care of money, but also think of ways to exchange benefits with others. Furthermore, he had to take care of the family. Xiaobao had always been reluctant to let Xiao or overwork herself. The letters that were written never mentioned any difficulties at home. However, the more it was like this, the more it showed that there was a lot of trouble at home. Those who came from Huayuan County to take the exam would also write letters to home. He should go and ask. Otherwise, he would not know what difficulties his family was facing. Good poem. Brother Yongqing can come up with such a good poem even on the spot. You are indeed a talent that can be spread around the surrounding prefectures. I think Brother Yongqing will definitely win the exam this time. A person next to him first applauded, and the others followed suit. Only Zhang Zhong knew that what he wrote was far from the mark. However, that was what reputation was all about. Listening to the applause of others, Zhang Zhong came to a person with a cup of wine and said, "Brother Qiun, have you received any letters from your family?" "What did they say?" "I haven't received any letters from my family yet." This person was called Guan Feng, Guan Qiun. He was from Huayuan County. His family was quite rich. He received a letter yesterday. Zhang Zhong knew about this, so he came to ask. Many people did not know about Zhang Zhong's identity. They only knew that he was talented and lived in Sanshui County. When Guanfeng heard Zhang Zhong's question, he immediately thought of his family's situation. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Brother Yongqing, you are too polite. In fact, there is nothing serious in my family. However, it is not entirely true that there is nothing serious. There is a Zhangjia Zhuangzi in Sanshui County. Brother Yongqing is also surnamed Zhang. I don't know if you are related to the Zhang family. Let's not talk about this first. There are two powerful Zhuangzi in the county. They are the Han family and the Yuan family. However, they offended a marquis and were arrested. Their family sold the Zhuangzi. Guess who they sold the Zhuangzi to? They sold the Zhuangzi to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is really rich. He took out 50,000 strings of coins at once. The Zhang family is even more powerful than before. However, there are still people who are not afraid of them. The Chun family, which used to be next to the Yuan family, is the head of the family who is in the cloth business. When the Zhang family took over Zhuangzi, it was just in time for the spring plowing when the Chun family cut off the water supply. The river flows from the Chun family. Not only did they cut off the water supply, but they also cut off the road leading to the river and planted thorns. I heard that many people have been taken advantage of by the Zhang family, but the Chun family still dared to do this. They are really bold. What? Cut off the water supply? Then how can the spring plowing in Zhuangzi continue? Zhang Zhong's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He immediately thought of the consequences of this matter. Without water, they could not plow the land. What would happen to Xiao Bao and Xiao? They must be very worried. Where would they get water? Guanfeng deliberately paused for a moment. He picked up his bowl and took a sip of wine. Then, he picked up a piece of cucumber and garlic and looked at the eager eyes of the people around him before he said, "I heard that the Zhang family's housekeeper went to look for them twice in a row. In the end, the Chun family made things difficult for him both times. They said that it was useless. The Chun family even mocked the Zhang family, saying that they did not dare to have anything to do with them. Guess what happened after that?" "What happened?" A few people who liked to hear about this kind of thing asked in unison. Zhang Zhong did not ask. He was already clenching his fist. He was thinking that after he passed the exam, he would definitely let the Chun family know how powerful they were. He would not let them off so easily for bullying Qiao, and Xiao Bao while the head of the family was not at home. After that, those who wanted to watch the show once again witnessed the power of the Zhang family. The Chun family cut off the water supply in their area, and the Zhang family changed the most critical part of the river. The next morning after the Chun family finished planting the thorns, the Zhang family set up everything in a single night. The Chun family was dumbfounded this time, and they went to beg the Zhang family's housekeeper again. "What karma? Oh, you might not know what happened to the river over there. Let me tell you, that river." Guanfeng spoke excitedly as if he was a member of the Zhang family. He also introduced the terrain of the area to those who did not know the situation. Zhang Zhong did not need to listen to this introduction. How could he not know where his family was? He was angry and worried just now, but now he smiled. He knew that this must be the work of his son, Xiao Bao. Other than Xiao Bao, there was no other person who could do things this way. Zhang Zhong could not help but laugh when he thought of the Chun family's reaction when there was no water. County Magistrate Qing came over and said to Zhang Zhong, "Brother Yongqing, don't worry about your family. Do you think your family is afraid of this kind of thing? It's just Zhuangzi from the Chun family. It's too easy to deal with them." Yes, County Magistrate Qing is right. Zhuangzi is quite safe. Did County Magistrate Qing receive a letter from Sanshui County? I received one the day before yesterday. It didn't say anything except that the flowers had bloomed and the farmers were working fast. Zhang Zhong did not expect to receive a letter from his family that he needed to think about. If he wanted to know, he could only ask someone else. County Magistrate Qing hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, to be honest, I did receive a letter. If Brother Yongqing wants to know, I will tell you. But you must not miss the important matter. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me." "Tell me. Let's see what it is." Zhang Zhong was not so worried now. He just felt sorry for his son. The Zhang family's business was very big. His son and daughter-in-law had to manage people, settle accounts, and study at the same time. There were also 1 or 2 troublemakers. They were busy from morning to night. They were still children. When County Magistrate Qing was about to speak, he suddenly trembled. He took a deep breath and said to Zhang Zhong, "I can tell you, but you can't get too excited. This time, your family is determined to arrange people for the county magistrate of Sanshui County. They gave the new plow, the expansion of the river, the construction of the workshop, all these benefits to Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang there." County Magistrate Qing said those things one by one. As he spoke, he drank and was afraid that he could not control his trembling. Zhang Zhong was also stunned. He did not expect that Xiao Bao had done so many things after leaving home for such a long time. However, he did not understand and asked, "What do they want to do?" Yes, Zhang Mingxing and Zhao Xiang also thought of this. What does the Zhang family want to do? The result is, your family not only wants to promote them, but also wants to change Sanshui County from Zhongxian to Shang County. This big thing has been reported. I think it will not take long before Sanshui County becomes a Shang County. As long as County Magistrate Qing thought of this, he could not control himself. He held the chopsticks tightly in his hand. Zhang Zhong was also excited. He did not expect his son to be so capable. He could not tell what he was feeling. Zhangjia Zhuangzi was famous now. In this big world, which Zhuangzi could promote a county. His Zhangjia Zhuangzi could. His precious son had this ability. Perhaps he was used to his son's power, so Zhang Zhong did not tremble. He just stood there and laughed. He thought about how his manner would be in a county in the future. He did not know that he could no longer return to Sanshui County to be an official. Chapter 297. Zhang Xiaobao naturally didn't know that his father was also thinking about him. He, Wang Wan, and Li Sun went to the tent where the child was crying and said, "Can we take a look?" The sudden voice made the child stop crying. After a few breaths, the crying sounded again, louder than before. The farmer inside didn't know who was talking outside, but he knew that there were people patrolling outside, so it couldn't be bad people. He opened the tent and looked up, then immediately greeted, "So it's the young master and young lady. You came so late, come in and rest." After all, Zhang Xiaobao's identity was different, so the farmers were very respectful when they saw him. The 3 of them entered the tent one after another. Zhang Xiaobao sniffed and found that there was no unpleasant smell. There was a brazier lit with smokeless charcoal, so it wasn't cold either. The child was placed on a thick cushion. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both remembered that the child was only 9 months old, and he was crying with his mouth open. The man at home had a helpless expression. "Come, Xiaobao baby, let me hold you. Tell me, why are you crying?" Wang Wan went over first and stretched out 2 hands, preparing to put one hand on the child's back and the other hand on the child's leg. Zhang Xiaobao quickly pulled Wang Wan away. "You can't hold a child like this. The child's waist is soft, and this will make him cry even more. Watch me." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaobao half knelt on the ground. His right hand passed under the child's arm and placed under the child's armpit. His left hand arched and supported the child's buttock. He placed the child on his lap and said to Li Sun, "Go outside and get a lantern." Li Sun didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was going to do, so he turned and went out. He called a patrolling person and asked for a lantern, then returned to the tent. "Hold it above the child's head." Cuckoo, come over and sit with me. Tilt your body slightly outward. We'll block his back together and use our bodies to block the places he can see from the corner of his eyes. Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Sun, then arranged for Cuckoo. Wang Wan curiously followed Zhang Xiaobao's instructions. You two sit next to me and Cuckoo, not on both sides but in front. Make space for one person on both sides of the child. You two block there, but don't worry about the front of the child's eyes. Zhang Xiaobao continued to instruct the couple. The two of them sat in the wrong place at first, but they quickly corrected themselves. If it were anyone else doing this, they would have been angry. But when the young master of the main family carried their son, they felt happy instead. After the arrangements were made, the crying child suddenly stopped crying. Her mouth was slightly open, and she allowed her saliva to flow out. Blinking her big eyes, she looked in front of her, then turned her head to look around. She giggled and placed her two small hands on one of Zhang Xiaobao's arms and the other on his chest. Xiaobao, why did he stop crying? I thought he was crying because he peed or pooped, or because he was hungry. What's wrong with you? Wang Wan felt that this was too strange, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao put his head next to the child's head, gently nudged it and kissed the child. The child laughed even louder and tilted his head to nudge Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao moved closer and nudged him. The child laughed and tilted his head to Wang Wan again. This time, Zhang Xiaobao explained, in fact, it's very simple. Just like in our zhuangzi, there are people on night watch and patrol. Everyone knows that there are people around to protect them so they can sleep soundly. It's the same principle to arrange people to patrol here. Adults know that they will think of ways to hint to themselves, but children don't. As long as they find that their living environment has changed and the temperature has changed, they will feel uncomfortable or, more accurately, fear. Especially when there are no more people around them and no bright lights, they will cry to seek what they want. The position we are in is just enough to block the child's left, right, and back. He knows that there are people around, but he doesn't need to be in front. If we narrow his field of vision, he will feel that he can deal with the threat from the front. This is an instinct. If there are only one person in the house, then we have to put a thick cushion in the corner and let the child's back lean against the cushion. Then we have to pull up two pieces of cloth or curtains that can block the child's view. The child can see the front and lean against the back. With the light on, he won't cry unless he is hungry or needs to pee. After Zhang Xiaobao finished mouthing these words to Wang Wan, he kissed the child, and the child also laughed. Wang Wan had never heard of such a thing. After thinking for a while, she said, "Then why do children stop crying when they are breastfed?" The reason why children stop crying is not because they are hungry and can drink milk, but because of the mother's body temperature and the mother's embrace. Many children don't drink milk at that time. They just want a kind of warmth and a feeling of being protected. If the child is not too afraid of emptiness, as long as he is in the arms and kisses, he will feel that he is not lonely, and the child will stop crying. But sometimes just hugging is not enough. We have to create a big atmosphere, just like now. Li Sun is standing there. We may not be able to see it, but the child can feel it. It is very magical. When people grow up, they will hide this instinct or deliberately change it. Zhang Xiaobao was very experienced in this aspect. After he became famous, he specially studied it, just to make the children in the orphanage better. Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao say so mysteriously. She shivered and said, "That is to say, the adults are not like this? But why do the adults feel empty?" That shows that the sixth sense is inherited from the genes. The oldest primitive people will not deliberately change this feeling, so they have a unique perception of danger. We have to cultivate this feeling again after we grow up. Isn't it a bit sad? Why are the children willing to play in the passage we make with straw? Why do adults like to decorate their own homes? This is because they can't eliminate the information from the genes. They want to protect themselves and hide themselves. Think about it carefully. We always hope that there is a high wall behind us in an empty place. If you still don't understand, look at animals. For example, when a dog is raised in a house, as long as the temperature drops and there are fewer people in the house, it will run to the corner of the wall and stay there, so that the surrounding scene can be seen in its own vision. When Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he had been using his left hand to cover the baby's navel. He mouthed a few words to Wang Wan. The baby closed his eyes and fell asleep, one hand on Zhang Xiaobao's left hand, the other hand clenched into a small fist. Wang Wan looked at the baby, and then looked at Zhang Xiaobao. She felt very strange. It was so simple, but the baby stopped crying. It turned out that loneliness and not being able to control were the most difficult things to bear. The parents of the two children saw that the children were asleep, so they were relieved. When they heard the children cry but couldn't do anything, they were worried. Little young master is amazing. The master is the master, and we farmers can't compare to him. The child's father looked at his son who was sleeping soundly and praised him. Zhang Xiaobao carefully handed the child to the child's mother and said, "Sleep with the child tonight." Zhang Xiaobao was a little tired. When he held the child just now, his whole body was relaxed. That way, the child would be comfortable. He was still young. When he held the child, he started from the age of 5. Under the grateful eyes of the couple, the 3 people walked out of the tent. Li Sun was still holding the lantern in his hand. He shook it and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You are amazing. The child stopped crying when he was in your hands. What kind of ability is this? I will learn in the future. This is everyone's credit. When you have a child and cry, come to me. I will teach you." Zhang Xiaobao felt that he could come up with a teaching material on baby care. Otherwise, if the villagers saw that he and Wang Wan were easy to follow, how could they learn? He and Wang Wan could feel what was happening to their bodies. They could adjust and exercise reasonably. Other children couldn't. What did they know? The reason for the high mortality rate of children here was that they didn't take good care of themselves. There was no systematic discipline. Even if the children didn't know how to speak, their every move was actually to express their thoughts. Wang Wan walked next to them and thought about what had just happened. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Do you have something to do? Otherwise, why did you tell me so much? I don't understand." "It's nothing. It's just nonsense. Don't take it to heart," Zhang Xiaobao replied very naturally. "It's nothing? People like you have to be watched carefully. If others say it's nothing, I will believe them. You, hurry up and tell me, what are you going to do?" Wang Wan certainly didn't believe Zhang Xiaobao's deliberately relaxed appearance. "You will know in the future. It's the same as turning Sanshui County into Shang County. It's directly related to the development of civilization." Zhang Xiaobao only revealed this sentence. Wang Wan lowered her head and began to ponder. No matter how hard she thought, she couldn't think of a reason. Li Sun stood at the side and did not say a word. She recalled what she had just seen. That child could not even be coaxed by her own parent. Zhang Xiaobao had arranged for her and she immediately laughed. It was too strange. Could it be that the expert even taught her this? After thinking for a while, Li Sun thought about the matter of the dock and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Xiaobao, the dock over there will start construction tomorrow. Don't you want to go with me to take a look?" "No, it's too far. It's in the provincial capital. It will take at least half a month from here to there, right?" Zhang Xiaobao estimated the distance. His father went there to take the provincial capital examination. It took half a month to walk there. Chapter 298. Li Sun left under the protection of the guards, while Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan strolled back slowly. They didn't need to have someone protecting them all the time, at least not on the surface. In Zhuangzi, it was too difficult for ordinary people to hurt them, unless there was a legendary master who could fly and pick leave. If that was the case, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would accept it. When others came to Zhuangzi, they had to be searched first. Last time, when housekeeper Chen came, He was not allowed to bring anything dangerous. If he felt that it was unfair, he could not come, or he could go to the yamen of Sanshui County to complain. Xiaobao, why didn't you tell me your plan? You always hide things from me, Wang Wan said unhappily as she held Zhang Xiaobao's hand and walked home. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "It's not that I want to hide it from you, but we know different things. My plan has always been very big, and it contains too much information. If I tell you, you will think about how to perfect it, and it will delay your plan. You also said that international swindlers are not ordinary, and it's true. The things they think about are very complicated. Every step they take needs to be adjusted and connected with the previous step. It's not easy, and it's tiring. When my father has an official position, he will probably be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. When that time comes, when you train the army, when it's the yamen or people in the government, I won't care. There are specialties in every field. I believe in you, and at the same time, I hope you will believe in me." This was the first time that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a serious conversation, and they dissected their ideas. Before, they cooperated with each other, but they also concealed their ideas. Wang Wan was also facing this kind of thing for the first time. She thought for a while and said, "This is the independence of personality, right? What you and I discussed were the small things in the big part. I really didn't expect that you would set up such a big scheme and push Sanshui County up. I've never thought of setting up such a big scheme. I've always rushed things out one after another. You know me. What I used to do was to link up some information and then operate it. People without abilities will always do things independently. I've been practicing for so many years. The first thing I think of when I encounter a problem is to join forces. When Li Sun confirmed that those people in the dock were swindlers, I thought of pushing Sanshui County up. Then I began to connect it with my father's imperial examination, and then other arrangements appeared. In fact, it's not strange at all, it's a matter of habit." Zhang Xiaobao told her what he thought, including some of his operation process. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao again. After a while she said, "Don't make it sound so easy. If I really listen to you and think it simple, then I'm a fool. Well, I don't care how you operate. It's still what we agreed at the beginning. You can't just go and help ordinary people." Ordinary people refers to the people who come to help dig the river, not including Zhuangzi of the Chen family. When your father really has real power, I will train some people to help you. I believe that you will arrange it reasonably. What else do you need me to do? Yes. Compose some nursery rhymes and dance routines. That's your forte. I'll write some nursery rhymes and dance routines for young children. I've read some books on this subject and have experienced it myself. The thing I can't stand the most is to watch a sick child die in front of me. Zhang Xiaobao had always liked children very much. Unfortunately, he didn't have his own children, so he could only be a little better to other people's children. Wang Wan could also understand Zhang Xiaobao's character. Whether he was sick or not was not important. What was important was that this obsession allowed Zhang Xiaobao to achieve such a great career and benefit many children. It was just like how they made Li Sun have contradictions in his thoughts. The ability of human existence was contradictory. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao said so, Wang Wan promised, "I will make that children's song. It's simple. First, I will write down what you said at that time, which is the words of West Wind. Then I will write something like planting the sun. What do you think?" Good, planting the sun is good. This children's song can make children with a kind heart to harm others. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly laughed. How is it harming? Wang Wan was puzzled. Zhang Xiaobao suppressed the idea of continuing to laugh and said, "This song has been circulating for more than 100 years. What are the lyrics?" The general meaning is that if you plant the sun and hang it in the Antarctic and Arctic oceans, it will shine regardless of day or night. The result is that the ice and snow will melt and the sea level will rise. Do you get what I'm saying? How many people in Japan will be drowned? According to the current saying, Lingnan Province, Hunan Province, Huainan Province, and Jiangnan Province are all gone. It's okay if those places are gone, people can move to the mainland, but what about the surrounding islands? Where will they run to? When Zhang Xiaobao said so, Wang Wan couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a nationality. He only had the thoughts of a nation, but he also came back to deceive people. Wang Wan was different. She was educated like that. When she thought about planting the sun, she turned her eyes to the east and covered her mouth to laugh. After laughing for a while, she asked, Xiaobao, Li Sun will come to find us tomorrow. Do you want to go to the shipyard over there? It's fine if you want to go, but it's also fine if you don't want to go. If you want to go, we can go and take a look. It's just that we can let the people here do something. If we don't go, it's safer. With the two of us here, we don't have to worry about anything uncontrollable. Originally, Zhang Xiaobao was waiting for the children of the Zhuang family to grow up so that they could help out. There shouldn't be any problems with raising them since they were young. But now, he was a little too busy. He had to personally understand such trivial matters. Steward Zhang could be used, but Zhuangzi couldn't be without Steward Zhang. Otherwise, his mother would be tired. Song Jinggong could also be used, but Song Jinggong was in charge of the docks at Little Luoshui. He was already not simple. Then there was Ernyo. He was smart and could arrange things well. He was now in charge of contacting the Hunan circuit, which was Shandong. It was impossible for him to take time out to put his mind on other things. Shirlu, Yingtao, and Xiao Hong were also good. Unfortunately, they were women. It was no longer the era of Wu Meinyang. Princess Taiping had died, so they could only do things at home. At this time, the two most useful people were Su Si and his assistant, Zhang Liang. Zhang Liang would be transferred to Beijing to be the supervisor. Su Si wouldn't be of much use now. Everything would be taken care of by Ergu. It's Su Si. Let's go there and play. Let Su Si take care of more things and see if he can adapt. There are 3 things: the restaurants between the clouds and the water, the closure of the river behind the river, and the layout of the cloister in Zhuangzi. After doing it well, he can take charge of it alone. If he can't do it well, he will continue to follow orders obediently. Zhang Xiaobao mentioned Su Si to Wang Wan. He wanted to test him. Wang Wan wasn't worried that Su Si would mess up. She trusted Zhang Xiaobao. She believed that in the face of such economic matters, Zhang Xiaobao could handle it very easily. If Su Si did something wrong, how much could he compensate? If there really was someone who dared to cheat Su Si, then it would be even better. Zhang Xiaobao would have something to do. Xiaobao, then do we need to prepare some information about the ships? Wang Wan also wanted to go out and take a look. The furthest place they had been to was Little Luoshui. If the road was better, it would take less than an hour to reach that place by car. No, I don't know how to build a ship at all. Unless you want me to cheat, don't even think about it. The ships here are different from ours. Find more old and new shipwrights. The old shipwrights are more experienced, and the new shipwrights are more courageous. We are not afraid of failure, but we are afraid of losing the courage to challenge. Zhang Xiaobao knew his place and advised Wang Wan. Well, as long as there is one person who can guide the intelligent people, they will be able to show their wisdom. I will listen to you. Wang Wan also didn't know how to build a ship. She originally wanted to draw some ship diagrams. The two of them talked all the way back to their own courtyard hand in hand. The moon shone on their slanted shadows. Except for the people in the inner courtyard, outsiders would never think that the owners of these 2 shadows were the people who completed Shangxian in Sanshui County. They each had their own strengths, 2 swords and 2 walls. Li Sun came over the next morning. He didn't eat. As long as he had a reason to come over, he wouldn't eat. The food in his house was not as good as the food in other people's house. The place that was similar to Beijing restaurant was the first restaurant in Linshui. The place that was better than the first restaurant in Lin Shui was between the clouds and the water. If he felt that between the clouds and the water was not good, then he would go to the courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao, the head of the Zhang family. This was Li Sun's idea. The food made in the restaurant was not the same as the food made in Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. There was always a lack of freshness. Only Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao had hidden a kind of seasoning, chicken essence. The Real chicken essence was better than MSG, but it was a bit of a waste of chicken. A chicken essence could be made a little bit. The thing that was used to deceive people was like the method of growing vegetables in winter. Now, it didn't cost a lot of money. Another reason was that Zhang Xiaobao had requested for the chefs in the courtyard to make home-cooked dishes, such as steamed eggplant with sauce, small root cabbage box, and the soup of the Mao plant. When it entered the mouth, it did not have the taste of the restaurant that everyone would think was acceptable. According to Zhang Xiaobao's words, the best taste of food was the taste of home. It didn't need to be too fresh or too fragrant. As long as it made people feel like they were at home, it was the best thing, even if it was shallots mixed with tofu. Li Sun was attracted by this taste. After eating a meal, he couldn't forget it. Even the methods of the imperial chef in the palace couldn't compare to the food in Zhang Xiaobao's courtyard. Therefore, as soon as Li Sun entered the place where Zhang Xiaobao was eating, he said, "Are you eating? What are you eating? Is it delicious?" Chapter 299. After chatting with Li Sun for a while, the three of them finished their meal and prepared to leave. There wasn't anything big at home. If there was something that couldn't be solved, he would ask housekeeper Zhang to look for minister Bai who had retired. Don't think that he didn't care about this kind of person who took the initiative to retire. Even the emperor wouldn't dare to ignore him. If he presented a memorial to the emperor, no one would stop him. Before leaving, Zhang Xiaobao found Su Si and said to him, "Su Si, I have seen some of the things you have done recently. My family has decided that you will no longer be in charge of the market and the grocery store. Ergu is enough." Su Si felt that his head was buzzing. When he heard this, the first thing that came to his mind was that the master felt that Ergu was better and didn't want him anymore. What? From now on, you will have new things to do. The end of the river, the arrangement of the restaurant between the clouds and the water, and the design of the cloister between my family and the Wang families. You will be in charge of all of these. If something happens, don't blame the master for not giving you face. Zhang Xiaobao didn't wait for Su Si to start crying and gave him the job. Su Si had signed a death contract, so he didn't need to use his previous methods to suppress him. Su Si called out again, but his tone was a little different. He thought that the master didn't want him anymore. He didn't expect that he would be given a job with more power. What I want to tell you now is that when you do something, don't do it casually if you don't have confidence. If you don't understand something, ask someone who knows. Don't worry, no matter who you ask, as long as the job is done well, the credit will go to you. If I find out that you deliberately suppressed some people, you will find a better job. Zhang Xiaobao warned Su Si. There were many cases of supervisors bullying their subordinates and denying the suggestions of their subordinate. Those people would rather the company not develop well than to use the better methods of their subordinate. Zhang Xiaobao wouldn't allow such a thing to happen to his subordinate. Su Si nodded vigorously. He knew that this little ancestor had taken a liking to him, so he had to listen to her. If he made the main house unhappy, his monthly allowance might be deducted. If he made the little ancestor unhappy, no one would say anything if he lost his life. He hurriedly agreed. Only when the three of them were seated in the carriage did he let out a sigh of relief. He muttered, "If you don't understand, just ask. Tell the person who came up with the idea to the young master and young lady. I will also be rewarded. I can't go and suppress others. I will die." Xiaobao, if someone comes up with a better idea, how do you plan to deal with Su Si? Li Sun sat beside Zhang Xiaobao and thought of what Zhang Xiaobao had just said. Arrange for him to go out and let him take care of things on his own, Zhang Xiaobao said without thinking. Li Sun didn't understand. Then what about the person who came up with a better idea? Keep him by your side and see if he can be like Su Si. If he can, arrange for him to go out. If he can't, just do what you were doing before, Zhang Xiaobao said again. Why? If he can come up with a better idea, won't he be better than Su Si? Li Sun asked. There are many good people. As long as you are willing to spend money, you can find them. What the Zhang family wants is not this. What we want is a kind of unity. For the Zhang family, talent is not the most important thing. Knowledge and experience can be cultivated, but character is not. Our family doesn't care about talent. What we want is character. Zhang Xiaobao almost said that he didn't care about talent. He really didn't care. It wasn't like he was making an atomic bomb. It was just a small business. At most, he would do it himself. It was better than finding someone with bad character to worry about it all day. If he had the energy to worry about it, he would rather do it himself. Li Sun couldn't figure out why Zhang Xiaobao would say that. He could only keep it in his heart for the time being. He could slowly think about it himself or ask someone else. The car wasn't slow. It was shaking. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's willpower was stronger than a scream. They didn't vomit. Li Sun's car was really worse than his. There were some bent pieces of bamboo between the carriage and the axle to act as a buffer. The car shook as it moved. When it was time to eat, they had to look around to see if there were any small wine shop. Li Sun was not like Zhang Xiaobao's father, who carried a bunch of things when he went out. In the past, he might have been able to do so. Now, he felt that he was the best person. Even if there were no wine shops around, he felt that he and Zhang Xiaobao would be able to reach their destination alive. After surviving in the wild, he was now full of confidence. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to persist like this. The two of them didn't think that surviving in the wild was good. They had already suffered enough. At this time, they were sitting in a roadside shop and eating. There was only one dish, fried with beans and meat. There were a lot of beans and very little meat. When they looked at the plate, they saw that it was all lean meat. This wasn't because the people in the shop knew that the three of them didn't like to eat fatty meat. It was because there was very little fatty meat. Everyone else liked to eat it, so they didn't use it to cook. The food in this shop is good. Look, how is this shredded meat? It's obviously a steak. The medium rare kind. If you don't have the ability to cook, can't you first blanch the meat with water? It's eaten together with beans. Zhang Xiaobao picked up some meat. As soon as it entered his mouth, he spat it out. When he looked carefully, there were still traces of blood in the meat. If it was just fried meat, he would eat it. However, if it was fried together with beans, it would be easy to become laxative after eating it. It was just right for people with indigestion. Wang Wan only picked beans to eat. Fortunately, the beans were cooked. She asked someone to bring her a spoon. She ate with the steamed buns that she didn't know. Li Sun glanced at the meat that Zhang Xiaobao spat out. After thinking for a while, he said, "If I had known, I would have brought my own chef or used their ingredients and kitchen. I think that eating insects is better than eating this meat. Isn't it easy to eat this meat? Shopkeeper, bring me some garlic and some salt." Zhang Xiaobao naturally had a way to deal with it. He waited for the only shopkeeper, waiter, and owner to bring the garlic and salt. Zhang Xiaobao picked up a piece of meat, dipped it in the salt, and stuffed it into his mouth. He also asked for a mouthful of garlic. He ate it very happily. Li Sun also learned. He found that he couldn't eat the fishy taste of the meat, only the saltiness of the salt and the spiciness of the garlic. He said with admiration, "Zhang Xiaobao, I have seen it. You are really not ordinary. You can even eat this thing. Okay, I will remember it. I will eat it like this when I see it next time." Well, there is actually another way. Let them make soup with the vegetables. When we go back and boil it, the meat may be a little bit worse, but it will definitely be cooked. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to find more trouble. If it wasn't cooked, then eat it. What else could he do? The three of them made do and finished eating. They decided that if they came across this kind of restaurant in the future, they would only order salted vegetables and pancake. They wouldn't eat anything else. The carriage didn't travel slowly. It only took 6.5 days to reach their destination. If Li Sun wanted to, he could directly enter the manor. That was his home. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to see a prince so early. It was difficult to talk to him, so they pretended to be ignorant children. In fact, the other party already knew that the two of them had learned a lot. But if they said too much, then it would cause trouble. If they didn't do well, then there would be many talented people fighting to teach the two of them. The three of them directly walked towards the dock. The river here was not something that the river in Zhuangzi of the Wang family and Zhuangzi of the Gu family could compare to. It was also not something that the small river in front of the Zhang family could compare to. The surging river water was vast and mighty. From time to time, the waves in the river would splash onto the shore. The location of the dock hadn't changed. It was still the location chosen by those people. Those people had good foresight. The ground here was flat, the water was deep enough, and it wasn't as turbulent as it was just now. The general framework of the dock had already been built. Half of it was on the shore, while the other half extended into the river, making it convenient for boats to enter the water. At this time, there were already people making small boat. This was easy to make. As long as the current wasn't too fast and there were some reefs, then it would be unimpeded. Moreover, there were fewer places to enter the water. When there was no sail, the boat's speed would be faster. Li Sun, Zhang Xiaobao, and Wang Wan looked around. As they looked, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan discovered a problem. To be precise, it was the technology. This boat was beautifully made. It was 2 zhang long, 6 feet wide, and about 6 feet tall. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was not a single nail in the entire place. All of the connections between the pieces of wood were made using the method of riveting. This method was not too unusual, and many of the furniture in the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads were also made using this method. However, it did not seem to be very reliable when used in shipbuilding. Especially when building boats in the future, if they still used this technology, the advantage was that when the waves hit, the connected parts could borrow the force of each other and disperse the force. There was no need to talk about the disadvantages. If a part was damaged slightly, it was easy for other parts to be damaged as well. Zhang Xiaobao asked a person who was building a boat there, "Master, why don't you use nails here?" "Little guy, you don't know. Nails are easy to rust. When a boat is built, it won't be used for more than a few years. As long as it is hit by water, the place with nails will rot. It won't be used for long." The worker smiled at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao really didn't know how to build a boat. He turned to Wang Wan and asked, "You really don't use nails on the boat? What about the iron boat?" "The anti-rust technology is different. A layer of paint is applied here. It has a function, but the paint will always fall off. For a boat that is soaked in water all day, the protection is not so good." Wang Wan felt that this should be the reason. Zhang Xiaobao estimated the time when the boat was in use. He found Li Sun and said to him, "When we build a big boat, we will add another layer of nails. It won't be long if the boat is in use. 3 or 4 years is enough. Can't be like building a small boat now." "Using nails? Xiaobao, where do you want these big boats to go in the future?" Li Sun was already used to it. He probably found these skilled people. Chapter 300. Li Sun didn't know where Zhang Xiaobao was referring to. He thought he was referring to Japan, where there were also people coming over, and even officials in the imperial court. He felt that Zhang Xiaobao's idea was really good, so he agreed. "Well, we'll do as you say. I think before you came here, your family has already told you." "Yes, that person at home has already told me." Zhang Xiaobao was willing to keep this misunderstanding. He and Wang Wan had already thought about it. They didn't know how long it would take to wait for others to come over, so it was better to go over themselves. As long as they could get some things back, such as tomatoes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, corn, and so on, then they could plant them. Of course, the most important thing was the chili. The chili sauce they were eating now didn't taste so good, so with chili there would be more varieties. As for the potatoes, they also liked them. They could make some mashed potatoes, or roast some potato slices, or even directly steam them and mix them with eggplant, put some chopped green onions, and stir in the sauce. After eating a big bowl, they would be full and wouldn't need to eat anything else. These things could only be thought about in their hearts, and that day was still far away. The three of them walked around the dock, and only Zhang Xiaobao proposed to use nails. Li Sun and Wang Wan didn't find any problems, and they didn't know how to find problems. At noon, Li Sun asked Zhang Xiaobao, do you really not want to go to the mansion to have a look? No, your family has a lot of rules, and you can't eat peacefully. It's nothing more than the people sitting here asking you a question, and then praising me and Cuckoo. When they are happy, they will reward me and Cuckoo. If you want to go back, you can go back by yourself. Cuckoo and I will find a restaurant to eat. Zhang Xiaobao very straightforwardly pointed out the things that he could encounter, and no matter what, he wouldn't go. Wang Wan was also annoyed by this kind of thing, so she didn't say anything, which could be considered as tacitly agreeing with Zhang Xiaobao's words. Li Sun sighed. His mission today was to bring Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan back home. However, Zhang Xiaobao was right. Once they were back at the residence, there was nothing new. Seeing that the two of them were determined not to go, and it was not easy to force them, he thought about it and decided not to go home. It was better to follow the two of them. Under the protection of a group of guards, the three of them arrived at the restaurant that Zhang Xiaobao had someone buy. The three-story restaurant had already been painted, but it still could not hide the vicissitudes of life within. When they arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already prepared themselves. They didn't expect to see a fiery scene, but when they arrived, they discovered that there would always be differences between imagination and reality. At this time, the first floor of the restaurant was already filled with people, and all the windows on the second floor had been pushed open from the inside. It was unknown whether those people were not afraid of the cold, or were deliberately doing so. On the third floor, there was only one room with its windows tightly shut, right in the middle. There were actually people waiting outside the restaurant. From time to time, they would ask the waiter if there was anyone who had finished eating and left so that they could go over. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other, but couldn't figure out the reason. They walked to the door of the restaurant and saw that the signboard was not painted at all. The three words Wangjun Restaurant faintly appeared on the signboard. It was unknown whether it was a name given by a woman who longed for the person in her heart, or by a person who yearned to see a real gentleman. It was not wrong to say that a man thought of a woman and gave this name. The waiter's eyes were sharp. He stood at the door and chatted with those who were anxiously waiting. Then, he smiled at those who had just arrived. Almost all the people who came were under his control. His ability was not small. Zhang Xiaobao also remembered this waiter. Don't underestimate this matter. Many times, it was precisely because of this kind of person that a business deal could be negotiated. Isn't this steward's son? You also came. Now all the places are occupied. If you want to go to the third floor, wait a little longer. When the time comes, there will be people coming down. They will definitely serve you your favorite home-cooked tofu. At this time, the waiter saw another person come over. He trotted over and respectfully said. When steward's son heard that there was no place, his face became ugly. However, when he heard the following words, he revealed a smile and said, I only came here once half a month ago and said that the home-cooked tofu was good. How did you know? Steward's son, you are testing this little one. This little one dares to forget others, But how can this little one not remember you? The last time you came here, this little one will never forget your elegant demeanor. The waiter was clever and immediately said there. This made Steward Sun's face light up. He said to the people who came with him, "Let's eat here. The food here is delicious." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw this scene and nodded. They had already approved of this waiter, and were ready to put him in an important position. Half a month ago, he was able to recognize them immediately and remember what they liked to eat. It was a pity that such a person was a waiter. Li Sun saw that the place was full and did not pay much attention to the waiter. He frowned and asked someone to go over and ask. That person directly found the waiter who was still flattering others. "My family's young master came from afar. Give him a place," the guard said to the waiter without any trace of politeness. The waiter immediately turned his smiling face and said to the guard, "This big brother, you also saw that the place is full. If your family's young master wants to eat, then please wait here for a while." The guard did not buy it. He stared and said, "Do you know who my family's young master is?" "I don't know." "How would this little one know?" "If you remind me, this little one will be very grateful." The waiter's eyes swept around, wanting to find this person's young master so as not to offend him. "Humph! Who is he?" "The young master of this prefecture's king's manor." "Who do you think he is?" The guard coldly snorted and said. The waiter slapped his thigh. "Oh, so it's young Master Li. Look at this little one's memory." Someone had already reserved a place on the 3rd floor. "Unfortunately, you can't see this side. It's on the other side. Hurry up, this little one is finished." "I actually forgot about this important matter." Li Sun heard clearly and said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "How is it? When you heard that this young master is coming, you got a room on the 3rd floor. Although you can't see this side, it's not easy." As he spoke, he stuck out his chest and raised his head. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Li Sun in confusion and asked, "You don't know what's going on with this restaurant?" "Who said that I don't know? This year's village tribute, the top 10 people all stayed in this restaurant, including your father. Your father doesn't count, but the other 9 people are here. It's just in time for the release of the result. It's very lively. When people know about this place, they all say that it's a blessed place. Otherwise, why would so many people come here?" Li Sun explained to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan understood that all 10 people were here, and they were the top 10. No wonder the business was good. However, Li Sun did not seem to know who owned this restaurant. At this time, the waiter came over and said to Li Sun with a smile, "Young Master Li, the place has been arranged. Would you like to go up now? And, is there anyone who wants to finish eating here?" Li Sun still wanted to see this place. It was spacious and bright. In reply to young master, "There is no more. The 3rd floor is also empty. It was specially set aside. Fortunately, it was not given to others. Otherwise, if young Master Li had to wait here, my head would be gone." At this time, the waiter lowered his voice, but Li Sun and the other 2 could still hear. "Xiaobao, come with me. This is the benefit of authority," Li Sun said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and took out a small rolled-up flag from his chest. He slowly unfolded it and showed it to the waiter. There were 2 cute seedlings on it. After the little flag was completely unfolded, the waiter's eyes suddenly straightened. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and then at Wang Wan. He suddenly knelt down and saluted. "Young master, young miss, I didn't expect you 2 to come here. This little one kowtows to you too." As he spoke, he kowtowed again and again. "Don't quickly get up. Is there a place upstairs?" Zhang Xiaobao reached out to help him up and asked at the same time. "Yes, young master is here. How can there not be a place? Do you see the room with the closed window on the 3rd floor? It is there. You can see it clearly from here. There is also a staircase in that room that can go up to the roof. If young master is willing to eat on the roof, this little one can send the food up to you." The waiter stood up and pointed to the room with the closed window, and said to Zhang Xiaobao very respectfully. Li Sun was stunned. The waiter just said that there was no place. In the blink of an eye there was a place. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and just happened to see Zhang Xiaobao's indifferent gaze. He felt his face burning. He asked the waiter, "Didn't you say that there was no place? If young master doesn't come, then there is no place. If young master comes, then there is naturally a place. That room is where master used to stay. It has never been used by outsiders." This time, the waiter had no intention of compromising. The young master was above everything else. No one could come here. Don't make things difficult for the waiter. Let's go up to the roof and eat. After we finish eating, I have decided to go to the capital with Cuckoo. When we arrive, my father will also be taking the exam. Zhang Xiaobao helped the waiter. This kind of waiter was good. He had a good memory, was clever, and was loyal to the young master. You want to go to the capital? Then I will go too. When the three people entered, Li Sun seemed to have found something interesting, and said at the side. When the people who were waiting heard the waiter and Zhang Xiaobao's words, they didn't have any thoughts of getting angry, especially when they knew that the best room was occupied. How could the young master's house not have a place? Zhang Xiaobao's group of three ate a meal on the roof and ate a stomach full of wind. They didn't plan to rest here and directly went to the dock. Chapter 301. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had never been to the capital before. They only knew that it was very big. Only when they saw the road that could allow more than a dozen carriages to run side by side did they know how big it was. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the road in front of him and the trees planted on both sides of the road and muttered, "It's really beautiful and grand. It really is the capital of a country. When we go back, we should also make a road like this between the two newly bought zhuangzi. We don't need to farm anymore." Wang Wan didn't say anything. She kept looking at the capital city that had left behind many stories and legend. The streets were more lively than the docks of Sanshui County. There were people wearing all kinds of clothes. From time to time, they could see people who were obviously from a foreign country walking by. Li Sun didn't find this place strange. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan standing there looking around, he said, "We're here. Do you two want to go to the palace with me or go to your family's restaurant?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. "We're not going to the palace. I don't know where my father is. I won't meet with him today. I'll wait until after the exam tomorrow." Zhang Xiaobao didn't want to disturb his father now. He asked the people around him to ask around. He and Wang Wan strolled slowly on the street. Li Sun didn't force him. He left with the guards and found a place by himself. He didn't want to go to the palace. It didn't take long for the people here to find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. "Little young master, little miss, master is now resting in Savant's restaurant. Do you two want to go to Savant's restaurant, or?" The person in charge respectfully stood in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked. "Then we'll go to Savant's restaurant. Don't let my father know that we're here." "Okay, let's go to Savant's restaurant." Zhang Xiaobao ordered and pulled Wang Wan and prepared to go there. The steward hurriedly found a car and invited the two of them in. From here to Pleasure House there would be a long way to go. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat in the carriage. They lifted the curtains and looked out. At this time there were residences on both sides. At first glance, they saw that the houses were lined up. There was a special ditch between the houses and the road. There were also elm and locust trees planted beside it. "Xiaobao, this place is indeed not bad. Perhaps because of this, the later generations have always remembered this dynasty and treated it as a spiritual symbol. It's a pity that when they accepted so many people, they didn't think of keeping some of the technology a secret and letting others learn it." Wang Wan thought of something and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and then shook his head. Actually, maybe these people thought that in the future, their future generations would also have a bright future. To be able to maintain this prosperity is a kind of confidence, confidence in themselves, confidence in their future generations. Unfortunately, success is because of Xianzong, failure is because of Xianzong. He pushed the Kaiyuan dynasty to a new high in history and made Tianbao a precursor to the destruction of the Tang dynasty. The advantages and disadvantages of the imperial system are perfectly reflected in him. When it's time to delegate power, you have to delegate power. You can't treat the entire country as a game. Then shouldn't we do something? We can't just watch a powerful dynasty disappear, right? Wang Wan asked a little unwillingly. There's no hurry. We haven't reached the peak of Shengshi dynasty yet. We have time, so let's take it one step at a time. Tomorrow's exam will depend on my father. As long as he can do what needs to be done, the rest will be easy. He will be an official outside the capital, and may stay in the capital and scheme against others all day long. It shouldn't be a problem. Your father has a solid foundation and came here to experience it in advance. Moreover, in these days, he has been writing poems from time to time. He has already practiced it. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao was a little nervous, so she softly persuaded him. The two of them chatted as they walked along the road. They wanted to get a good feel of the atmosphere here. As they walked, they arrived at the West Market. At this time, they could see many shops standing on both sides of the road. There were even some foreign merchants hawking their wares. Xiao Bao, look at the things they are selling. There are a lot of different things. When your father is done with the exam tomorrow, let's walk around here and buy some small things back. We can't go out without bringing anything. Wang Wan looked at the people hawking and bargaining, and said excitedly. And we should buy some. We can also give prizes to children who study well. Look over there, they are selling flowers. Some have bloomed and some are just bare branches. Especially that one, it doesn't look like it's going to bloom at all. That thing. Stop the car. Zhang Xiaobao also said, pointing to a place where flowers were sold in pots. As he spoke, he shouted. The carriage immediately stopped. Xiaobao, what flower did you see? Why are you in such a hurry? Wang Wan asked when Zhang Xiaobao pulled her out of the carriage. Good flower, cotton, I finally found it. I'm convinced. They actually put cotton in a pot. Our quilt is stuffed with cotton. How can it be compared to cotton? Zhang Xiaobao said happily. With cotton, things would be easier. In the future, there would be more things to do. The convenience of life came from cotton. Wang Wan was also happy. She had been thinking about looking for watermelon and cotton. She didn't expect to see them here. She said, they originally planted cotton as flowers. It seems that it was only in the Song dynasty that it had other uses. This thing doesn't seem to be called cotton. What is it called? Just ask and you will know. Flower seller, how much are you selling these flowers? Zhang Xiaobao stood in front of the cotton that was about the same height as him and asked. Young master, are you asking about the white fold Z? If you only want to buy flowers, you can take 2 coins and I will also give you some mountain soil. If you want to buy it together with the pot, then it will be 12 coins. The flower seller turned his head and saw 2 children. He lowered his voice and said so as not to scare them. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan. Wang Wan was also thinking and said, Flower seller, where did you find the white fold Z? We want to buy more. Can you still get it? Yes, no matter how much you want to buy, I will find it for you. The price is even cheaper. But, will your parents agree? The flower seller felt that a big deal was coming, but he was afraid that the 2 children were just talking and couldn't take out the money. Zhang Xiaobao calculated and said, We want to buy 10,000 plants. How much do you think it will be? While talking, he gave a look to the steward who got off another car and walked over. The steward immediately said, Flower seller, don't worry about the money. As long as the young master and the young lady want to buy it, we will naturally give you 1 coin less. With his words, the flower seller was relieved and showed a slightly embarrassed expression on his face. If you want to buy 10,000 plants, we will have to wait a few days. If I can't find so many today, I will have to go to other people to get them. It may be possible if several families work together. If you want to buy these, why don't you give me 17,000 coins? 15,000 coins. Okay, we will pay the deposit first. Zhang Xiaobao made a counteroffer. He could have lowered the price, but he felt that the flower seller didn't have it easy, so he gave a little more. The flower seller paused for a moment and immediately agreed. As for how to transport it, it was the steward's business. After finding the cotton and ordering 10,000 plants, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan happily got in the car again and went to Joy House. Xiaobao, the cotton is here. Where do we plant it? We can't plant it in the field. If someone reports it, we will be punished. With the cotton, Wang Wan began to worry about the planting again. Plant it in Grandpa Bai's field. He hasn't planted anything yet. It turned out to be a wasteland. No one will say anything. Zhang Xiaobao thought of the old man's field, which was just right. Okay, when we make the betting, give it to him first, Wang Wan said generously. As expected, no one told Zhang Zhong that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had come to the capital. The servants knew that if the master knew that the young master and young lady had come, he wouldn't be so calm. Maybe he would be absent-minded during the exam. At this time, Zhang Zhong was eating a simple and light meal. There was also a pot of warm wine. He was not going to see anyone today. A few days ago, he had seen the people he wanted to see and sent the invitations. He was just waiting to see how things would go after the exam. County Magistrate Ching sat opposite him and explained what to do during the exam. County Magistrate Ching had not taken the Jinshe exam, but he had taken other exams and knew some things about the Jinshe exam. Zhang Zhong listened carefully to County Magistrate Cheng's words. The two of them ate for a full 4 hours. When the dishes were cold, they were taken away and replaced with new ones. The wine was also kept warm at all times. In the afternoon, Zhang Zhong read for a while, and then went to bed early. He still had to wake up early tomorrow. The servants began to prepare the things for tomorrow. They prepared 3 sets of the 4 treasures of the study, some food and some things that might be useful. Early the next morning, countless high scholars were accompanied by their servants. Some of them were alone and some of them were outside the examination hall prepared by the Ministry of Rites. Zhang Zhong brought a few servants with him. When he saw so many people waiting in front of him, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He calmed himself down and walked over. There were soldiers maintaining order over there. Many people were not sure and were whispering to each other. Some people even closed their eyes. After Zhang Zhong came to the capital, he had met many people. As he walked, he was greeted by many people. Those who were taking the Jinshe exam, those who were taking the Jinshe exam, those who were taking the Jinshe exam. They gathered together to guess what the exam would be. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also secretly came over and watched from afar. The servants around them surrounded them so that they wouldn't get lost in the crowd. When it was time for the exam, a few officials came over and talked about the things that they should pay attention to during the exam. They also asked the soldiers to check the things that the high scholars brought. As for the body search, they did not appear. These people also began to enter one by one. Zhang Xiaobao clenched his fists and muttered, "Dad, don't be afraid. You can do it." "Xiaobao, why are you trembling? You said that others are not afraid. Look at you being so nervous." Wang Wan grabbed Zhang Xiaobao's arm and said. Chapter 302. The entrance exam was only 1 day long. As for the other subjects, it would depend on the results of the exam. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan waited for their father to enter the examination hall. They brought their servants along with them and prepared to wait here for a day. If they want to eat, they would need someone to send them food. Zhang Zhong entered the examination hall and looked at the things he brought. The weather was still cold, so he took out a blanket and put it under his butt. He also took out the smokeless charcoal and lit it in the brazier. Only then did he start to answer the questions. Everyone else also did the same. Only the poor scholars did not have so many things. The soldiers patrolled from time to time. There were people who dared to bring their note. They were caught and thrown out. It would be difficult for them to make a name for themselves in the future. Zhang Zhong felt that he had learned enough and did not prepare any note. Furthermore, he was unable to prepare any note. This time, the examination was about poetry, prose, scripture, and Laozi's essay. First, he wrote the essay. Zhang Zhong's father finished writing the essay in the morning. When it was time for lunch, the smell of various dishes floated in the examination hall. The poor scholars only drank some water and ate some dry food. The rich people naturally served all kinds of delicacies. Zhang Zhong's father opened his lunchbox. There were not many dishes in it. There were only some small steamed buns and garlic sauce. It seemed that the servants prepared for him to eat this. There was also a tightly wrapped bamboo tube with soup on top. The steamed buns were still warm. Seeing that there were only these two things, Zhang Zhong did not complain. He picked up the steamed buns and ate them. This kind of steamed buns were not sold outside. Only his family often made them. The stuffing inside the steamed buns was frozen before it was wrapped. When it was time to eat, there would be juice inside. He quickly finished the steamed buns and drank the soup. He leaned back and began to rest. After he finished writing the poems and prose, he would wait for the result. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also ate steamed buns outside. The rest of the servants also did the same. There were also people who came from other families. The entire area outside was almost full. Everyone looked at the entrance of the examination hall anxiously from time to time. When the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Zhong's figure finally appeared at the entrance of the examination hall. He carried the things he brought in. When he went out, he was stunned. "Dad, you're finally out. Quick, let's go back and celebrate. When the results are released, we'll go back and become officials with real power." Xiao Bao pulled Wang Wan and ran over from the other side. He immediately threw himself into his father's arms and said happily. Zhang Zhong touched his son's head and said, "Why are you here? Does your mother know?" "I missed you, so I came over. My mother should know by now. Originally, she only knew that we went to Zhouzhong. Father, don't talk about it anymore. Let's go back. We only had some buns for lunch. We'll eat something good when we get back." Zhang Xiaobao held his father's hand and walked back. A servant came over to take the things. Along the way, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan kept talking to Zhang Zhong about what they saw. Zhang Zhong was originally a little worried that he would not do well in the examination this time. After listening to his son and daughter-in-law's words, his mood gradually calmed down. He did not expect to meet the person he wanted to meet right after the examination in Beijing. The three of them talked as they walked. This time, they directly went to Savant's restaurant. A table full of dishes was placed on the table. Zhang Xiaobao poured wine for his father and began to change the topic. He did not mention the imperial examination anymore. Zhang Zhong was also happy to chat with his son and daughter-in-law. He talked about the scenery here and talked about what the foreign merchants were selling. After eating for more than 2 hours, the sky was completely dark. Only then did the three of them drink some tea and go back to sleep. The next few days were waiting for the results to be released. Zhang Xiaobao did not have much to do. He dragged Wang Wan to the east and west markets all day long and bought a lot of small things. Those cotton balls had already been sent back home and the bottom was covered with mud. When the time came, as long as one could survive, he would buy another one. After all, it was cheap. This wait lasted for more than 10 days. Seeing that a new round of official appointments was about to be released, it was finally time to release the result. Early in the morning, there were servants who went to watch. Zhang Xiaobao, Wang Wan, and Zhang Zhong also went to the nearest small restaurant. It was a place where ordinary people ate. It was also bought in the beginning. At this time, it was already full of people. Only a seat by the window was left for them. Father, I have already thought about it. When you become the top scorer, we will not be an official in Beijing. Instead, we will be in Huayuan County. After you experience there for a few years, we will return to Beijing. Don't worry, you will definitely have achievements. Every year, during the selection, you will be in the upper middle class. You will not even be in the middle class. Zhang Xiaobao and the other two sat down. Zhang Xiaobao began to talk to his father. Zhang Zhong was still a little nervous. He did not know if he would become the top scorer. He did not expect to become the top scorer. As long as he could become the Jinsher, it would be fine. When he heard his son's words, he felt that his greatest ability in life was to have a good son. If it was someone else who said this, he would definitely think that person was stupid. But if it was his son who said it, it would definitely not be bad. He also lowered his voice and said, Xiao Bao, the matter of being in the outside world is not that simple, right? I believe in your ability. As long as you are outside, you will be able to have a good political achievement. It's simple. The arrangements for officials below the 6th rank will be made by the Ministry of Personnel. This time, the person in charge of the imperial examination is only a small 6th rank official. In the future, it might be someone with a higher status. As long as you spend the money, you will be able to do it. Zhang Xiaobao was very confident in this. Now, it all depended on his father's result. Most of the other people in the store were also waiting for news from the other side. Zhang Xiaobao thought that there would be people riding horses to various places to report the good news. In the end, after waiting for a while, there was no one who came to report the good news. The three of them placed all of their attention on the ranking board and ate the dishes one mouthful at a time. When it was difficult to endure, someone finally ran over. As soon as he entered the store, he shouted loudly toward a scholar sitting there, Young master, you won, young master, Mingjingi, weight 15. Everyone in the store turned to look at that scholar. A B grade meant that there were some questions that he did not answer correctly. Or he did not answer the examiner's questions properly. But after all, he had made it. His good days had come, and his family would also benefit from it. When that scholar heard that he had made it, he stopped eating. He threw some money on the table, turned around, and ran out, shouting as he ran. Zhang Xiaobao looked at this man who was in his 40s and shook his head. Was there a need to be like this for AB grade? Moreover, it was not for the advanced section. Just as that person ran out, another person came in. However, this person's complexion was not good. He walked to the side of a table and said to that person, Brother, your name is not on the list. Let's go back. Not there? How could it not be? The scholar was dumbfounded. He sat there and repeatedly muttered a few words. Perhaps it was because they had seen too much of this. Everyone turned their gaze elsewhere. Zhang Zhong's hand that was holding the chopsticks trembled. It was as if he was the one who did not make it. Zhang Xiaobao stood up and stepped on the stool to look outside. He did not see the person he sent out come back. After a while, just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to go and take a look himself, the person he sent out ran back in disheveled clothes. He cried and shouted at the same time, I made it! Master made it! I'm first in Jinsher grade A. Master, I'm the top scorer. Wow! Accompanied by a clamor, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Zhong. At this time, Zhang Zhong was already stunned. He sat there motionless. Zhang Xiaobao hugged Wang Wan and kissed her on the cheek. He whispered, Money and connections finally worked. Wang Wan raised her hand and pushed Zhang Xiaobao's face away. She said happily, Look, it's like this. I'll ask my father to come and take the exam. After 2 more days we can go back. Hurry up, tell this good news to the family. Father, let's go back. You have a busy day tomorrow. How did you get your clothes? Why did you come back so late? Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. He then turned to the person who reported the news and asked. Replying to little young master, just now, this one saw that the old master had been hit, so this one shouted. As a result, many people surrounded this one and asked this one about this one. This one managed to break free with great difficulty, so this one came back late. The person who reported the news did not look unhappy at all. It was as if being surrounded by people was also a happy thing. The few of them left the store under countless envious gazes. Zhang Xiaobao immediately asked someone to send the news back to his family as fast as possible. His family was still worried about it. On this day, the Savant's restaurant and the Joy House held a banquet. Anyone who could find people came to the two restaurants. From this day on, the two restaurants became more popular and their business became more prosperous. The next day, Zhang Zhong went out. He had to report the news and go to the apricot garden to eat and drink. If he had a good idea, he could meet the emperor. After that, he went to the big wild goose pagoda. After a busy day, he was tired enough. Of course, he also had to ride a horse and parade through the street. Zhang Zhong rode a horse with flowers. He was dressed like a bridegroom. He rode the horse around Chang'an City. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also squeezed into the crowd to watch. It was a pity that there was no camera. Otherwise, they would definitely take a picture of this scene. The servants who protected them behind them also puffed out their chests and raised their heads. This time, their identities were different. They were servants of the savant's family, not ordinary servants. After this matter was over, it was time to start the official selection. Zhang Xiaobao's mediation was effective again. Zhang Zhong, who was supposed to stay in the capital, was arranged to be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. He was also given a goldfish bag to press his lapel. "Let's set sail." Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow of the ship and shouted. Looking at the water in front of him, he felt high-spirited. This time, they did not follow the way they came. Instead, they took another waterway. It was the one that the old man's nephew had taken. From that waterway they could directly reach the capital. Chapter 303. The boat went against the current, following the original river that would stop after a certain distance. At this time, the river was no longer the same as before. There were boats going down the river. Some were carrying goods and some were carrying people. All of them seemed to be very happy. "Father, this river flows through Huayuan County. It's a pity that it was taken by the nephew of the minister. Otherwise, our family would have a big income." Zhang Xiaobao introduced the river to his father, who smiled from time to time. Zhang Zhong knew the reason. It was because he was the top scorer this time. After a lot of trouble, he finally got the top scorer. His family spent a lot of money for this. "Xiaobao, you are tired. You have to take care of the things at home, but you also have to worry about the things outside. Sigh. You can even help me, your father, with his official career. It's all thanks to my son. If it was someone else, what would the Zhang family do?" Zhang Zhong looked at his son's chubby face and said with emotion. He had already stopped thinking about why his son was so powerful. That was not important. What was important was his son. Filial and sensible. Even if his son suddenly flew in the sky one day, it was still his son. Zhang Xiaobao did not care about tiredness. He really did not do anything. It was just a small matter. As long as he took some time to think about it, he could arrange it. With this waterway, the distance from the capital to Zhangjia Zhuangzi was reduced by 2/3. The value of this waterway was reflected in this. The boat was in the front, followed by several boats. All of the things on the boats were bought by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There were many things to eat, drink, and play. The capital was indeed the capital. It was much more prosperous than Sanshui County. There were also many kinds of goods. The two of them bought things for their family, for the villagers, and for the children. All of these things cost more than 500 strings of coins. Among them, there were many things that were not too expensive. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could imagine how happy the people in Zhuangzi would be when they returned. If they had taken a detour like before, it would have taken them half a month to reach their destination. However, now that they were going against the current, it would take them about 6 to 7 days to reach their destination. After 5 days, they entered the territory of Huayuan County. While the boat was moving, many people suddenly appeared on the shore. The man on the left bank flung a rope to which a stone was fastened to the right bank. The man on the right bank caught the rope, and with a tug on both sides, the rope was stretched out in front of the boat. Zhang Xiaobao and the others were looking forward to going home one day later, but they didn't expect that someone would block the boat. Zhang Zhong hadn't taken office yet, so he couldn't use his identity as the county magistrate to pressure them. He originally had the 3 official titles of Cloud Cavalry Officer. Maybe someone forgot or something, but they didn't take it back. Who is blocking the boat? Erhu, who was responsible for protecting Zhang Zhong on the boat, shouted to both sides. Your boat is crossing our river. Naturally, you can't do it for free. You have to pay. A boat needs to be paid. If you pay, the boat will go over. If you don't, go back the same way you came. A man on the left bank shouted at Zhang Xiaobao. The people on both banks also shouted a few times to boost their morale. Zhang Xiaobao smacked his lips and said, "It seems that we still have to put in some effort. Huayuan County is not like Sanshui County. Unexpectedly, there are such unruly people. Should we use good words to educate them, or should we use violent means?" When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she carefully looked at the people on both banks and said, "I guess we have to use both. Looking at the clothes these people are wearing, they are not so poor. They actually found such a simple way to make money. They are very smart." She didn't say that they didn't work for it. After all, they threw a rope. A rope was actually nothing. If they wanted to go over, they could just go over. The key was that there was still a rope over there. If they wanted to go over, they had to break the rope. She was afraid that these people didn't throw ropes, but stones to the boat. That would be troublesome. Erhu, who shouted, naturally wouldn't give money to others. How could a river become someone else's? He immediately shouted again, "The person on the boat is Cloud Cavalry Officer, who is about to take office as the county magistrate of Huayuan County. If you don't get out of the way, you will be charged with robbery." Erhu's words were effective. The people on the shore didn't know whether it was true or not. They could only say that they would rather believe it than not. They covered their faces with their hands, turned around, and ran away. The rope was also pulled by a person and disappeared in front of the boat. The boat continued to move forward, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't feel happy at all. If those people could think of a way to block the boat, they would definitely block other people's boats. If they didn't do something about it, who would be willing to take this road in the future? I have to talk to Grandpa Bai's nephew about this. He is in charge of the wharf. If every boat is blocked, then the wharf can't be prosperous. When my father takes office, he will start to deal with these people. I don't know what kind of resistance he will encounter. If there is someone like Zhangjia Zhuangzi here, it will be really difficult to deal with. Zhang Xiaobao planned to let Grandpa Bai's nephew test the water to see if it was deep. When the time came, he would think of a solution according to the specific situation. Wang Wan also thought of this situation. It depends on how the Yamen runners in the Yamen are. If they are like the Yamen runners in Sanshui County, then your father can't expect to do anything. He will be deceived all day long. There are also the county's deputy secretary and the county's deputy secretary. Originally, the deputy secretary also had the opportunity to be the county magistrate. Do you think he will cooperate with your father? I'm not afraid. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. Let's try peaceful means before resorting to force. When my father takes office, we will give those Yamen runners some benefits and see what they do. If they are respectful to my father and obedient, then we will treat them better. If they take the benefits and still act contrary to my father, then we will let them see what we can do. Zhang Xiaobao had already decided that as long as his father took office, he would first gather the Yamen runners. Otherwise, if he couldn't do anything, how could he build up Huayuan County? How could he make political achievements? He still had a lot of ideas that he didn't take out. He kept them for his father. Zhang Zhong was also thinking about the same thing. He didn't know what to do. When he heard the two children talking about the future, he felt that he was a little old, even if he was only in his 20s. After a short delay, the boat sped up again. Zhang Xiaobao stood at the bow and looked at the rushing water in front of him. He said to Zhang Zhong, "Father, the boat can't move at such a fast speed. When it comes to places with strong currents, it can't move anymore. We have to move bit by bit. Why don't you find some work for the people who don't have land to do after you take office?" "Xiao Bao, what kind of work do you think we should find?" Zhang Zhong put his hand on Zhang Xiaobao's shoulder and asked softly. His son was too smart. He could think of a job that could increase the income of the people in the county in the blink of an eye. Trackers. Ask them to put in some effort and arrange for trackers to be sent to those places with strong current. It's good to send trackers over there. It's just a few coins per tracker. Along the way we have encountered 4 trackers. There are 2 trackers in the county now. When we move forward, we can send 10 trackers to each tracker. 2 trackers can send 20 trackers. If each family sends 1 tracker, then all 20 families will benefit. If we send 8 to 10 trackers a day, each tracker will earn 10 coins. 10 coins can buy a lot of things for the people. Needless to say, how much do you earn in a year? Zhang Xiaobao said to his father. However, Zhang Zhong was a little disappointed. "Xiaobao, there are only 20 or so families. Even if there's another tracker ahead, there will only be 30 families. It's still too little." "Father, it's not little. A small idea can solve 20 or so families. Think of a few more. Many a little makes a mickle. You can also ask those who don't have much labor at home to set up stalls by the river and sell some things. If the people on the boat want to eat and drink, or if they want to buy some trinkets for their families, they can solve some of the problems." Zhang Xiaobao knew that his father didn't have any experience in this area. Even if he learned a little from County Magistrate Cheng, it was just an armchair strategist. He didn't know how big of an effect it would be to solve the problems of a few dozen families with the poorest living conditions. He could only counsel his father slowly. When Zhang Zhong heard this idea, he felt that it was a good idea. He nodded. "Xiao Bao, it's a pity that you are still too young. Otherwise, you should be the top scorer. If you were in the imperial court, the people in the imperial court would be blessed." "Father, it's not easy to do things in the imperial court. You can't just do whatever you want. Obviously, your idea is good, but after some debate you still can't do it. Father, if after you take office, the deputy magistrate and registrar in the yamen are not on the same side as you can fight with them yourself. If you can't win, we can think of other ways. In the future, when you become an official in the capital, you can't avoid these kinds of fights. Politics is a kind of art. Isn't that right, Cuckoo?" Zhang Xiaobao now decided to let his father train more, just like how he trained Wang Wan's father. Wang Wan's father was much more mature than before. After suffering a few losses, he finally learned some things. Zhang Zhong understood that his son was leaving him some face. What he meant by "think of other ways if you can't win" meant that if the father can't win, the son will do it himself. Sigh. "I wonder who's the father?" The boat continued to move forward. Sure enough, they saw a place with turbulent water. This way, they could arrange for 3 places to pull the fiber cable. Each time, they only needed to pull the cable less than 1,000 steps. The boat was small, so it was not as tiring as the boats in the Yangtze River and the Yellow River. Those who were not willing to spend this much money could slowly row there. Seeing that they were about to reach home, those who were eager to return home continued to row even when the sky was dark. They had no intention of stopping. They wanted to reach home early. When the sun rose, they could already see the restaurant between the clouds and the water from afar. The people on the boat cheered. This time, they were returning with supreme glory. Those people had already seen Zhang Xiaobao's boat. The telescope was still very useful. When the boat got closer, the sound of firecrackers began to ring out. 4 Zhuangzi villagers gathered around, wanting to welcome the top scorer. Chapter 304. Zhang Zhong, who was on the boat, was also excited. He knew what his parents were thinking. They were waiting for him to pass the exam, but he suddenly became the top scorer. The top scorer could be born every year. In the future, the Zhang family would become a big family. He was already the top scorer, so Xiao Bao didn't have to worry at all. Or they could have a few more children in the future and let Xiao Bao teach them. Even if they couldn't compare to Xiao Bao, they wouldn't be too bad. There was also Cuckoo. When they grew up and had children, wouldn't they be even more powerful? 2 people teaching 1 child, and they could also teach 1 child. The Zhang family would no longer be the same as the Zhang family that had to sneak back when the imperial court was in chaos to get a wife. The villagers opened their eyes wide and controlled their breathing. They didn't dare to breathe too loudly, fearing that they would blow up the top scorer. The people of Zhangjia Zhuangzi were the most proud, especially the old men. They had watched Zhang Zhong grow up. They didn't expect that the naughty young master from back then would become the top scorer. The people of Zhuangzi and Zhuangzi were also happy. They didn't expect that the new master of the family would become a manor just by going around the capital. In the future, when they went out, they could say that they were the top scorers villagers. That feeling, wouldn't others die of envy? The Wang family and Zhuangzi villagers also had reason to be happy. Who didn't know the relationship between the Zhang family and the Wang family? The Zhang family was the Wang family, and the top scorer was everyone's. Under everyone's expectations, Zhang Zhong's boat sped up and stopped at the shore between the clouds and the water. Zhang Zhong didn't wait for the boat to come to a stop. He jumped onto the boat and knelt down in front of the old master without saying anything. "Father, your unfilial son is back. Father, you don't have to worry about the Zhang family being unable to make a name for themselves." The old master narrowed his eyes and smiled, but he couldn't control his eyes. Tears flowed out and down his cheek. The old lady also wiped her tears and went forward to help Zhang Zhong up. "Zhong, get up quickly. Go back to the ancestral house and kowtow. The Zhang family has produced a capable person. All the ancestors are happy. Husband, I knew that you were very capable. Back then, when my family objected, I followed you here because I was waiting for this day. Before you came back, my family gave me hundreds of bolts of silk. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo also gave me longevity lock. They finally recognized you as their son-in-law. No one said that this concubine is a fool anymore. They all praised this concubine for her good eyesight. Husband, this concubine thanks husband. In a few days, this concubine will have the status of a noble lady." At this time, the Jiang Wang clan came over and spoke to Zhang Zhong with deep feelings. Her family had sent many gifts over in the past few days. At that time, the Wang family clearly knew that Zhang Zhong had gone over. After sending people to pick him up, they didn't care. They thought that even if he passed, he would only get a B grade. At that time, they would help to mediate and become an official. Then, wouldn't Zhang Zhong obediently go over? Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong would actually become the top scorer? This was not only because of his talent. Without some power, no matter how talented he was, he wouldn't be able to become the top scorer. Because of this, the Wang family was anxious. Seeing that Zhang Zhong had the ability, if they didn't go and express their goodwill, when the time came that he would ignore the Wang family, many people would laugh at the Wang family. It was just like the saying that one shouldn't bully a poor young man. In a short 5 years, Zhang Zhong was no longer the person who didn't dare to refute. He was no longer the person who had to secretly take a wife with him. It was only in the past 2 years that the Zhang clan had transformed from a manor that barely made a living into the current Zhang clan, which was rich and famous. Yes, with a scholar who was the top scorer in the Jinshu examination, the Zhang clan could be considered a clan. After hearing his wife's words, Zhang Zhong's eyes turned red. The sullenness in his heart completely disappeared at this moment. Who would dare to look down on him, Zhang Zhong? Then, would the servants of the Wang family dare to say to him, "You are not worthy of my wife, give up"? Letting out a long breath, Zhang Zhong said to the Jiang Wang clan, "Qiao'er, you have been wrong these past few years. I, Zhang Zhong, will definitely fight for a higher title for you in the future." After speaking to his wife, Zhang Zhong said to the old master and old master, "Father, mother, let's go back to worship the ancestors. At noon, I will have a good drink with the in-laws." Wang Wan's family was also watching from the side. They were also gratified by Zhang Zhong's success. Cuckoo would have a better life in the future. Knowing that they were going to worship the ancestors, they didn't say anything and just laughed at the side. Zhang Zhong's family returned to the main courtyard. After placing the incense, they began to kowtow and worship the ancestors. They talked about the unfilial descendants of the Zhang family and how they had done today. After a few words, it was considered that they had finished worshipping the ancestors. After that, they began to deliver things to the villagers. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had brought back things to be delivered. They also took out the things in the main courtyard storeroom. Everyone was happy. Even the villagers of the Li family and the Gu family in Zhuangzi received a gift. Zhang Zhong went to find Wang Wan's father to drink. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ran to between the clouds and the water to see the old man. The two of them had to persuade the old man to plant cotton. When the old man saw Zhang Zhong upstairs, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he really didn't enter the top 3, he didn't know how to explain it to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He had already promised them. "Grandpa Bai, did you plant the white fold seeds that we asked people to bring back?" Zhang Xiaobao asked the old man when he saw him. "Yes, I did. I didn't plant them in the muddy ground. I found another place. The muddy ground can't be planted this year, so I have to turn it over. Xiaobao, tell me, why are you raising so many flowers?" After the old man saw the flowers that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan bought, he didn't have a place to plant them, so he put them in his nephew's field. Some of them died, but there were still more than 6,000 flowers left. It was quite a lot. Flowers? Oh yes, flowers. Grandpa Bai, those flowers are different from other flowers. We usually stuff cotton wool in the bedding. When the flowers bloom and bear fruit, they can replace cotton wool in the bedding. They can also be woven into cloth to make clothes. It's much better than cotton wool. Zhang Xiaobao explained to the old man. Wang Wan also said, "When the time comes, the price of silk will drop. More people will be able to wear silk, and more people won't have to worry about not having clothes. That cotton can be plucked. Oh, it's the white fold seeds. Put it in a pot and steam it. If there are wounds on the body, use that to bandage them with medicine to make the wounds heal faster." There's such a thing? I've never heard of it. I'll listen to the two of you this time. If it's really that useful, I'll submit a memorial to let the emperor know and plant it in some state capitals. The old man had never thought that the white fold seeds could be used to make clothes. In the past, he had always thought that it looked good when it bloomed. "Grandpa Bai, don't worry. It will definitely be useful. It's just that it will take some time to remove the seeds. Xiao Bao and I will think about it and make something to press the seeds. When the time comes, it will be convenient. The first bedding we make will be given to Grandpa Bai." Zhang Xiaobao promised the old man. The old man only thought that this was taught by someone else. He thought about using the white fold seeds as a bedding in the future, but he didn't know how it would feel. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw that the old man had agreed, they bid farewell and went to find Li Sun. Li Sun also followed them back. He didn't want to stay in the capital. When he came back, he also brought some things. There were more than 100 watermelon seedlings with mud wrapped around the root. This was his housekeeper's cold melon. It was an ornamental thing in the imperial gardens. Occasionally, people would eat it, but no one used the seeds to make melon seed. Zhang Xiaobao had asked him what was in the gardens. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about other things. When he heard Li Sun describe the watermelon, he became interested and asked Li Sun to get some to plant. This thing was easy to raise, and it was better to put it in the sand. When the time came, he would get some iced watermelon to eat. The seeds could also be used as snacks. The watermelon seeds tasted better than sunflower seed. The layer inside the watermelon skin could also be used to cook. He could fry melon slices or eat cold. When the time came, he and Wang Wan would each hold half a watermelon and eat it with a spoon. The taste was really good. Li Sun planted these watermelon seedlings in his home. He specially chose a place with a lot of sand to plant. He didn't feel that this thing was good. It was just a little sweeter in the mouth, and he often had to spit out the seeds. It was strenuous. I planted it. It's all here. Take a look. I don't know why you are willing to eat this thing. Why don't you eat some peaches? When Li Sun saw Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looking for him, he knew that it was about the watermelon. He took the two people to the place and pointed to the watermelon seedlings. Well, when the time comes, I will make something good for you to eat. You must have not eaten it before. Especially when it ripens in summer, you can use it to relieve the heat. You can't eat it directly. You have to throw it in the well town. When the time comes, I will make cold melon slices for you. It's not worse than cucumber. In the future, when you have time, you can go to the garden and have a look. If you find something strange, you will find it. Zhang Xiaobao began to promise Li Sun again. He also asked him to go more often in the future. If he found something that could be used as food but was treated as ornamental plants, wouldn't it be a crime? Then I'll wait for you to make some kind of melon slices. If it's not delicious, I won't take anything out for you in the future. Li Sun said with some doubts. He didn't think that this thing could be delicious. If it wasn't from Zhang Xiaobao's mouth, he wouldn't have any hope. Well, leave it to us. There is one more thing to discuss with you. Can you lend some of your guards? Not many, 20 are enough. Lend them to my father for a few months and then return them to you. My father is a new county magistrate there, and some things may not be so easy to do. Zhang Xiaobao finished talking about the watermelon and began to ask Li Sun to get more guards. Chapter 305. Zhang Xiaobao's original plan was to bring some local yamen runners over, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was impossible. There would definitely be conflicts between the yamen runners from both sides, which would make things difficult for his father. The local yamen runners would feel that the new county magistrate looked down on them, which would make things difficult for them. After all, the local yamen runners were the ones who knew the most about the local affairs. Those from outside would need some time to adapt to the local affairs. Li Sun's bodyguards would not have such concerns. Li Sun's bodyguards had a higher status, so the yamen runners would only think that the new county magistrate was capable. As for the specific situation, there was no need to think about it now. He would think about it when he encountered something. After some preparation, Zhang Zhong was about to take office. Originally, he wanted to bring his family with him. Zhang Xiaobao considered that the yamen there would be very shabby and could not compare to Sanshui County. He planned to take a look at the situation with Wang Wan and his father first. After laying the foundation, he would let his family move there. At that time, Wang Wan's family would also move there. He couldn't possibly let Wang Wan see her family all the time, right? There were also some farmers. If possible, he could also arrange for them to leave a person in charge here. Anyway, the two counties were close to each other. It wouldn't take more than a day for them to come over and take a look. On the third day after Zhang Zhong returned to Zhuangzi, they set off. They drove a few carriages with some daily necessities on them. Most of them were gifts for the yamen runners. The population of Huayuan County was not less than that of Sanshui County. In fact, it was even more than that of Sanshui County. However, there were only 67 bailiffs in the whole yamen. No wonder someone dared to stop a boat at the river. Try it in Sanshui County. As soon as you stopped a patrol boat, you would be scared to death. Zhang Xiaobao prepared a bag of noodles, a bag of rice, a barrel of vegetable oil, 2 chickens, and some cucumbers for each of the 67 yamen runners. Now, the cucumbers in the normal fields had not come out yet. He would first send these things to the yamen runners to see their reaction. If they knew how to be grateful and know how to know their place, then he would treat them well. Next time, he would send them fungus and tremella for their family to try. If they took the things and still scolded the new county magistrate behind his back for not doing his job properly and always dragging things out, Zhang Xiaobao would let them know what it meant to be stupid. Zhang Zhong sat in the carriage and put on his official robes. He had to go to the other side to get them. This was his first time being an official, and he was already a county magistrate. It wasn't a small position. He didn't count his previous position as an official. Other than being able to provide some food for his family, he didn't use it at all. The only thing it was useful for was to let the people from the inner court go out and say, "How's my manner?" Zhang Zhong was recalling some of the things that County Magistrate Cheng had told him. County Magistrate Cheng had taught him step by step without hiding anything. He had told him everything he knew, including some techniques for solving cases and so on. It was all based on his experience. For example, if you were to encounter some cases where you couldn't find the relevant information in the law, you could only rely on a certain one. If you didn't have a good relationship with them, who would teach you such a crucial thing? This was the ability to make a living. First, you have to accept the seal. Then, you will officially be in office. After that, you will have to solve cases in the Hall of Life? Who knows what kind of cases are waiting for you? Be careful. Brother Cheng had said that sometimes when a new county magistrate is in office, there will be people who will deliberately make things difficult for him. For example, the Zhang family's melons are planted in the Li family's garden and can't be taken out after they grow up in the jar. Also, the Wang family's pigs are mixed up with the Song family's pigs and can't tell which one belongs to which one. All these can happen. Well, the former one should be soaked in salt water and the latter one should be starved. When the time comes, they will go home to eat. Zhang Zhong sat in the carriage and muttered. He was already prepared to face what was coming. He couldn't hide from it, so he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. In fact, for officials like him who were sent out for the first time, they would start from the position of registrar official. The registrar official had fewer things to do, and he didn't need to take on too much responsibility. He would only continue to be promoted after he had figured out the rope. But Zhang Xiaobao couldn't wait any longer. The registrar official's authority was not as high as the county magistrate's. He just needed to spend some money to get a position as a county magistrate. He was also a rank 7 official. Originally, he could be promoted to rank 6, but Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to suppress it. After all, Zhang Zhong had contributed a method to grow vegetables in winter and was also the top scorer in the imperial examinations. Giving him a rank 6 official was not high. But Zhang Xiaobao knew that there was no such thing as a rank 6 official. Except for the 2 county magistrates who were rank 6 officials, the rest were all rank 7 officials. Some county magistrates were even rank 8 officials. If they were rank 6 officials, they would not be able to go out and be a county magistrate. Rank 6 officials were usually civil servants who did some things in Beijing. Xiaobao, can you tell me your original plan now? Why did you promote Sanshui County to Shang County? Why did you tell me so many things about the child? Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were also sitting in the same car. She was still thinking about that matter. Zhang Xiaobao pretended to smile reservedly. After his face was pinched by Wang Wan, he said, I promoted Sanshui County for 2 reasons. First, our family's business needs more people. Second, I did it to show Huayuan County. When the time comes, my father can write a notice saying that he wants Huayuan County to be Shang County like Sanshui County. This is good. It can divert some of the people's attention. It can also give the people some hope. In the future, when my father does things in this name, the people will be willing to support him. It is like an inauguration speech. At least, it can let the people know that he is a responsible official. Also, when they know that Sanshui County was promoted by Zhangjia Zhuangzi and that the new county magistrate is the head of the Zhang family, the people will naturally feel that this matter is reliable. If they can promote one county, they can promote another. At the same time, the deputy secretary, the deputy magistrate, and the bailiffs will also know the benefits of being a Shang county. It can reduce some of the pressure on my father. Of course, maybe some people are too ambitious and want the position of county magistrate. Then, they will have to rely on their own method. Once my father makes Huayuan County a Shang county and becomes an official in the capital, how can he not be a vice minister? He can sit in the vice minister position for a few more years. He can also sit in the Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, and Ministry of Works. When he is familiar with them, he can become a minister. He can also sit in 2 different positions. My father is still young. He can't be promoted too quickly. After all these are done, he can compete for the position of Prime Minister. Without Li Linfu, can An Lushan sit in that position? Even if he is lucky, with my father holding the power in the court, we don't have to be afraid of living in the abyss of suffering for the rest of our lives. Wang Wan nodded as she listened. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, she said, "You are quite far-sighted. Do you think it will work?" "How do I know if it will work? I can't not think about it, right? When the time comes, I will deal with it as I see it. Anyway, this is how the county magistrate is now." Zhang Xiaobao was also not sure if his plan would succeed, but he had to work hard. "I know. Xiaobao, you are indeed not ordinary. What about the children?" Wang Wan asked again. "Children? This is simple. It is to have my father specially train a few people like this to take care of the children. For example, setting up a nursery or something. Every family's children have to be taken care of by their own people. This will reduce the time to do other things. With a fixed place, a few people can take care of a group of children. This will allow those with children to worry less. At the same time, it will also free up the labor force. We will pay for this. It won't cost too much, but we will gain many benefits. As long as it succeeds, then in the court, my father's method will be valued. This is another contribution. It will give my father an additional layer of insurance when he enters the capital in the future as an assistant minister. The problem of children has always been a serious problem since ancient times, especially in an era where children are prone to die young. Whoever can make children live better lives will be respected. Children represent hope and the future. Zhang Xiaobao said this matter in one breath. Wang Wan listened and stared at Zhang Xiaobao's face. She nodded and said, "Zhang Xiaobao, I have already admired you many times, but this time, I have to admire you again. You really have a long-term plan. Then, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, tell me about the other rings." "What other rings?" Zhang Xiaobao was at a loss. "Don't play dumb with me. Zhang Xiaobao's actions have always been linked. I don't believe that you will do things so simply. I want to know the other plans and arrangements." Wang Wan didn't buy Zhang Xiaobao's tricks at all. A person like Zhang Xiaobao couldn't be treated as a normal person. She had to be vigilant at all times. Even if it was a small matter, she had to think about what he was planning. "Since you asked, then I will tell you a little bit. In fact, it was just an idea before, but now I have decided to stick to it," Zhang Xiaobao finally said again. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao with an expression of "sure enough." "Well, if we gather all the children together, we will specially make some uniform clothes for them to wear. I have seen the children here. The style of the clothes they wear is monotonous. They even run back and forth naked. We will dress the children up and make them cuter. He can sell clothes in the future. Every once in a while, when others learn to imitate, we will update it. At the same time, we will promote our brand. We will brand toys, clothes, and so on. The children will be used to our things from a young age. When they grow up, as long as they see the same brand of things, they will choose first. I just thought of it because of the cotton. When the cotton comes out, we can ask the old man to plant more. When the time comes, we can make clothes for the children first. Pure cotton clothes are comfortable to wear. Before others react, we can have the advantage of time and make a lot of money in advance. Zhang Xiaobao voiced out his thoughts. Just like what he had said before, he was always able to discover things around him and then connect a few things together. He had just discovered cotton ball, so he came up with this plan. Wang Wan shook her head. I hope that Huayuan County's department registrar and county deputy magistrate know what is good for them. Otherwise, they will not know what kind of people they are facing. Chapter 306. In the spring breeze, willow catkins stick to the carriage. Half a li away from Huayuan, how many people are coming from afar? Zhang Zhong's team finally arrived at a place half a li away from the county town of Huayuan after a bumpy journey. There was also an earthen wall made of mud and grass. In this season, there was also a spring rain, so there were weeds growing on the wall. Zhang Zhong pointed the monocular clairvoyance that Zhang Xiaobao asked for at the three people standing outside the city gate. Two of them were wearing the uniform of yamen runners, and the other one was standing with his hands behind his back. They must be the people who were here to pick him up. There were only 3 people. Compared to when Jia Shang arrived at Sanshui County, there were fewer people. Well, just a little. Zhang Zhong put down the clairvoyance and hesitated whether he should send someone to inform the 3 people or go directly to meet them. It was impossible for the 3 people not to see such a large team from half a li away. Why didn't they come over? Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this kind of thing. Less than 300 meters away, he had already seen the 3 people. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and said to the people outside, "Continue to move forward." The team, which had already slowed down, returned to normal. This short journey only took a few dozen breaths. When the team arrived outside the city, the 3 people looked at each other, and under the lead of the person with his hands behind his back, came forward to welcome them. Is the person in the carriage the new county magistrate? His surname is Zhang Zhong, Lord Zhang? I'm the Huayuan County's Kangji officer. My surname is He. Due to the busy affairs in the county, I was sent by the deputy county magistrate and the chief minister to pick you up personally. Thank you for your hard work. The person with his hands behind his back came to the front of the carriage and said to the carriage with the most obvious sign. When Zhang Zhong heard this official position, he felt a little helpless. They actually sent a 7th-class Kangji officer to pick him up. Thinking of what County Magistrate Qing said, Zhang Zhong still walked out of the carriage. So it's Heatsong's plan. It doesn't matter. My home is nearby. It's just a few steps away. Since the county is busy, we should go and hand over everything first. It's faster to have more people to do things. While speaking, Zhang Zhong didn't take the carriage anymore. He directly walked forward. The 20 borrowed guards immediately surrounded Zhang Zhong, frightening the 2 yamen runners who wanted to approach him. These 20 people were all wearing leather armor, with knives on their waists and leather bags on their back. Without opening the bags, one could tell that they were crossbows just by looking at the outside. The 2 bailiffs were secretly shocked. That He Kangji was quite knowledgeable. He smiled and said to Zhang Zhong, "Darren, the bodyguard of the Wang mansion is really different. There are some things in the county that are not easy to deal with. With such a brave warrior, I think the county will be much more stable." Could it be that there were bandits here? The yamen runners in the county are not easy to deal with? Zhang Zhong showed a surprised expression and deliberately exaggerated his question. He Kangji quickly waved his hand. "Darren, what are you talking about? The new policy of the dynasty is peaceful. How could there be bandits near the capital? It's because there are too few yamen runners. They can't travel fast enough. The deputy county magistrate and the secretary are discussing whether to hire more yamen runners to listen to Darren's orders." At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also got off the carriage and squeezed beside Zhang Zhong. When they heard He Kangji say that they were hiring yamen runners, they looked at each other and smiled. They thought of what happened when Jia Shan came here in plain clothes. The yamen runners used one move and spent the last bit of money. Could it be that Huayuan County also wanted to learn this? Zhang Zhong also thought of this point, but he didn't care. If he had money, he would spend it according to the way he had money. If he didn't have money, everyone had no money. He wasn't like Jia Shan who relied on the yamen's money. He had enough money at home. At this moment, Wei Wei nodded and didn't say anything about this matter. He Kangji also didn't mention it at the right time and talked about some trivial things in the county. Zhang Zhong listened as they walked and occasionally asked a few questions. He learned this from County Magistrate Cheng and never talked too much about things he wasn't familiar with. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao followed with their little legs and looked at the situation in the county. The spring plowing in Sanshui County had already ended, but there were still a few people working here. Although it was not as prosperous as Sanshui County, there were still many people. There were shops and stalls on both sides of the street, and the sound of hawking could be heard from time to time. When the people in the county bought things, they bartered. Unlike in Sanshui County, they could carry a few coins with them. There was also a difference in their complexion. They were not as rosy as the people in Sanshui County. This was not only a matter of food, but more of a matter of mentality. It's not bad. It's easy to get results in this kind of place. We just need to improve a little. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao and moved her lip. Zhang Xiaobao also felt the same. What we need to solve now is the problem of team unity. It's more convenient to do things when the government is unified. It depends on what the original people want. They sent a mediocre official and 2 absent-minded yamen runners to welcome us. How can such yamen runners want to do things? Maybe there are people who are willing to do things. Wang Wan looked at the bright side. Who cares? Only a fierce dragon will cross the river. Since we're here, we don't plan to start everything smoothly. We'll go to the yamen later. We'll live behind it and repair the house. As Zhang Xiaobao was talking, he saw a 7 or 8-year-old child holding a chicken. He stuck a straw stick on the chicken and left the crowd. He jumped over and asked, "How much is the chicken?" The child looked at Zhang Xiaobao first. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao's clothes, his eyes lit up and said, 70 coins. I won't sell it for less. 70 coins is a bit expensive, but this chicken seems to be able to lay eggs. Why are you selling a chicken that lays eggs? Isn't it better to keep it to lay eggs and sell them? Zhang Xiaobao was not like other rich young masters who didn't know how much things cost. In Sanshui County, he could give an accurate price according to the quality of things. A chicken like this in Sanshui County was usually 58 to 62 coins, depending on the size. Wang Wan also came over and asked, "Yes, keep it to lay eggs. Is it because this chicken doesn't lay eggs? It shouldn't be. Is it because it lays soft eggs? Don't worry, go to the river and get some river snails for it to eat. The eggs will be hard. My mother is sick. I'll sell the chicken to buy medicine for my mother. 70 coins can buy 3 sets. I'll buy some meat for my mother with the rest of the money." The child gently touched the chicken's neck with his hand. The chicken cooed twice at its owner. Zhang Xiaobao stared at the child's eyes for a while and nodded. He told Erniu, who had been following him for a long time, give him 200 coins and cut a piece of meat from the cart. When Erniu heard the order, he turned around and went to get it. Zhang Xiaobao said to the child, "Take the chicken back. I will give you money to get the medicine. Hold on for a few months. After a few months, life will get better." After saying that, Zhang Xiaobao pulled Wang Wan and turned to walk back. The child suddenly asked, "Why are you so good to me?" "No reason, I'm willing," Zhang Xiaobao said without turning his head. This scene was seen by Zhang Zhong and He Kangji. Zhang Zhong didn't do anything and let his son do whatever he wanted. He Kangji, however, asked Zhang Xiaobao, little young master, even if you can help him, so what? There are too many things like this in the county. Why don't we make Huayuan County like Sanshui County? The lives of the people will naturally be better. I don't understand these things. I just know that they are the people of Huayuan County. Great love helps one side, small love helps one person. If I don't have the thought of small love, how can I say great love? I'm still young and don't have the ability to love, so I'll do small love. Zhang Xiaobao raised his head and said to He Kangji. He Kangji was shocked when he heard that. He looked at Zhang Zhong. He felt that this must be what the new county magistrate taught the child. Otherwise, how could such a child know so many things? Lord Zhang really loves the people as his own children. He actually teaches the child such words of love. I admire him. He Kangji cupped his hands and said to Zhang Zhong. Well said, well said. Zhang Zhong laughed. He didn't teach his son such things. At this time, Ernie had already handed the money and the meat to the child. The meat weighed 5 kilograms, so it was very difficult for the child to carry it. With the addition of the money, the child had no choice but to hang the money on his shoulder and cover it with his clothes. He held the meat with both hands and let the chicken follow him. He didn't leave directly. He wanted to know who was so good to him. He squeezed forward and happened to see an official of the yamen bowing to another person. He mustered up his courage and asked the guard beside him, Who is the child who gave me the thing? The young master of the new county magistrate's family. Go back quickly to get the medicine for your mother. You will have a good life in the future. The guard didn't take any precautions against the child and said casually, Oh, I know. The child carefully looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Zhang Zhong, turned around and left. He said to the chicken, Hua Hua, let's go home. I won't sell it to you. The hen cooed and followed behind, pecking at the ground from time to time. Lord Zhang, the deputy county magistrate and the registrar shouldn't have returned to the yamen yet. Do you want to go to the restaurant to eat first, or? He Kangji asked Zhang Zhong. His tone seemed to be more respectful. There's no hurry to eat. Let's wait at the yamen and see where we will live in the future. Zhang Zhong had brought a few carriages this time. He had to distribute the meat on the carriages as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would spoil after a long time. He didn't prepare much meat. Each yamen runner could get about 20 kilograms. The rest was to be frozen and used to cook at home in the next few days. He Kangji didn't say much about this matter. He led the way and arrived at the yamen. Sure enough, it was as dilapidated as he had imagined. The beating drum was gone, and the side of the drum was cracked open. The door of the yamen was half closed and half open. Not only was the paint peeling off, the wood was almost rotting. One of the copper rings on the door was broken, and the other one was missing. People didn't want to enter this yamen. He Kangji blushed and said, Sir, the yamen doesn't have much money. We also need to help the people in the county. Therefore, we don't have enough money to repair the yamen. Okay. Zhang Zhong grunted and looked back at his son. Zhang Xiaobao didn't seem to feel anything. He still seemed to be curious. Chapter 307. He Kangji coughed softly and said, Sir, this way please. Only then did Zhang Zhong turn around and follow him in. When he got closer, he realized why the door was half closed. The door had actually fallen off and was propped up by a stick. If it was opened, it would be too obvious and wouldn't look good. The group of people walked inside, passing through the lobby in the front, and the courtyard used for doing things at the back. Walking further back, it was the place where Zhang Zhong and his family would live in the future. After turning a small corner, the future home appeared in front of them. Zhang Zhong was dumbfounded. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds. The roof of the dilapidated main house was full of holes. The paper on the windows had long been gone. Only the window frames were left, which were either open or closed. With a clang, a stray cat came out of a hole in the window and meowed at them. It twisted its body and ran away in the blink of an eye. From this courtyard to other courtyards there were also houses that were too dilapidated for people to live in. It had to be said that this place was bigger than the courtyard behind the Yamen in Sanshui County. Unfortunately, most of the courtyards did not even have a house. There was only a pile of mud piled up there after the snow had melted. There were beams, doors and windows. It seemed that someone had taken it back to use it or used it to make a fire. Zhang Zhong smacked his lips and asked Kangji, the previous county magistrate actually worked in such a dilapidated place. He was really a role model for us. My lord, county magistrate one didn't live here in the past. He had a house outside, but it's gone now. It's said that he sold it to someone else and his family moved away. Why don't you buy a house outside? Kangji lowered his voice and said to Zhang Zhong, No, this place is fine. My family will find an inn to stay in for the next few days. When it is repaired, we will move back. If we don't live in the Yamen, it will be easy for us to get into big trouble. When Zhang Zhong came, he was already mentally prepared that the Yamen would be a little dilapidated. After discussing with his son, he could repair it and not live outside. However, he did not expect it to be so dilapidated. Well, his son liked a big place and his family was not short of money. He could leave it to his son. Sir, there doesn't seem to be enough money in the Yamen's account to repair the courtyard. If you want to buy it outside, you can find a few local merchants to raise the money. Kangji had to remind him. Zhang Zhong smiled. You don't have to look for others. I still have some money at home. I live in my own house and pay for my own repairs. Tsangji, do you know how much money I have in my account? I'm not too sure either. It's true that I'm in charge of the warehouse, but there's not a single grain left in the warehouse. There's not even a single copper coin left. I heard that there's still around 30 strings of coins in the account, which is around 100 silvers. Kangji told Zhang Zhong the truth. He wanted to tell him that he was in a deficit now. There was money in the account, but there was no money in the warehouse. He had to find a way to make up for it himself. At this moment, Zhang Zhong looked at his son. Zhang Xiaobao and Weiwei shook their heads. They meant that they couldn't use their own money to make up for the deficit in the warehouse. Building a house was one thing, but the Yamen's affairs were another. They didn't lack money, but they couldn't do that. Zhang Zhong understood. He said to Kangji, There's no hurry now. Let's wait for this year's rent and tax to be collected. By then, we can repair the Yamen too. Sir, there's no tax this year. We collected this year's tax in advance last year. County Magistrate Wen's case has been jointly reported by the Registrar General and the Deputy Magistrate. Perhaps County Magistrate Wen has been convicted of several crimes. I don't know if he can keep his life. Kangji brought up another matter. Before Zhang Zhong could react, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already understood. When they were greedy, everyone was greedy together. Now, all the blame was pushed to County Magistrate Wen. The Registrar General and the Deputy Magistrate Wen had no responsibility. Naturally, they wouldn't return the money that they had embezzled. Good calculation. I like this kind of person. Zhang Xiaobao's lips moved. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao. You should think about how to get money. The spring plowing has just ended. The tax that was supposed to be collected in autumn this year will be gone. You can't possibly collect it again, right? I don't know how the people are doing. They have to pay rent for 2 years a year. Can they still survive? It's a small matter. Take it slow. It's not like the higher-ups don't know what happened here. They just want to see what my father will do. We can only stay outside today. Let my father contact the Deputy Magistrate and the Registrar General first. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about this at all. He had lost a little money and collected a year's worth of rent in advance. It wasn't much. In the past, the officials he met could lose a few years' worth of rent and nothing happened to them. Zhang Zhong had seen the house and was only waiting for the Deputy Magistrate and the Registrar General to come back. He would officially take over after the handover. Before that, he still had something to do. He said to He Kangji, "Since the yamen is still in deficit, I think the bailiffs are not doing well. I have brought some things. Why don't we get the bailiffs and some people from the yamen here? We can take the things back and deal with them for a few days." "What are they again?" "Xiao Bao, remember what you said before you came. Recite it for me." Zhang Zhong really didn't know what his son had brought. He could only let his son recite it himself. "Father, are you testing me? I remember. A bag of white flour, a bag of rice, a barrel of vegetable oil, 20 kilograms of meat, 2 chickens, and some cucumbers. The bag of rice and noodles are 5 buckets each. When everyone is here, you can give them to them." Zhang Xiaobao had to support his father at this time and counted the things at the side. He Kangji and the 2 bailiffs were delighted when they heard it, especially the 2 bailiffs. Usually, they couldn't be greedy and could only bully the common people. The common people didn't have much money at home. It was good enough to get a few eggs. If they were more ruthless, they would catch and kill the chickens and eat them together. They didn't expect the new county magistrate to give them so many things. The rice was good, the noodles were good, and there was vegetable oil. What the family lacked the most was oil. If there was oil, they could eat some wild vegetables. If there was no oil, they would waste food. With the addition of meat, chickens, and cucumbers, they could make a lot of good dishes. "Sir, is what you said true? Please wait, I will go and find people. I will find all 67 bailiffs and the rest of the people in the yamen. In total, there are 13 people." When one of the 2 bailiffs heard Zhang Xiaobao's last sentence, he immediately ran out. Zhang Zhong looked at him and didn't say anything. The other 13 people were naturally people like He Kangji. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar didn't care about these things. It didn't matter whether they came or not. No one knew where they went. Otherwise, how could they not bring the bailiffs with them when they went out to do things? If they did, the bailiffs wouldn't say that they didn't bring all of them. Zhang Xiaobao originally thought that the 2 bailiffs could meet his father face to face and sound each other out. Then they would consider whether to confront or compromise. He didn't expect that they would directly use such an unpresentable method to make their intentions clear. In the future, they could only be enemies. After waiting for the other bailiffs to come back, they began to unload the things from the cart. Half of the 20 guards were divided into 2 groups to help, and the other half continued to be on guard. Some people from the Zhang family also did the work. Even He Kangji and the rest of the bailiffs didn't stand aside and just watched. Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, just stood there and watched as the bags of rice and noodles were moved down and put down properly. He also watched as the barrels of vegetable oil were poured out, but he couldn't find a topic to talk about. Zhang Xiaobao had to help at this time. He said to He Kangji, "When my father came, he said that this is only a part of it. There will be more in the future. In Sanshui County, even the Zhang family can give the bailiffs some things they need, let alone our own people. You have to do a good job. If you don't do a good job, we won't give you anything in the future." Zhang Xiaobao deliberately said the last words that could easily offend people. Only in this way could people think that he was a child who didn't know how to behave. The bailiff who helped to move the things nodded and promised, "I, Chi Dafei, will definitely do a good job in the future. There are so many things to eat for 2 months. I will sell the cucumbers later." Ha! He Kangji was also not angry. He stopped what he was doing and stood there thinking for a while. Finally, he lowered his head and came to Zhang Zhong, saying, "Sir, to be honest, I didn't go to pick you up today because of anyone's order. I didn't do a good job here at all. I heard that you are capable, so I took the risk to go there." The 2 of them also did the same. They are usually ostracized. If they can, they will try their best. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he didn't know whether to believe it or not. The main thing was that his son had used a trick. He guessed that he had arranged for people to be drawn to his side by Jiashan. What if they were also the same? So he said, "It doesn't matter. It's not easy for everyone. It will be better if we work together more in the future. If we want to get some benefits, we have to let the people in the county live a good life anyway. This is the case in Sanshui County. Write a few notices tomorrow, and let the people in our county know what I, the new county magistrate, am thinking. Sir, what are you thinking about? The bailiff threw the chicken down and asked curiously. I am thinking that since the Zhang family can promote Sanshui County to Shang County, Huayuan County can also be promoted to Shang County. Sanshui County has a wharf. Isn't there a wharf in Huayuan County about to be built? Zhang Zhong repeated his son's words and appeared to be very confident. He Kangji and the bailiff didn't expect Zhang Zhong to have such a plan. Their eyes lit up at the same time. Zhang Zhong took this topic and continued, as long as you do your job well, it won't take long for Huayuan County to change. At that time, the salary that should be increased will be increased, and the people who should be promoted will also be promoted. Originally, I could be a 6th-grade official in the capital, but I feel that I should do some things in Huayuan County. When the things are almost done, I will come to the capital. The benefits here will be left to the next one. Chapter 308. Before all the goods were moved down, there were already many bailiffs at the entrance. One by one, they came in to look at the goods being moved down. Then, they looked at Zhang Zhong, who was their county magistrate. Zhang Zhong also looked at them one by one. Those who were looked at immediately looked away, and did not dare to look at Zhang Zhong. It had nothing to do with their status. It was mainly because they did not go to welcome him today. They only came after he gave them the goods. They felt that they were in the wrong. As for the people with integrity, they could not expect to find any among them. It was impossible to find anyone with integrity among the county magistrate, registrar and deputy magistrate. They would have thought of ways to get rid of those people. When the last few people came, all the goods were unloaded. Other than the deputy magistrate and registrar, there was still a scribe who did not come. Everyone else was present. Some of them squeezed out a smile and greeted Zhang Zhong. Some of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look at him. He Kangji, just give them what my Baolang said just now. Don't forget to give me the rest. I will keep it for myself. Zhang Zhong deliberately did not say anything to those people. He also did not give them the goods himself. After telling He Kangji, he went out with a group of people to find an inn. They could only come back after the building in the yamen was repaired. Ernia had already left in advance to find someone to do the work. He Kangji knew what the county magistrate meant. He repeated what Zhang Xiaobao said just now. If you do your job well, there will be more in the future. If you don't do your job well, you can just watch others take the goods home. He Kangji agreed and started to work. Those in the county who were doing other things gave the goods first. The bailiffs lined up behind and said while giving out the goods, "Today you all did not go to welcome His Excellency. His Excellency is already angry, but he still gave you the goods. There will be more in the future. But you all have to listen to His Excellency. Otherwise there won't be any. His Excellency is the head of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. I think you all know His Excellency. If anyone takes the goods and plays tricks behind his back, don't blame me for not warning you." He Kangji, what do you mean? Are you not afraid of Registrar Zhan and County Deputy Xiao? The two of you are eating at Jinlai restaurant. It's not far from here. A person who was taking something from He Kangji said to him with a cold expression. Haha, regarding Jiang Dian, if I were you, I wouldn't have taken these things. Perhaps you haven't heard much about the Zhang family. How dare you speak like this after taking these things? Just wait for the Lord's thunderous anger. I'm just an insignificant official. I don't care if he's a county deputy supervisor or a county deputy supervisor. At most, I'll just quit. He Kangji laughed at Dianshi Jiang. His words were full of sarcasm, which made Dianshi Jiang's expression change again and again. He couldn't say anything for a while, but he was reluctant to throw away the thing in his hand. He had to turn his head to look at others, hoping to get some support. The surrounding people didn't care about Dianshi anymore. They only cared about the things that were placed there. After taking them, they could make dumplings when they went back today. The Yamen runners were even more excited. They couldn't be greedy. Even if Shangguan Zhuangzi was greedy, he wouldn't give it to them. Regarding Jiangdian, think about what Zhangjiao Zhuangzi has done in the past 2 years. You're on your own. Next, oh, Chao Dao, your child is sick. Are you feeling better? I'll pick a bigger chicken for you to go back and nourish yourself. Why don't you go today? The Zhang family is sending ginseng to the Yamen runners of Sanshui County. The registrar Zhan gave you last time isn't enough to buy medicine, right? He Kangji didn't show any mercy today. He glanced at Dianshi Jiang and said some harsh words to another person. Chao Dao pursed his lips and looked at the bigger chicken that was picked out. He sighed and said, "It's my fault. I didn't expect the new county magistrate to come and give us things. I thought he would only give up after he dealt with some people. The new county magistrate is also good. But we're poor and have short ambitions. Let's talk about the future later. I'll go back and cook some meat for my son to eat." As he spoke, he directly walked out after receiving the things. He didn't take anything and needed someone to help him carry it. When the others heard his words, they also regretted it. They didn't care about the common people. Those who cared about the common people had already been cleared out. They were only here to get some benefits. The registrar Zhan and the deputy county magistrate would occasionally give some benefits, but it was too little. The money they took out was less than half. No matter how rich they were, they couldn't compare to the Zhang family. Who would have thought that Zhang Zhong didn't deal with the people here first and gave them things first? They originally didn't want to take the things and force Zhang Zhong to restrain himself. Now that he had given them things and they had just met, what should they do if they still took the things from him? Zhang Zhong didn't know the nature of these people. He was still worried that someone wouldn't take the things, so he left first to avoid embarrassment. He didn't know that the rest of the people had persisted until now because they wanted to get benefit. A group of people walked without a guide. They could only stroll slowly. When they saw a good restaurant or inn, they went in to stay. After walking for a while, they came to a 3-story restaurant. They looked up at the signboard and saw the words Jinlai Restaurant written on it. This is it. It looks good. Zhang Zhong decided to stay here for a few days. As for whether the restaurant was more luxurious or spent more money, he didn't care at all. When the group of people just arrived at the door, a sharp-eyed waiter came up to them. When he saw Zhang Zhong's official uniform, he immediately said with a smile, "Sir, are you here to eat or to stay overnight? Please come in first. Someone come quickly and take these horses to feed them. Use good ingredients." Seeing this waiter, Zhang Zhong was stunned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also stunned. The waiter's uniform had a picture embroidered on his chest. It was a very cartoon picture. A small rice seedling was placed there. Rice seedling? Which part is it? Wang Wan thought carefully and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was next to her. The restaurant in the state capital. Look, there are some weeds under the rice seedling. Why did they open their business here? Or did other people also think of the picture of the rice seedling? Zhang Xiaobao also didn't understand. Some of the businesses that his family sold out had their own unique symbol. Different rice seedlings represented different identities. He didn't expect that there would be a picture of a rice seedling here without his arrangement. The two of them looked at each other and stood out from the crowd so that the waiter could see the two of them. To be precise, the picture of the two of them was on their uniforms. Zhang Zhong was wearing an official uniform, so naturally, he didn't dare to embroider a rice seedling on it. The servants were behind him, so only the guards were around to block the waiter's line of sight. Zhang Zhong was also thinking. When he saw his son and daughter-in-law stand out, he quickly moved half of his body. The waiter's eyes immediately followed them. When he saw, his mouth immediately opened wide. After taking a closer look, he quickly bowed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It's actually the young master and young lady who came. This humble one greets the two of you. The two of you? Follow my father to take office. Zhang Xiaobao signaled with his eyes. With a putong sound, the waiter actually knelt down and said to Zhang Zhong, "This humble one didn't know it was master. I was negligent just now. Please forgive me. Who taught you the rules? Get up. Why did the restaurant open here?" Zhang Zhong was happy. His family actually had a restaurant here. He had a place to stay and didn't have to worry about being bullied. "Master, you, the young master and young lady go in first. Let this humble one slowly explain." The waiter stood up and said excitedly. He had never seen the main family's people before. He had only memorized the picture. He didn't expect to see 3 people from the main family today. Moreover, he served them. The waiter walked in front with his chest puffed out. Zhang Zhong and the others followed behind. When they entered the restaurant, everyone who saw the waiter became curious. Especially the other waiter. They didn't know what happened to Na Jiu today. Na Jiu wasn't like this normally. When they saw the Zhang family servants, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan coming in, their eyes widened in disbelief. The 2 little seedlings on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's chests weren't just cute in their eyes. They were status. The young master and young lady of the main family came together? The shopkeeper on the first floor was still using the abacus to pay the bill. At this time, he felt the difference in the surrounding atmosphere. He also turned his head to look. His hand suddenly stopped on the abacus and didn't move. The surrounding diners couldn't help but look over. When they saw Zhang Zhong's 7th-rank official robe, they understood that an official had come. Some people in the capital curled their lips in disdain and muttered to the people beside them, "That's right, Zhang Zhong. Only officials in this place wear officials' robes to eat. No one in the capital dares to, let alone a 7th-ranked official. There are more people in the capital than cow's hair. It's embarrassing to wear it out." When the group went directly to the 3rd floor, the waiters on the 1st floor quickly looked at their robes to see if there was anything inappropriate. Even the shopkeeper arranged the account book on the counter properly. Zhang Zhong came to a room on the 3rd floor and ordered the waiter, arrange for them and serve some home-cooked dishes. Those people were naturally the guards and the servants of the Zhang family. They were led away by another waiter on the 3rd floor. The waiter called Na Jiu stayed and asked another waiter to tell him what to cook. He didn't ask for a menu and directly ordered 8 dishes in one breath. The waiter quickly ran down and told the chef in the kitchen behind. He didn't dare to let an ordinary chef cook. First, 4 small cold plates were served. Zhang Zhong tasted them and looked at his son. Zhang Xiaobao also took a bite. He ate shredded cucumber and dried tofu. He nodded and said, "It's okay. Remember to heat the dried tofu with hot water next time. Tell me about how you opened a restaurant here." Chapter 309. As Zhang Zhong and the others listened, the waiter, Na Jiu, began to explain. This time, he was not as concise as usual. After a few words, Zhang Xiaobao and the others understood. The shopkeeper sent by the Zhang family could make a profit and make an investment. If he succeeded, he could continue to invest. If he failed, he would have to obediently guard the store. The one in the provincial capital was naturally a success. Zhang Zhong was the first to enter, and there were 9 people there at the same time. With the booming business, the shopkeeper surnamed Xin became active. He went to Zhangjia Zhuangzi later. His family was in Zhuangzi, and he worked alone in the provincial capital. He used to run a small store, but he fled and followed his nephew here. In Huayuan County, he had a nephew who worked as a cook. He had a lot of money, so he only handed it in once every season. Then he contacted his nephew. The original Jinlai building was run by a relative of County Magistrate 1. County Magistrate 1 was unlucky. Without a backer, his relative wanted to sell the building, so he asked his nephew to buy it. However, the place was not under his nephew's management. It was directly under his name. Then, according to the Zhang family's rules of opening a shop outside, he would teach the shop assistants well and deposit the money into the account. When the season changed, he would send the money to the main family to make the main family happy. He had signed an irrevocable contract, so if the money fell into his name, it would fall into the main family's name. The waiter, Na Jiao, left after he finished speaking, leaving Zhang Zhong and the others in the room. Not bad. You have courage. You can seize the opportunity when you see it. That shopkeeper Xin can be trained well in the future. Father, are we going to live here? Zhang Xiaobao felt very gratified. He praised him and asked his father. Zhang Zhong was also happy. This was his son's business and the rules were set by him. He did not expect to have his own business here. It seemed to be not small. It was a 3-story building. He nodded and said, "Let's live here. We'll move back when the yamen is repaired." At this time, the hot dishes were served one after another. There wasn't much of each dish. Zhang Xiaobao and the other two had been on the road for such a long time, so they were also hungry. They shook their cheeks and began to eat. While they were eating, the waiter named Jiao came in again and said to Zhang Zhong, "Master, I forgot to mention one thing. Yamen's Minister Zhan and County Magistrate Xiao are also eating on the 3rd floor. They are in the room next door. There are also some businessmen coming from outside." "Did they come here to do something? Good, let's go take a look. Xiaobao, you and Cuckoo eat. Father will go over for a while." Zhang Zhong wanted to see what the two men were up to, so he got up and walked out after informing his son. The waiter pointed at the side. In the room next door, laughter could be heard from the corridor. Zhang Zhong wanted to eavesdrop, but when he just arrived there, a man came out. When he saw Zhang Zhong, he was stunned. Then he looked at Zhang Zhong's clothes, turned around and ran back in. Zhang Zhong did not continue to eavesdrop, so he followed the man into the room. As soon as he entered, he saw the man talking to a fat man. "County Magistrate Xiao, I just saw a man wearing a level 7 official uniform at the door. Is he the new county magistrate?" "Yes, I am the new county magistrate. I wonder who is County Magistrate Xiao and who is Minister Zhan?" Zhang Zhong looked at the waiter who reported the news and then looked at the messy table. He asked calmly. Everyone at the table looked at Zhang Zhong at the same time. The businessmen were a little uneasy, while the fat man and the thin man changed their expressions a few times. "Haha, so it's Lord Zhang. We still have some matters to attend to here, hence the delay. Once we're done with the matters here, we will personally look for Lord Zhang to hand over the matter. By then, Lord Zhang will be the county magistrate of Huayuan County. Haha, I'm the deputy county magistrate Xiao that Lord Zhang mentioned." The fat man smiled and said to Zhang Zhong, but he did not stand up. The thin man beside him also said, "In the future, we will work together to do the things in the county." "Oh, it's late now. Lord Zhang, why don't you have a rest first and go to the yamen early tomorrow morning to take over?" The businessmen who were sitting there also smiled when they heard the two talking. At the same time, they were relieved and looked at Zhang Zhong, wondering what he would say. Zhang Tsong understood the meaning of the county magistrate's words. "You are not the county magistrate now. Wait until I take over. You are just an ordinary official now." Zhang Zhong felt uncomfortable. He hesitated and said, "Well, I will go there early tomorrow morning. You wait here and do your work slowly." After saying this, Zhang Zhong turned around and walked out. Suddenly, he stopped, turned around, and carefully looked at the faces of those merchants. The merchants felt uncomfortable being looked at. They all stopped smiling and slightly lowered their heads. Zhang Zhong then said to the person who had just reported the news, "Brother Zhang Zhong, I'm going to tell you something. You are the copywriter in the county, right? Good, do a good job. You didn't even take the things I brought. You must be a good copywriter who is not flattering." After saying this, Zhang Zhong walked out and went back to his original room with a sullen face. Zhang Xiaobao knew that the waiter did not give him face and drove his father out. He advised, "Father, the official career is like this. You can't be straightforward. It is important to hide a knife in a smile and have a knife in the belly. What they did is actually inferior. You can take it slowly after you take over." Zhang Zhong also knew that, but he was not happy. He did not know what the two men said to so many businessmen. It might be related to Huayuan County. The two men were now doing things on behalf of the county magistrate. What if they took advantage of this opportunity and did something that should not be done? What should he do? Thinking about this, Zhang Zhong also felt uncomfortable while eating. Zhang Xiaobao also stopped. He just sat there and muttered something. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao said to his father, "Father, do you have the official document and pardon from the imperial court with you?" "Yes, they are here," Zhang Zhong said as he took out the two envelopes from his arms. "Then let's go and hand them over. Bring the guards with you." "Do you think they dare to not hand them over?" Zhang Xiaobao stood up and prepared to accompany his father. Zhang Zhong just remembered that he took two things. The other party could not refuse to hand them over. He just forgot about it. He looked at his son in confusion and asked, "Why didn't you say it directly just now?" "If I said it just now, they and the businessmen have nothing to do. Now that you are here, they will definitely speed up and sign some documents and stamp some things. At this time, the documents are probably only half finished. We will know when we go and take a look." Zhang Xiaobao replied with a smile. Zhang Zhong was stunned. He touched his son's head and went out to call the guards. He brought the guards to the outside of the room and directly pushed the door open. He said to the registrar official and the deputy magistrate official who were writing something in the room, "I think it's better to hand them over immediately. I feel that it's better to hand it over immediately. Since I'm already here, I can't trouble the two of you. This is the imperial court's letter for the handover." As he was speaking, Zhang Zhong put the two envelopes in front of the both of them. The registrar official and the deputy magistrate official stopped writing at the same time. They stared at Zhang Zhong and did not know what to say. They then looked down at the two envelopes on the table. Their hands trembled and a drop of ink fell on the paper. "This, Lord Zhang, you don't have to be in a hurry, right?" The registrar official stared into Zhang Zhong's eyes and said, "Of course, don't tell me the both of you still want to do something beyond your authority? Then this official can only report today's matter as it is." Zhang Zhong was not at all polite now. His eyes also looked at the unfinished paper. The registrar official and the deputy magistrate official were nervous at the same time. They quickly rolled up the paper in front of them. The deputy magistrate Xiao smiled and said, "The registrar official and I are competing to see who can write better. Since you want to hand it over, we have already done it over there. Oh, the seal seems to be in the yamen. Registrar official, accompany His Excellency to get the seal over there. I will go back after talking to the others." "No need. Let's go back together. I can wait." Zhang Zhong did not give the deputy magistrate official any chance at all. He knew that the seal was on the deputy magistrate official, and he wanted to send him away so that he could do something better. The deputy magistrate official was still smiling and said, "Lord Zhang, the registrar official and I are here for some personal matters. These people are also my old friends. It is not convenient for His Excellency to be here, right? So you two are not here for official business? Then I am here to take office and you don't want to hand it over. Are you trying to use your personal matters to overturn official business? Where are the laws of the imperial court? Official business? Or personal matters?" Zhang Zhong finally caught the faulty wording in the two's words and interrogated them. Official business, it is definitely official business. I was just joking. Since His Excellency wants to do this, then let's go back now." The registrar official and deputy magistrate official could not say anything else at this time. As they said that they wanted to go back, they kept winking at those businessmen. Those businessmen did not expect that things would turn out like this. When they saw the two people's winks, they could only hold it in and think of a solution in the future. It seemed that it was not possible now. The 20 guards let the registrar official and deputy magistrate official go first, as if they were escorting them. Zhang Zhong said to his son angrily in a low voice, "Xiao Bao, you are right. They are indeed writing a document. They want to sell the land next to the river that connects to the capital city to those businessmen. That land is obviously fertile land, but they actually wrote it as a wasteland. It is really infuriating." When Zhang Xiaobao heard this, he smiled. He had seen this kind of thing many times. So what if there was one more time? He turned around and looked at the businessmen who were standing more than 10 steps away. He said to his father in a low voice, "Arrange people to watch those businessmen. Don't let them go. In the future, they have to contribute to the business of Huayuan County." "Xiao Bao, what do you want them to do?" Zhang Zhong asked puzzledly. Chapter 310. You still want to sell it to them? Zhang Zhong looked at his son in confusion. Zhang Xiaobao nodded his head. Zhang Zhong thought for a while and didn't say anything. He knew his son's ability. He always did things in a bold and unconstrained way. Since his son said he could sell it, then he could sell it. It just depended on how he sold it. When they returned to the yamen, there were still people in the yamen who hadn't taken the things away. He Kangji was waiting there. Not only did he distribute the things to others, but he also had to look after the things that were left behind. He couldn't pick the other things like rice and noodles. He just needed to take a bag of them. However, the remaining chicken was all small. The meat was all lean. The 5 layers and the fat ones were all taken away by others. Needless to say, the 5 layers and the fat ones were all wanted. The fat ones were also not bad. They could be eaten with oil when they went back. The fat ones could be eaten with oil and could be used to make dumplings and pancake. Ordinary people didn't want the lean ones. Zhang Xiaobao liked to eat the lean ones. It was just nice. As for the cucumbers, he picked the straight ones and took them. The rest were all crooked and some were even rolled into balls. Even so, he still had to look after the rest. He believed that once he left, these things would all be gone. Not to mention other things, it would take at least half a month for the cucumbers to be harvested. During this period of time, whether he ate it himself or took it out to sell, it would be good. Waiting for Zhang Zhong and the others to arrive, he Kangji took a small bite of the cucumbers. When the registrar and the county premier saw him, they stared at him as if they wanted to stare him to death. The clerk who followed them back was lost in thought when he saw the things that hadn't been distributed. Then he looked at Zhang Zhong, the registrar and the county premier. Finally, he resisted the idea of going to take the things. When county premier Xiao returned to the yamen, he directly said to Zhang Zhong, "Lord Zhang, wait for a moment. I will go to the signing room to get the seal. When I come back, we will hand it over." Zhang Zhong nodded and didn't say anything. No matter what, he had to give them a chance to take out the seal. It was useless to ask someone to search for it. If they found it, they would say that they forgot it. They were too busy. What could he do? The registrar official had also sorted out some of the matters that had been handed over to him. When the time came, he would hand them over to Zhang Zhong together. When he Kangji saw his master return, he immediately approached him and said, "Your Honor, I've given all the people in the yamen what you gave them. There are still some left, but I'm just picky. The rest are not very good. The meat is lean, the cucumber is bent, and the chicken is small." "Ha ha. It's not like you don't know what my family does. Leave the lean meat for the sauce. Xiaobao loves to eat it. Bend some cucumbers and make them into garlic cucumbers. Roast the chicks. It's easier to hold them and eat them." Zhang Zhong was in a good mood. Just now, he had inadvertently seen the way the registrar and deputy district magistrate looked at He Kangji. This was the time for him to win over people's hearts. Other county magistrates might not be able to do this when they had just taken office, but he could. He had already gotten used to some things related to his status. Occasionally, when he went out of the house, he would see a villager and chat for a while. Even if he was a seventh-rank official, just like how his son often played with the children of the villager. Who could say that the villager didn't respect the master's family? But it was different for Kangji. This was the first time he had spoken to the county magistrate like this. In the past, county magistrate one had always been cold. He said excitedly, "Your Honor, are you going to hand over immediately?" "Your Honor, the most important thing in our county now is that river. The one that connects to the capital. I forgot. You know, from your house to the river, the land on both sides of the river is worth a lot. Your Honor, you must be careful. Otherwise, the land will be sold cheaply and our yamen will have no money." When Kangji said these words, he was gritting his teeth. Even if the registrar stood there and secretly glared at him from time to time, he still said it. Zhang Zhong had seen it just now and knew this was the case. But when it came from Kangji's mouth, it gave him a different feeling. He was now more certain that this small official with the surname, he was ready to surrender. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such an important thing to gain his trust. He nodded at Kangji. "This matter is indeed important. I will remember it." While they were talking, Deputy District Magistrate Xiao walked out of the signing room with a square seal made of brass in his hand. It was heavy. He reluctantly put it on the document and said to Zhang Zhong, "Your Honor, let's hand over now." Zhang Zhong took out the two letters. After verifying each other, he picked up the seal and the document. From this moment on, he was the county magistrate of Huayuan County. He was ready to play a game of intrigue with these two people. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came to the place where things were handed out. Each of them was holding a cucumber and gnawing on it. "Xiaobao, it seems that your father is not easy to deal with. The two of them are actually of the same mind. Should we try to drive a wedge between them first?" Wang Wan asked as she patted the bag of rice with one hand. Her hand was dusted. "It's fine to use it or not. It's just to deal with two small figures. If it's to deal with some ministers or prime ministers, I have to be well prepared. At that time, I may not be able to guarantee that it will work. But to deal with two people like them, it's not worth so much effort. They are not young either. One of them looks like he is almost 30, and the other is 25 or 26. If the chief secretary is 25 or 26, I will be worried. Many prime ministers started from this position when they were young. Although I have never heard of his name, it's a pity that the young one is the county magistrate. He is below the 8th rank. He has a lot of experience. The most important thing is that the two of them are on the same side as county magistrate one. If they didn't push all the blame to county magistrate one, they would be fine. The people above have long been used to this kind of thing. It's county magistrate one who is dealing with them. They still have to help stabilize Huayuan County. But they refused. They are too cowardly. People like them can't expect to be promoted in the future unless they meet a noble. Otherwise, no one dares to promote them. If they are promoted, what if they commit a crime? Will they continue to push the blame to themselves? Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation for Wang Wan. Wang Wan also agreed. Sometimes, things in the officialdom were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. No one would hire someone who would hit a senior official when he was down at a critical moment. Then what are you going to do next? You have already watched the businessmen. You can't just watch them like that, right? Wang Wan asked again. Of course we can't do that. They are here to invest. We have to treat them well. Let Ernia lead them to the river to see the place. Tell them that they can buy the land, but they have to negotiate the price. Also, they have to tell them how to manage the land after buying it and how much tax they have to pay. Zhang Xiaobao had already come up with a good idea just now. At this time, it was just the right time to tell Wang Wan. Wang Wan thought for a while and said, "They can negotiate the price and manage the land. But the amount of tax they have to pay seems to have been fixed, right? Do you dare to let your father decide the tax privately? I don't dare. There are still 2 wolves watching over there. But they want to do business. Both sides of the land are fertile land. They should pay the fine, right? As long as they occupy the land, they can be punished according to the year. After all, they have to farm every year. Is this okay? Zhang Xiaobao said another idea. Wang Wan nodded after hearing it. Good. You can even come up with this idea. That is, you are using the fine to replace the tax. How much are you going to pay? There are also rules for the fine, right? We have to see what can be planted in the land. If they say they want to plant millet, they will be fined a few strings of coins per mu. But if I say they want to plant fungus, how much do you think they will be fined per mu of land? What about vegetables in winter? Even if others know about this method, the price of vegetables will not be cheap. The cost of the vegetables is high. Then I know. It seems that we have to stop the deputy magistrate and the registrar from saying that the county magistrate agreed to occupy the land. Wang Wan could not calculate the fine for planting fungus. She still did not know the yield of each piece of wood. She had to let Pomegranate do the calculation. Don't stop them. We have to give them a chance to talk. Let them take the initiative to tell my father about occupying the land. Take it slow. Don't rush. Let's find Erniu first. I will tell him what to do. Zhang Xiaobao took another bite of the cucumber and said with a whimper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talked while eating. On the other side, Zhang Zhong had become the county magistrate. He had to check some of the old account books and the records of the prison warden. Now, there were more than 120 people in the county jail. He did not believe that so many people had committed crimes. Moreover, it was the kind of crimes that needed to be locked up. The previous county magistrate one had set up many unjust prisons. Now, he had to clean them up bit by bit. Those who should be released would be released. Those who should be sent to higher positions would be sent to higher positions. Those who should be caught for making money would also be caught. Also, the old account books could be figured out one by one. Based on the previous county magistrate, the registrar and the deputy magistrate's actions, the account books were in a mess. Zhang Zhong's actions made the registrar official and the district deputy feel relieved. When they reached the place where the items were placed, they took them one by one and piled them up like a small mountain. The top of the mountain was covered with dust and cobwebs. Sir, everything is here. You must take care of yourself. If you are tired, you can sleep for a while. Looking at those things, Deputy Magistrate Xiao wanted to laugh but could not. He could only hold back his laughter and said with concern, Zhang Zhong did not touch those books. He just glanced at them and said to the registrar and the deputy magistrate, Well, put them here. I will read them one by one. From tomorrow onwards, the Yamen can ask for cases. We will listen to your orders. Then we will go back first. Will you be at home tonight? The registrar asked. No, I will stay at Jinlai Tower tonight. I will move back after the yard behind the Yamen is repaired. If you have any urgent matters at night, you can find me at Jinlai Tower. Chapter 3:11. After the registrar and deputy county magistrate left, Zhang Zhong and his companions returned to Jinlai building, where they had already prepared a place for them to rest. Zhang Zhong could have had the most well-protected courtyard, but no one had expected that he would choose a courtyard with a bad location. Zhang Xiaobao thought that there were 20 guards protecting the courtyard, and the environment was very good now. It was impossible to assassinate a county magistrate, so he agreed. When they were having dinner, he went to find his father. Dad, let me have a look at that seal. I'll take a good look at it tonight and give it to you tomorrow. Zhang Xiaobao said to his father before he and Wang Wan went to rest. If it were someone else, Zhang Zhong would not give it to him. But since his son wanted to have a look, then he had to. He wrapped the seal with a silk cloth and asked his 2 children to take it back. That night, the lights in the courtyard where Zhang Zhong was resting were not extinguished the entire night. If one were to lean against the wall from outside, they would be able to see a figure with his back to the window moving from time to time in the study room. In a private house in Huayuan County, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan had not slept. They sat on the floor with some wine and dishes on the small table in the middle. They were eating and drinking slowly. "Brother Byong, do you think we can get rid of this new county magistrate? We know his family. They don't lack money. It's not easy to get him to be greedy or accept bribes." Registrar Zhan asked Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao picked up the wine and took a sip. He picked up the cleaned cucumber beside him and dipped it into the sauce bowl directly. He took a bite and chewed slowly. This cucumber was not bought by him, nor was it given to him by Zhang Zhong. It was given to him by two yamen runners. They wanted to please them, so they sent the cucumber to them. Seeing that they had accepted the cucumber, the two bailiffs were quite happy. However, they didn't know that the two men had taken note of the two bailiffs and decided to find an excuse to resign. The two men's thoughts were simple. After giving them so many things, they just gave them some cucumber to fool them. If they didn't resign, who would they resign from? After finishing the cucumber, County Deputy Xiao said, "Brother Shang Yun, if you want to get rid of him, it's impossible to make him accept bribes. But we can use other means." He took those booklets back. "What did we say at that time? Ha 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 ha." As he spoke, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao burst out laughing. Registrar Zhan was stunned for a moment before he also burst out laughing. He said, "Byong is so thoughtful. We deliberately left some flaws in those booklets. When he finds them, he will continue to look for them based on these flaws. At that time, he will offend someone he shouldn't offend." "That's right. And the person he offends has nothing to do with the flaws in those booklets. What do you think that person will do to him? What a pity. With so many booklets, it will take him a while to read them. Every month, he definitely won't be able to finish reading them. Even if he reads them for a month, he will just take a quick look at them. Those booklets are accumulated over several years." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao laughed for a while and finally stopped. He took another bite of the cucumber and said, "He is also a fool." He clearly gave the recipe for the winter vegetables, but he didn't want to be an official in the capital. It's not that others don't want to be an official, but he didn't want to be an official in the capital. It's not that others don't want to be an official, so the credit for giving advice will be gone. A good top scorer ran to a county. After a while, who will remember him? If I were him, I would be a sixth-grade official in the capital. My family is rich, so I can find some people to get together and recite a few poems. My reputation will spread far and wide. The emperor has also built a pear garden. At that time, the emperor will definitely pay attention to him. Maybe he will be given a higher official position. Of course. Who doesn't know that the emperor likes music? As long as he writes a few more poems and the emperor sings more, it may be easy for him to be an assistant minister. Registrar Zhan also said with regret. At the same time, he was jealous. Why could a fool be the top scorer in the exam and come here to be a county magistrate? Wasn't this cutting off the road for him and others? The two people chatted while eating. They ate slowly. There were no hot dishes on the table, so there was no need to heat them up. It didn't matter if the wine was cold. They ate until it was almost midnight, but they still hadn't finished eating. They were still in high spirit. After eating for a while, there was a knock on the window. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao went to open the door. A man in gray lowered his head and said, "Zhang Zhong hasn't gone to sleep yet. He has been reading the booklet." "Okay, go back quickly and see when he goes to sleep. When he falls asleep, come and tell us." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao ordered and closed the door. He went back to the place where he was sitting and sat cross-legged. "Brother Byong, how is it?" Registrar Zhan didn't hear the conversation between the two people, so he asked. Okay, he hasn't gone to sleep yet. It seems that he is really a newcomer who doesn't know anything. Let's go and see. We will arrange something for him tomorrow. Let's see if he can still read at night. It's best if we can give him some refreshing medicine. At that time, we don't need to do anything else and he will be exhausted to death. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao smiled sinisterly. He picked up another beef tendon and threw it into his mouth. He chewed hard and said angrily, I didn't expect that Jinlai restaurant is also owned by their family. In the past, when we ate there, no one dared to charge us. But they are good. They charge us nothing. I only found out today that there is an embroidery pattern of rice seedlings on their clothes. I don't know who drew the rice seedlings. It is so ugly. The waiter of Jinlai restaurant has such rice seedlings on his clothes. Zhang Zhong's son and that little girl also have the same pattern on their clothes. Yes, I only found out about it today. It's just that the picture doesn't look too ugly. It's quite interesting. It looks like a person. There are even eyes. Well, it's not that ugly. Let's do what we thought of yesterday tomorrow. Registrar Jean originally wanted to praise the cartoon rice seedlings, but when he found Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's expression was not good, he quickly changed his words and talked about other things. Well, let's do that. Don't let him be idle all day. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was very satisfied with Registrar Jean's attitude. Originally, he should be in a lower position, but Registrar Jean was a little stupid and always listened to him. The next day, when Zhang Zhong woke up and saw that it was almost time to do something, he walked out of the courtyard of Jinlai restaurant with a pair of red eyes. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's work and rest schedule had always been relatively stable, so they also woke up and skipped around for a while to do morning exercises. After freshening up and having breakfast, they also followed their father to the yamen. They were still holding the silk cloth package with the seal yesterday. When they saw their father, they gave it to him. Xiaobao, you two take some guards and walk around this county. I have to deal with something in the yamen. Zhang Zhong saw that the two children wanted to follow him, so he said to Zhang Xiaobao, Father, I have never been to the hall of the yamen. I don't know how they solve the case. I want to go and have a look. Xiaobao knew that the two silly playthings were going to play tricks on his father today. Of course, he couldn't go anywhere else. He wasn't a child. He didn't have any thoughts and only thought about playing all day. At that time, the yamen runner asked you and Cuckoo to go and have a look at the hall, but you didn't go. Now you remember. Besides, there may not be a hall today. How can there be so many things? Speaking of this, Zhang Zhong didn't know whether to be proud or laugh. The yamen in Sanshui County was no different from his own. When the yamen runners had nothing to do, they would ask his son and daughter-in-law to go there to play. However, the two children wouldn't go no matter what. The emperor's nephew also asked his son and daughter-in-law to go there and have a look, but the two children also refused. Now, the two children wanted to go with him. They were not ordinary people. It was not easy to go to the court, but it was easy to go to the court. When they returned to Sanshui County, they would go to the court from time to time. Presumably, Na Xiangxiang would not refuse, and the people would not say anything. Couldn't the children of the Zhang family go to the court to play once? Zhang Xiaobao could guess his father's thoughts, so he said, In fact, I have been waiting for this day. When you get a hall, I want to see your majestic appearance. Then let's go. Zhang Zhong didn't want to drive his son and daughter-in-law away, and the two children wouldn't make trouble. Under the protection of the guards, the three of them arrived at the yamen. As soon as they arrived, before they could go to the signing room at the back to take a look, there was a person wearing morning clothes pounding on the silent drum. The pounding sound was ear-piercing. Sir, you are finally here. Someone has been beating the drum since dawn. The yamen runner tried to persuade him several times, but it was useless. They didn't dare to do anything to him, so they had to let him continue. Fortunately, the drum is not loud. Otherwise, the people around would be awakened. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao came earlier. As soon as he saw Zhang Zhong, he trotted over and said to Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong looked at the broken drum and naturally knew that it was not loud. He yawned and asked, "Do you know what happened?" "Sir, I have asked. His father is dead. He said that he was killed. He wants to come here and ask you to help find the murderer." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao told the case. He didn't write a complaint, but just said it with his mouth. This man was called Zhang Matzi. He came to Huayuan County with his father 5 days ago. As a result, they met a group of criminals on the mountain in the east of Huayuan County. They were attacked by the criminals. As a result, his father died. Zhang Matzi was lucky, but he didn't want to give up, so he secretly followed the masked criminals. He followed them to Yushu village in Huayuan County and found that one of the criminals entered a yard. He waited there for 3 days. Then he knew that the criminal was Tian Guzi, a villager of Yushu village. Chapter 312. Zhang Zhong looked at pockmarked Zhang, who was kneeling on the ground. This person was crying so miserably that people felt that he would cry his last breath if he continued crying. He was wearing a white linen robe, which was not bright white. The robe was not dyed. It was just the original color of the linen thread. It was white, but it was a little gray. At this time, many people had gathered around. They all heard the man's crying and heard County Deputy Zhao's words. In the future, they all wanted to help Mr. Zhang seek justice. Zhang Zhong carefully looked at Mr. Wang, who was kneeling there, but couldn't find anything. He yawned again and said, "Is there a witness?" "My lord, I came here with my father." "How could there be a witness? If there was a witness, my father might not have been harmed." "My lord, you have to give me justice. I haven't taken good care of my father yet." Mr. Wang, whose voice had gradually become softer, started crying again at this time. He knelt there and hugged Zhang Zhong's leg, refusing to let go no matter what. Before Zhang Zhong could say anything, Zhang Xiaobao rushed over, grabbed one of the man's arms and tried to lift him up. He said while lifting, "My father is a good official. He will help you. Get up, get up." It was naturally impossible for a child to lift one arm. Zhang Xiaobao ran to Mr. Wang's back and put his hands on both sides. He wanted to hold Mr. Wang from behind and lift him up. He tried several times, but it didn't work, so he had to stand aside. Zhang Zhong yawned again and rubbed his eyes. His eyes were redder and tears were about to flow out. County Deputy Xiao, who was watching at the side, said, "Sir, what's wrong with you? Did you not sleep well last night?" While speaking, he couldn't help yawning. Registrar Official Zhan also covered his mouth and tears appeared in his eyes. "It doesn't matter. Let's get down to business first. Men, go to Elm Tree Village and bring that dog Tian here. Let me ask him why he did such a thing." Zhang Zhong forcefully shook his head and ordered a yamen runner who was standing there with his head tilted. Seeing the yamen runner look over and open his mouth to speak, he remembered that he hadn't given the yamen runner the stick. He quickly walked into the hall. "My lord, you can't let the bailiffs arrest him first. You have to take a look at the corpse first. If this incident is fake, my lord, arresting Tian Guzi of Elm Tree Village and delaying his normal business, he will definitely be dissatisfied. The life of a commoner is not easy." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said at this time. The person kneeling on the ground also said, "Sir, my father's bones are still outside. I don't know if they were eaten by the wolves. Sir, you'd better go and see my father first." Well, then let's go to the mountain and see your father first. We'll make plans after we come back." Zhang Zhong narrowed his eyes and said. Some related people here took the cart and went all the way to the mountain in the east. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan sat opposite Zhang Zhong. Feeling the shaking of the cart, they said, "This road really needs to be repaired properly. So does the cart. Can't we use some bamboo boards to dampen the shock? Then let's make a cart with bamboo dampening. Let's see the effect. Should we make circles of bamboo and then put our cart on them? Wang Wan asked beside him. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "What you said might work. At that time, even if the cart doesn't move, we will shake back and forth in the cart. Dampening requires toughness and strength in addition to elasticity. To dampen the cart, we should start with the wheels. When the cotton comes out, we can wrap the wheels and then think of other places." Zhang Zhong listened to his son and future daughter-in-law talking about something he didn't understand. He decided not to listen and simply looked outside. Zhang Xiaobao suddenly said to him, "Father, later you pretend to be sleepy. When the time comes, they will be happy. I'm afraid that people are always so happy. When they are happy, it is easy to make mistakes. Let's wait. Father, I have to say that your idea is really good." "What's so good about it? Isn't it just a paper doll?" Facing the back of the window, lit the lamp, and let the guards who take turns to keep watch use a rope to pull it. Then apply some garlic juice on the eyes. County Magistrate Cheng has already told me about it. This idea is just SOSO. Zhang Zhong said modestly, but he couldn't hide the proud expression on his face. Zhang Xiaobao wanted to continue to flatter his father and make him happier, but he really felt that flattery was a little false. This little trick was nothing. When he was hesitating, Wang Wan suddenly pinched him secretly and moved her lips to say white lies. "Father, I don't think it's simple. I think that all tricks are simple. If it can deceive people, this needs to be grasped. If it were someone else, even if they were told such a trick, they might not be able to do it. Not to mention, Father, you did it so well. Father, that pockmarked Zhang's hemp clothes are actually new. They cost at least 20 copper coins. He didn't bring a bag with him. Where did he get the money to buy hemp clothes? Also, the flesh on his body was hard. His son had pinched him when he helped him up. How could this kind of person watch his father be harmed and run away alone? If that dog Tian was an ordinary person, how could he beat him? Even if there were several people, it wouldn't work. At that time, people would risk their lives regardless of their own safety. If he didn't risk his life, he wouldn't care about his father. If that dog Tian was not an ordinary person, but a strong and powerful person, the first person he would deal with would definitely not be pockmarked Zhang's father. If he traveled normally, who would take the money? Dog Tian wouldn't kill people for fun, right? In any family, money should be taken by the strongest person. Money is also heavy. Zhang Xiaobao first said a sentence of kindness, yes, that lie. Then, he told his father his analysis. Zhang Zhong was also confused just now. Pockmarked Zhang had waited for 3 days to find out who killed his father. He had waited for such a long time, but when it was time for him to arrest dog Tian, he couldn't wait anymore. Then why didn't he find his father's body at night and drag it to the yamen? Wasn't he afraid that the surrounding people who knew dog Tian would report to him? At this moment, after hearing his son's words, he was sure that pockmarked Zhang was lying. He must be with County Deputy Xiao. Xiaobao, how should we deal with this matter? Do we have to be involved in this matter to become a father? Zhang Zhong thought it through, but he didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only ask his son. Zhang Xiaobao was about to speak, but Wang Wan pinched him again. Zhang Xiaobao hesitated for a moment and then said, "Father, when I was reading the Analects of Confucius a few days ago, I didn't understand a sentence." Didn't you finish learning the Analects of Confucius? Father Zhang asked doubtfully. Yes, but I suddenly found that there was a difference. He could use another way to understand it, Zhang Xiaobao said. Which sentence? Zhang Zhong asked. Raise one corner, but not 3 corners, and the opposite is no more. This sentence. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, Wang Wan was stunned. She didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao could say. His little brain works too fast. While listening to Zhang Xiaobao, she picked up a glass of juice and drank it. What do you think? Father Zhang didn't know what his son meant. Did he want him to draw inferences about other cases? What about the other one? Zhang Xiaobao took a deep breath and said, I think the meaning of this sentence is like this. I raised a wall to smash you. If you don't raise 3 walls to fight back, then you don't exist. In other words, you are finished. This is what it means to raise 1 corner. If you don't counter with 3 corners, then there will be no more. Wang Wan spat out a mouthful of juice and kept coughing. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao with admiration. How did he think of this? Zhang Zhong listened to his son and thought carefully. That's not right. You can't say this sentence like that. Dad, you're right. I know the meaning of this sentence. I'm just saying it. When I think of how that pockmarked Zhang randomly found a corpse to trick us, I also feel that way. Isn't he just a corpse? Let's make 3 corpses. If he dares to hit us, we'll hit him. Zhang Xiaobao was anxious. Why didn't his father take the bait? He explained again. Father Zhang pondered for a while. After a while, he said, then find 3 people to wear hemp clothes and follow them. When they suddenly appear, they will tell their families about it and look at the corpses. Then it will be easy. Elm Village is not an ordinary village. It's not easy to go there. That's why they lured me there. Dad, you're really amazing. I didn't think of that. Zhang Xiaobao quickly followed up. Zhang Zhong frowned and reached out to touch Zhang Xiaobao's head. Xiaobao, you're my son. Blue is blue, but blue is blue. Ice water is colder than water. As a father, I'll only be happy if my son is capable. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. He didn't expect his father to not be as stupid as he thought. He just didn't say it sometimes. He nodded. Dad, I'll say whatever I want to say in the future. Dad, send someone to Elm Village to look for that dog Tian. Tell him that someone is framing him. When he comes, everything will be clear. Okay, I'll listen to Xiaobao. Xiaobao, tell me again. What about those merchants? Zhang Zhong asked again. He didn't think about why he was like this. After all, he didn't study psychology. He didn't know that he was like his son, especially caring about family. He used to listen to his parents. After he found a wife, he studied for his wife and parents' wishes. Now that he had a son, he was willing to let his son have a better life. He never felt that he would lose his position in the family. He felt that no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't dare to disobey his father. His son was the same. Zhang Xiaobao opened the car door and jumped out. As the car was moving, he fell when he landed, scaring the surrounding people. Only Wang Wan thought it was normal. If he didn't fall, he wouldn't be Zhang Xiaobao. The speed of the body rolling was just the speed of the muscles and bones that could bear the force. This was the real Zhang Xiaobao. He whispered something to the person who carried him. Zhang Xiaobao was sent to the car that had stopped. When the car started again, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "It's all arranged. I accidentally fell. I need 100-year-old ginseng to treat it. Dad, you have to buy 100-year-old ginseng at all costs." Chapter 3:13. The news that the county magistrate's son accidentally fell off the carriage was soon known by the surrounding people. Zhang Zhong took this opportunity to stall for time. He stopped the carriage and carried Zhang Xiaobao, who pretended to be unconscious, out of the carriage. He kept shouting to find a doctor. Only the guard who carried Zhang Xiaobao knew that the young master of the Zhang family was fine when he heard Zhang Xiaobao's order. The others who saw the scene were guessing how badly the county magistrate's son was injured. It wasn't easy to find a proper medical student in Jiayuan County. Fortunately, there was Jinlai Restaurant. According to Zhang Xiaobao's request, the restaurant would hire a few doctors or doctors like those in the capital. The people here immediately went to look for the person from Golden Descent Tower, who was slightly less skilled than a doctor. This person was still an apprentice, so he took Zhang Xiaobao's pulse. He thought of many possible scenarios, but he couldn't match them. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Zhang Zhong felt that he had wasted enough time. He said to the doctor, "Doctor, how do you think my Xiaobao is?" It's hard to say. He may have hurt his head when he fell. I'll give you a prescription first. Take the medicine according to the prescription and let's see. The half-baked doctor could not see what was wrong, so he tried to give a prescription. Even if he did not wake up, nothing would happen to him after taking the prescription. The guard who left just now came back at this time. He nodded to Zhang Zhong and said, "Sir, do you think we should not go to the mountain this time? The young master is still unconscious. What if?" "Don't say more. Since I am the county magistrate, I naturally have to make decisions. I will take care of Xiao Bao along the way. We must go there." Zhang Zhong spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. His voice was not soft, and the surrounding people, including the registrar official and the deputy district magistrate, could hear him clearly. Just now, when they were in the carriage, they heard that the county magistrate's son had accidentally fallen off the carriage. They even asked the person beside the carriage. After getting confirmation, they were overjoyed. At this time, when they heard Zhang Zhong's words, they could not guess whether Zhang Zhong really cared about the situation in Huayuan County or if he was pretending to be sad. But in any case, when the people knew that the new county magistrate could continue to do things for the sake of Huayuan County, they remembered Zhang Zhong. The registrar official and the deputy county magistrate were helpless. They could not care about the people's thoughts. Looking at the people's deep eyes looking at Zhang Zhong, the two of them sighed at the same time. "Brother Byong, this Zhang Zhong is really good. At this time, he can still bear the injury of his beloved son and continue to do things. It seems that it is not easy to do things," the registrar official said to the deputy county magistrate. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao couldn't do anything about this. Seeing Zhang Zhong, the new county magistrate, trying to win people's hearts, he looked at the baby in his arms and said, "Brother Shangyun is right. Then we can only take it slow and tire him out for a few more days. It would be best if the one called Xiaobao continues to be in a coma." After saying those words, Zhang Zhong squeezed out a few more drops of tears. He carried Zhang Xiaobao back to the carriage. A while later, the doctor was ordered to prepare the medicine and send it to Zhang Xiaobao to drink. Amidst the chaotic cries of "good official" from the people, the procession went to the mountain in the east again. At this time, pockmarked Zhang was a little scared. He adjusted his pace slowly and came to the side of the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate's carriage. He found an opportunity to get close to the deputy county magistrate's carriage and said to the inside, "Officer Xiao, should I continue to follow them? If the county magistrate finds out something and his son is injured because of this, he will vent his anger on me. What should I do? What should I do?" "Shut up. It's too late if you don't want to do it. Let me tell you, if something happens because of you, you don't have to think about it," Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said in a low voice. The more pockmarked Zhang thought about it, the more scared he became. He had no choice but to grit his teeth, look around, and continue to follow the procession. He would cry from time to time to let others see his sad face. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, who was sitting in the carriage, also felt that this matter was a little awkward. It seemed that it was not so smooth. But after all, he did not know where the business trip was. He was obviously scheming against the county magistrate, but he felt depressed. At this time, Zhang Zhong had already let go of Zhang Xiaobao. Looking at his son sitting there as if nothing had happened, he thought of the situation when his son jumped down just now and asked, "Xiaobao, are you really okay? Dad, don't worry. This carriage is not fast and the carriage is not high from the ground. What can happen to me? Dad, don't forget what I said. After today's matter, I will put up a notice to ask people to get some 100-year-old ginseng. We can buy it with our own money or we can agree to some conditions of the people who send the ginseng." Zhang Xiaobao was really okay. If there was something wrong, it would be that his clothes were dirty. Not to mention the potholes here, the sanitation was not good. It was not like Sanshui County, where there were special dustbins on both sides of the road in the county town. He did not know who had eaten something, but there was a big stain on Zhang Xiaobao's leg. It was oily and it seemed that it could not be washed clean. Zhang Zhong could not figure out why his son made such an arrangement, but he did not ask too much. When the time came, his son would tell him. What he needed to do was to release the news. Seeing his son frowning from time to time to look at the stain, he said, "Xiao Bao, in the future, I will make Huayuan County like Sanshui County. I will repair the roads, especially the county town. Even if we can't use long bluestones to pave the roads, we will use some stones and yellow sand to press them down. At that time, we will also put a dustbin at a certain distance on both sides of the road. I have known this for a long time. Not only can we make the streets look comfortable, but we can also gather the people. The people in Sanshui County are much better than the people in other counties." Zhang Zhong said what was on his mind. At the same time, he decided that he could not always study in the future. He still had to read books, but he had to choose the right time to see more of the outside world. Otherwise, he would become a bookworm and would be useless. After leaving the county town, the speed of the procession increased slightly. There were fewer people watching, and only a few curious people followed behind. Zhang Zhong's words had spread throughout the county town in a short time. In a few days, all the people in Huayuan County would know about it. At that time, Zhang Zhong's reputation would increase. The mountain in the east was not close to the county town. The procession did not arrive until it was almost noon. Zhang Zhong walked to the front with an uneasy heart. He said to Zhang Zhong, who got off the carriage and looked back at his son, "County Magistrate, you have to help me. My father's bones are in front of us." Zhang Zhong's face showed a trace of grief. He looked at the carriage again and walked forward resolutely. He said, "Lead the way, where is Chizhua?" The person in charge of this matter in the yamen stood up. He also received something from Zhang Zhong yesterday. He, who had a low status, could receive something from the county magistrate, so he was very grateful. He did not deliberately not go to greet him yesterday, but even if someone went to greet him, it would not be his turn. Hearing the county magistrate's call, he quickly ran up from behind and said respectfully, "Sir, I am here. Later, you have to take a good look at how that person died and how long ago he died." Zhang Zhong ordered. "I understand." Chizhua was clear in his heart. Last night, he received a full amount of money. The person who came only told him what to do today, but did not mention who gave him the money. If it was in the past, he would have just listened. But the things he brought home yesterday were worth a lot, especially the cucumber. He sold it for more than 200 coins. At this time, he had already made a decision. He was going to do an honest check, not only because of the things he got yesterday, but also because the county magistrate did not care about his son's injury for the sake of Huayuan County. As a local, he felt that he should do something. Zhang Zhong did not seem to dare to look at Chizhua. He kept muttering to himself. Others could not hear him clearly. If they could hear him louder and clearer, they would know that he was saying, "Deputy County Magistrate, you have to arrange it well. Otherwise, when he does not follow what you said, I am finished." Of course, Zhang Zhong did not know how effective his words were. He followed pockmarked Zhang to the top of the mountain and asked the others to stop first. He only asked pockmarked Zhang, the deputy district magistrate, the chief registrar and a pestle to go over, in case there were too many people. Zhang Zhong walked directly to a big tree and pointed at a corpse with torn clothes and said, "Sir, this is my father. Father, I have asked the county magistrate to come here. I will definitely avenge you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Matzi burst into tears. As soon as his cries rang out, the same cries came from the side, even more miserable than his. Everyone looked in that direction and saw 3 people wearing mourning clothes. Their eyes were red and swollen. They rushed to the corpse and just like Zhang Matzi, they only cried, but none of them threw themselves at the corpse. "Who are you?" Zhang Zhong asked even though he already knew the answer. "County Magistrate, the person lying on the ground is my father. I couldn't find him a few days ago. I didn't expect him to be here. One of the three people shouted first. A woman beside him also said, Sir, this is my father. He said that he went up the mountain to pick herbs, but he never came back. Sir, this is my cousin. He left home a few days ago and did not come back. I didn't expect that he would die here. An old man also joined in the fun. Chapter 3:14. The sudden appearance of the three people stunned everyone except Zhang Zhong, especially the deputy county magistrate and the registrar. They looked at the situation in front of them and looked at each other. From each other's eyes, they knew that this matter was not arranged by them. Pockmarked Zhang was also stunned. He knew what had happened to this corpse. It was dug out from another grave and dragged here. Did someone really come here to identify him? Then he would be exposed directly. He dared to lie about the case and let the county magistrate's son pass out on the way here. He had not woken up until now. Wouldn't the county magistrate peel off his skin? What should he do? What should he do? The more pockmarked Zhang thought about it, the more scared he was. He stopped crying and turned to look at the deputy county magistrate. At this time, the deputy county magistrate was also nervous. He was afraid that one of the three people was really a relative of the deceased. Would pockmarked Zhang tell the truth about him? At that time, Zhang Zhong would send a booklet to the county magistrate and he would be finished. He also looked at pockmarked Zhang. When they looked at each other, they saw the panic in each other's eyes. The deputy county magistrate signaled pockmarked Zhang with his eyes and shook his head. He meant to tell pockmarked Zhang that he could not tell the truth about him no matter what. Pockmarked Zhang opened his mouth slightly. He looked at the corpses on the ground, then looked at the three crying people over there. He raised his head and looked at the county magistrate who was sneering at him. With a thump, he piled up on the ground. At this time, Chuez was started to do something. He went to check the corpse one by one and stood up. He did not look at the deputy county magistrate and the registrar. He knew that the money was probably given by these two people or one of them. Therefore, he only said to Zhang Zhong, My lord, I've finished my investigation. The wounds on the victim's body were inflicted a few days after he died. There was no thick blood flowing out at all. It was all blood from his body. There was also a hole in his clothes. It was made with the same knife. There was a gap on the knife. Since pockmarked Zhang said that several people besieged him, it was impossible that there was only the same knife. Besides the knife wound, there were no other wounds. I have finished. When Zhang Zhong heard this, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and looked at pockmarked Zhang. He just stared at him, unblinking. Zhang Mozi's eyes were filled with fear. He looked at the county magistrate and then at the county deputy. He couldn't say a word. Zhang Mozi, how dare you make a false report? I think you don't want to live anymore. The deputy district magistrate couldn't hold it in anymore. He glared at Zhang Zhuo fiercely and rushed towards Zhang Zhuo. He kicked him and shouted at the same time. County Deputy Xiao, what do you mean by this? This official hasn't even said anything yet and you're already acting on this official's behalf? Zhang Zhong watched from the side and didn't stop him. He simply said a few words. County Deputy Xiao deliberately turned his back to Zhang Zhong and kicked Zhang Mozi, while blinking his eyes. Zhang Mozi used both of his hands to block back and forth. Suddenly, he couldn't stand it anymore. He grabbed County Deputy Xiao's leg and flipped him over. Pockmarked Zhang rolled and crawled to the front of Zhang Zhong. He said to Zhang Zhong, Sir, County Magistrate, I know my mistake. I deliberately went to the Yamen to report to the officials and deceived you. But I had no choice. I had committed some small crimes and should have been locked up. But I was released after I gave them some money. Sir, 2 days ago, County Deputy Xiao found me and asked me to do this. Otherwise, he said that he would continue to lock me up. I had no choice. Sir, please have mercy on me. I know my mistake. Pockmarked Zhang Mozi was ready to risk everything this time. Even if he took the blame, He didn't believe that County Deputy Xiao would help him. He told the truth with the thought that if he couldn't get out of this, County Deputy Xiao wouldn't help him. Nonsense. Zhang Zhong, County Deputy Xiao and the registrar official shouted at the same time. It was still acceptable for County Deputy Xiao and the registrar official to shout, but Zhang Zhong also shouted, so the two people didn't know what to say. Zhang Zhong gave County Deputy Xiao a reassuring look. Then he said to pockmarked Zhang, "Wicked person, you not only deceived us to come here, but also dared to frame County Deputy Xiao. Where are the Yamen runners?" "Here." Several Yamen runners ran over. "Come on, tie pockmarked Zhang up. We'll punish him when we go back," Zhang Zhong shouted. Several Yamen runners took out ropes and started to tie pockmarked Zhang Matsi up. Pockmarked Zhang Matsi naturally didn't want to be tied up. He struggled while telling County Deputy Xiao how to arrange this, which made County Deputy Xiao panic. Fortunately, when he looked at Zhang Zhong, he found that Zhang Zhong was calm all the time. It seemed that he didn't believe what pockmarked Zhang Matsi said. Zhang Zhong obviously knew what was going on. If he wanted to get County Deputy Xiao involved, it was very easy. He just needed to send pockmarked Zhang to the capital together with him. There would naturally be a way to find out the truth. But he couldn't do that now. He had to make use of the registrar official and County Deputy Xiao. Pockmarked Zhang Matsi struggled for a while, but he still couldn't get rid of those Yamen runners. Finally, he was tied up and his mouth was stuffed, which made County Deputy Xiao feel much better. "Lord Zhang, since you know that pockmarked Zhang Matsi is lying, should we go back?" County Deputy Xiao didn't want to stay here any longer. It was more important to go back and lock up pockmarked Zhang Matsi. But Zhang Zhong didn't want to go back now. Guzi Tian from Elm Village hadn't come yet. He had to know why County Deputy Xiao and the registrar official wanted him to go there. What exactly was there? After hearing County Deputy Xiao's words, he said, "Don't be in a hurry. There are 3 people here to identify the body. Let them identify it carefully. You 3 come here and see if it's your relative." The 3 people originally came here to help. They were the people who did odd jobs behind Jinlai restaurant. At this time, when they heard the master's words, they understood that he wanted them to stall for time. The woman came close first and looked carefully. Then she walked slowly around the body. She didn't say anything until she felt that it was enough. Then she shook her head. "Sir, this is not my father. I came to the wrong place. I'll go back now." "Sir, I won't be arrested, will I?" "Of course not. You didn't report it to the officials. You just came here to take a look. Then go back." Next one. How could Zhang Zhong punish his own people? He called the old man over there. The old man also came over to take a look. Then he looked at the road where they came from. Seeing a figure running towards here, he said to Zhang Zhong, "He's not my cousin either." "Sir, I'll go back too." The other guy was more straightforward. "I just saw that my father doesn't look like this. Maybe he has already gone home. I'll go too." At this time, the person who was running towards them had also arrived in front of them. This young man was very sturdy, more than 6 feet tall. According to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, he was more than 1.8 meters tall. This guy ran to the place, looked at the people around and asked, "Who is the county magistrate?" "I'm here." "You are Guzi Tian?" As soon as Zhang Zhong saw this young man, he felt happy. This young man's name was not very pleasant to hear, but he looked upright and honest. Moreover, he gave off a simple and honest feeling. "Sir, I didn't kill anyone. I've been staying at home. The house over there is going to collapse again. I have to fix it." Guzi Tian said honestly. "I know you didn't kill anyone. You were framed by someone. This person is called Zhang Damatzi. He said you brought people here to kill people. Do you have a grudge against him?" Zhang Zhong pointed at Zhang Damatzi and asked Guzi Tian. Guzi Tian looked at Zhang Damatzi carefully and shook his head. "I don't know him. How can I have a grudge against him? Why does he want to frame me? At this time, the gag in Zhang Damazi's mouth was taken out. He took a deep breath and immediately said, "It's not me. I didn't frame you. It's County Magistrate Xiao. He asked me to say so. Guzi Tian, if you want to find someone, go to County Magistrate Xiao." When Guzi Tian heard this, he looked at County Magistrate Xiao. County Magistrate Xiao took 2 steps back and said, "I didn't say it. It's not me. It's him. It's Zhang Damazi. I didn't go to your place to collect taxes. It's exempted. It's already exempted." Zhang Zhong watched from the side and understood some things. Perhaps County Magistrate 1 and the others had gone to Elm Village to collect more taxes. Since they did not want to pay, they did not seem to dare to use force. That was why they wanted to send him over. When the time came, not only could they capture Guzi Tian, but they could also mention the matter of collecting taxes. At that time, the people they couldn't deal with would be handed over to him. It didn't matter whether he could deal with them or not. After this, he wouldn't be able to do anything else. Zhang Zhong wanted to know about the matter in Elm Village, but he wouldn't ask now. He said to Guzi Tian, "I'll go back and investigate this matter. You go back with me now. I have something to ask you." "Sir, you didn't wrong me. You're a good official. I'll go with you." Guzi Tian glared at the registrar official and county magistrate Xiao. Then he followed behind Zhang Zhong and went down. Zhang Zhong deliberately yawned again. When the registrar official and county magistrate Xiao saw it, they felt better. They planned to continue to make trouble and not let Zhang Zhong have a good rest. Zhang Zhong brought Guzi Tian to the side of the carriage. Thinking that his son was still pretending to be sick, he said to Guzi Tian, "My son fell when he came here. When we go in later, you will sit beside me." After saying this, he opened the carriage door. Zhang Xiaobao was already lying there. His head was resting on Wang Wan's lap. He was motionless. Guzi Tian glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and sat beside Zhang Zhong obediently. Fortunately, the carriage was high enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sit down. "Guzi Tian, how are the days in Elm Village?" Zhang Zhong wanted to understand the situation there, so he started to ask about it. Guzi Tian shook his head. "Sir, it's not good at all. As long as it rains, there will be black water rushing into the fields. There isn't much food growing in the fields. Sir, look, there's a lot of black mud on my shoes." Chapter 3:15. Wang Wan looked at the sticky stuff on Guzi Tian's clothes. Even though he said it was coal, he had to clean it thoroughly. She reached out her hand and wiped it off. She put it in front of her eyes and looked at it carefully. She asked, "Brother Tian, didn't anyone dig this coal in your village?" "No." "Who would dig this thing? It's useless." Guzi Tian looked at the little girl in front of him and didn't dare not to answer. The person who could sit in the county magistrate's car would not be so simple. Wang Wan couldn't understand. According to the records, it seemed that coal had been used since the Western Zhou dynasty. In the Tang dynasty it was used to make cokes. Why didn't anyone use it? Was the output not high? Was the quality of the coal not good? She wanted to ask Zhang Xiaobao, but Zhang Xiaobao was pretending to be unconscious. Just now when she was talking about the coal, Zhang Xiaobao didn't move at all. He was quite calm. "Cuckoo, what's the use of this thing?" Zhang Zhong looked at his daughter-in-law, who was lost in thought, and asked. "It's faster to make rice bloom." Wang Wan could only think of this use now. As for smelting iron, she and Zhang Xiaobao had tried, but they didn't succeed. They would try again in the future after thinking about it. "Is this thing good?" Zhang Zhong asked again. Wang Wan couldn't say how good the coal was at this time. She just said, "It's okay. Let's talk about it later." Zhang Zhong turned his head and continued to ask Guzi Tian, "How much grain can you harvest in a year?" "1 mu of land." "Less than 1 sure. Some of them only have grass." The original county magistrate was there at that time. Last year, when there was a drought, he still wanted to collect the original rent. It still took 2 years. The 300 people in our village were ready to fight. Later, they were afraid and didn't dare to come and collect the rent. Once Guzi Tian mentioned this matter, he clenched his fists and his voice grew louder. It was so loud that even the people outside could hear it. The chief secretary and the deputy district magistrate's car was not far away. Both of them also heard it. They sat there with different expressions. The yamen runners who followed them also heard it. They sighed almost at the same time. There was no other way. They had no choice but to go. It was all according to County Magistrate Wen's words. Who would dare to not go? Fortunately, the new county magistrate's family was rich. They did not know how much money they had. They only knew that on the first day he came, he gave more than 100 strings of coins. Now, he did not have to worry about collecting rent from Elm Village. 100 strings of coins was not something that could be collected even after 10 years in that shabby village. Zhang Zhong didn't expect County Magistrate One to be so greedy. He said angrily, "This is not just greed. This is murder." "My lord, you are right. If we really hand over the rest of the food, we will starve to death. My lord, will you go and collect rent?" Guzi Tian had always felt that this county magistrate was quite nice. He actually allowed him to sit in the carriage that only county magistrates could sit in. He could even speak so amiably. Therefore, he felt that this county magistrate would not collect rent. Zhang Zhong did not directly say that he would not go. Instead, he said, "That will depend on how your village is doing in the future. If there is a lot of food, I will naturally go. If there is little food, there is no need. I will not take the rent even if I collect it." "Oh, then there probably won't be a lot. If the land is not good, my lord, is it because you don't have much to spend in your daily life? Do you have few people in your family?" Guzi Tian asked again. "Yes, few. There are only about 2,000 people. They usually don't go to other places to eat. They just eat casually at Jinlai restaurant. Do you think I will be greedy for that little bit of rent?" Zhang Zhong felt that Guzi Tian was simple and honest, so he deliberately teased him. Sure enough, after hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Guzi Tian was shocked. He opened his mouth wide and his throat moved. He said, "My lord, why are there so many people in your family?" "There are 3 farmers in Zhuangzi. That's all I have. And that Jinlai restaurant is also owned by my servant." Zhang Zhong wanted Guzi Tian to go back and tell this matter. When he went to Elm Village, the people there would not have to worry about him collecting rent. Guzi Tian looked at Wang Wan opposite him. Wang Wan nodded and admitted this fact. "My lord, then you must not be short of money or food." "My lord, I want to get off the car. I want to go back and tell the people in the village that they don't have to be afraid of the new county magistrate coming to collect rent for 2 years. No matter how much we pay the rent, it is not as much as the Jinlai restaurant owned by your servant. My lord, you still have Zhuangzi at home. There are 3 of them. You don't have to worry about food anymore. My lord, let me get off quickly. I will kowtow to you first. You are a good official. A good official who is not greedy for money is a good official." Guzi Tian spoke excitedly and insisted on getting off the car. Zhang Zhong thought for a moment and asked someone to stop the car. He asked, "Then do you still have food now?" "Yes, my lord. It is spring now and the wild vegetables are all out. As long as you get some wild vegetables and mix them together, you can eat them. Our place is Elm Village. We can eat elm money and elm leaves, as long as there are no insects on them." Guzi Tian seemed to think that eating some wild vegetables and elm money was a good day. He happily gestured to Zhang Zhong and even told him a few ways to eat them. Wang Wan looked at Guzi Tian, who was happy to eat wild vegetables because of the arrival of spring. She closed her eyes and lowered her head to look at Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's mouth actually curled up. He seemed to be very happy. Wang Wan pinched Zhang Xiaobao's lips hard. Only then did Zhang Xiaobao's lips move. "Elm tree money is really delicious. First, I'll ask my father to send them some food. After we're done with those 2 people and get rid of them, we'll go over there to dig coal and give them some compensation. We can also ask them to help dig. Their lives will be better than other places." Wang Wan thought about it and agreed. There was no need to be sad. They could send some food, oil, meat, and other things now. The past could not be chased. It was fine as long as they lived a good life now. "Brother Tian, in fact, you can ask for some food back. My father-in-law will give you some in the future." Wang Wan finally spoke. She was still too embarrassed to call him father-in-law directly. She was not as thick-skinned as Zhang Xiaobao, who kept calling his father father-in-law. Zhang Zhong understood. His son and daughter-in-law must have discussed and prepared to give food and other things to Elm Village. He also said, "Guzi Tian, give me a number first. How much do you need for the entire village? When the time comes, I will get Zhuangzi to give it to you." "Sir, we work and eat our own food. We can't take other people's things for free. We don't have anything to return." Guzi Tian actually did not want it. He clearly knew that with one sentence, the people in the village would have enough food, but he did not ask for it. Zhang Zhong now understood why County Magistrate One did not dare to send people to forcefully take it. It was the custom of the people. When they saw that others did not want it, they could only look to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also secretly praised. This was what it meant to have a backbone. It seemed that the entire village was like this. This village was going to be successful. She advised, "Brother Tian, it's not for free. In a few days, you will have to help out with work. When the time comes, it will be calculated from your wages. It's quite tiring work." "Really? You're not lying to us?" Guzi Tian also wanted to eat better, but he could not take other people's things for free. The people in the village would not agree. Now that he heard that he could exchange it with work, he asked hopefully. "Really? How much does Brother Tian want?" Wang Wan asked again. Guzi Tian started counting with his fingers. How much do you want? If one person eats 1 kilogram of food a day, how much food do 322 people eat a day? 200 kilograms of food? No, it's more. 250 kilograms of food? Wang Wan listened to Guzi Tian's counting and finally understood the importance of education. She had to say, "Brother Tian, do you only eat food? Of course, it's expensive to only eat food. You can also eat some meat and fry some wild vegetables with oil. That day, about half a kilogram of food will be enough for adults and children. 322 people, each person will eat half a kilogram of food a day. First, give 1 kilogram of food for 30 days a month, 4,830 kilograms. Let's give 1 kilogram of meat a day, that's 966 kilograms of meat. No, it's 603 kilograms of meat and 12 kilograms of meat. Let's give 1 kilogram of meat first. Let's have a good meal of dumplings first. We can't give the meat all at once, or it will spoil. What do you need?" Wang Wan listed the quantity of all kinds of things in one breath. They only gave 1 month's worth. They could go there to dig coal before the next month. At that time, they would be paid directly. Those who were willing to ask for money would give them money. Those who were willing to ask for things would give them things. Guzi Tian listened to Wang Wan's counting and didn't know how she got it. He nodded in agreement because he wanted to have meat. "Then let's have these first. With the oil and water, we don't need to eat so much food. You have to work for us quickly. Otherwise, we have to find a way to pay you back." At this time, Zhang Zhong knew that his son and daughter-in-law were going to do something there. He said, "Well, we'll definitely work for you. If there's no work, we'll find people from your village to be government runners. We'll deduct from there and transport the food there tomorrow." Guzi Tian got off the carriage happily. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he turned around and knelt down. He kowtowed to the carriage and said, "Sir, you're a good official. We, the people of Elm Tree Village, won't forget you. In the future, you can go to Elm Tree Village and have a look. We'll carry you all the way. We won't let your feet touch anything black." After saying this, he kowtowed 9 times. He stood up, looked up at the sky, and strode back. The government runners didn't know what was said in the carriage just now. When they saw Guzi Tian kowtowing to the new county magistrate and saying that he would carry him all the way, they felt as if they had seen something incredible. When did the people of Elm Tree Village become so easy to talk to? Looking at the county magistrate's carriage, there was an unusual feeling in their eyes. The registrar and the county magistrate also heard what Guzi Tian said. They were even more jealous of Zhang Zhong, who didn't know how to conquer a village. Chapter 3:16. After Guzi Tian left, they wandered around for half a day before returning to the yamen at night. Before resting, Zhang Zhong wrote a notice. He wrote that he needed a lot of ginseng that was more than 100 years old. They could come over to sell it or exchange it for something that could be fulfilled. When the notice was posted, many people were anxious. They heard that the new county magistrate had put his son's matter aside to deal with the case. Now, he was going to get ginseng for his son. Everyone was asking around. Some people even wanted to go to the mountains to see if they could find ginseng. Some did it for money, some wanted to ask the county magistrate for help, and some just wanted to help the county magistrate's son get better. The registrar and the deputy were very happy. Now, there was one more thing for Zhang Zhong to think about. They could not do anything else. The registrar, Zhang Kaijin, originally wanted to find something to do tomorrow and send Zhang Zhong to a faraway place to work. However, he was stopped by the deputy, Shaoqi brother Shangyun. "We can't do this. What if that person says that it was us who ordered him to do this? Zhang Zhong will be angry and send both Zhang Zhong and that person to the capital. If the people there really find out something from the interrogation, we can't think it through. His son has not woken up yet. Let's wait until nighttime to see if he is still reading those books. If he is still reading them, he will not have much energy tomorrow." Brother Byong is right. We can't continue to take risk. Doesn't he want ginseng now? Why don't we find some ginseng for him? Those businessmen who came over are still being detained by him. When the time comes, the fertile land can be turned into a wasteland. Then we can reap the benefits. The registrar finally thought of the best idea. The deputy listened with a smile on his face. However, he was a little unwilling. Zhang Kaijin had thought of a good idea. If he could not think of it, it would mean that he was not as good as Zhang Kaijin. Hence, he said, "This is not right. We can't do this. We should tell those businessmen. They know a lot of things. You have to learn more in the future. Otherwise, it will be easy for you to get into trouble." Brother Byong is right. We should let those businessmen take care of this. We have to be quick. Otherwise, when the weather gets hotter and it rains a few more times, someone else will think about it. Chief Secretary Zhang Kaijin was easy to talk to. If someone pointed it out, he would listen. After that, he said, "Brother Byong, that Zhang Matzi is just locked up now. He hasn't been interrogated yet. Do we need to do that?" Speaking of this, he gestured around his neck with his hand. The county deputy hurriedly waved his hand and said, "You can't do that. Didn't you see that we left 4 guards behind tonight? Even the food that the prisoners ate was prepared by Jinlai Tower. If we want to make a move, it'll be easy for him to get hold of our weakness. We need to plan for the long term." "That's fine. Let's take the long term into consideration." Fortunately, the food was delivered from Jinlai restaurant. Those people who were locked up seemed to have been starving for 3 days. Let's take away the money and food in the account. If we don't give them something to eat, they will starve to death. Chief Secretary Zhang Kaijin said with a lingering fear. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also just thought of this matter. In the past 2 days, he was so focused on how to deal with County Magistrate Zhang Zhong that he forgot about the people in the prison. The yamen runners didn't go there either. Today was the 3rd day. While they were thinking about the prisoners in the prison, Zhang Xiaobao was also thinking about it. There were more than 120 prisoners in the prison. From the files, it seemed that they didn't commit any serious crimes. Some of them didn't pay the rent and tax, some of them snatched the steamed buns to buy steamed buns, and some of them stole money from others on the street. What was even more ridiculous was that one of them ordered 6 dishes in Jinlai Tower and ate all of them by himself. Then he didn't have money to pay the bill, so he was locked up. Jinlai Tower was originally owned by County Magistrate Wen's relatives. The test papers of more than 120 prisoners were directly drawn out. There was no time to care about the rest. Zhang Zhong put 2 cucumber slices on his eyes. After reading them one by one, he said to the guard next to him, "Tomorrow, you protect Erniu and take those merchants to the riverside to have a look. Also, take a walk around the wharf. I'll ask the county deputy and the chief secretary to follow them. They must walk around for a day so that I can handle the case and release them." Yes. The guards carefully trained by the prince's mansion were indeed different. They answered directly. Zhang Zhong closed the papers and lay down to rest. Naturally, someone would turn on the lamp and put the dummies in place. When it was that person's turn to keep watch, he would pull the rope every once in a while. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan brought back some things they wanted to learn, so they rested in one of the rooms. They would only wake up after a while. The 2 of them lay on the bed, thinking about the coal. They couldn't fall asleep, so they could only chat. "Cuckoo, there must be a lot of coal yellow, which is amber. We can dig it out and make jewelry for you," Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. "I don't want that. I want diamonds. You'd better think about how to use the coal. We can't just put it there." Wang Wan was not interested in those things. "How else can we use it?" "Of course, we'll burn it. First, we'll find blacksmiths and ask them to help us melt the molten iron. Then, we'll make something like a furnace. Then, we'll continue to burn it in the furnace. Then, we'll make all kinds of blast furnaces, open hearth furnaces, and converters. Then, we'll start to use those to make guns. After that, we'll make cannons. After that, we'll make cannons. Just keep dreaming." "Seriously," Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao. She moved the pillow and turned sideways comfortably. "Seriously? Look at Li Sun's bodyguards, they all have crossbows. We can make our own. A fully metal crossbow, the kind that you have to step on to load. When the time comes, we can use it to shoot birds for fun. If not, we can make knives. We can make fewer of them. When we have nothing to do, we can just take one and hide it. In case something happens, we can use it to protect the seedlings. As for the rest, we'll make some daily necessities, such as kitchen knives. In the future, all the chefs in our restaurant will use steel knives and scissors. We can sell them. Or we can wait and let the blacksmiths work hard to make more steel ingots. Then, we can sell them to the country. Well, we have to keep it a secret. Maybe other places are using coal to make things. Also, we can use it for heating. The simplest is honeycomb coal. We won't mix it with other things. We can use yellow mud and coal. We can also use it in the kiln. That's what we'll do." Zhang Xiaobao really could not make use of the key advantages of coal, such as gas. He could only think of ways in his daily life. He planned to store the coal first and use it to make things. The only problem was that he did not have a high-pressure water gun. It would take a lot of time and effort to decompose the coal. "Then let's do that first. How much do you plan to pay the people in Elm Tree Village?" Wang Wan could not think of a better idea. "Let's calculate according to the amount they mine. Let's see how fast they mine. Anyway, we can't give them too little. They should become the richest village in Huayuan County." Zhang Xiaobao had long planned to make them rich. With a coal mine nearby, it would be bad for their reputation if others knew about it in the future. Wang Wan did not think too much about this. As long as the people in the village could earn more money, she would see if she could pull the people in the village to her side in the future. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan still did not go to bed early at night. Yesterday was basically equivalent to staying up all night. After all, it was the first day and they wanted to see more. Today they still ate and drank in the small house. From time to time, people would come to tell them that Zhang Zhong was still awake. When it was 5 in the morning, the two of them finally couldn't endure the torment of 2 days and 1 night. They directly fell asleep in this house. After blowing out the lights, the two of them laid down for less than a quarter of an hour before a series of gong sounds rang out. The two of them opened their hazy eyes and looked around as if someone owed them tens of thousands of strings of coins. Lord, it's not good. It's on fire. The granary in the yamen is on fire. A person who specialized in helping to keep watch at night hurried in and shouted loudly to the two of them. The two of them had not slept well. It was not as good as hugging a woman at home. Now that they had just fallen asleep, the granary was on fire. The two of them could not wait to find someone to bite. If it's on fire, go and save it. Why did you call us? Registrar Jean was still in a daze. When he heard that the granary was on fire, he immediately shouted. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao was more alert. He asked, say it again. Where is it on fire? The granary in the yamen. It's the one where the rent is kept. Lord, are we going or not? The person repeated and asked carefully. He also knew that the two of them had just fallen asleep. There was actually no food in the granary. Go, how can we not go? That Zhang Zhong is not asleep now. If he goes, how can we not go? After all, the granary is on fire. How can there be no food? It's clearly written on the account book. Brother Shangyun, hurry up and get up. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said helplessly and began to put on his clothes. Registrar Jean also got up and slowly put on his clothes in a daze. The two of them used a full 15 minutes to put on their clothes and ran out of the house to the granary. When the two of them reached the place, there were already many yamen runners and commoners helping to put out the fire. Zhang Zhong was also dressed neatly and was at the side giving orders. From time to time, he would ask loudly, "Why are the deputy county magistrate and registrar not here yet? Isn't their house nearby? They are receiving a salary from the imperial court. Why can't they find someone at this crucial time?" The yamen runners knew where the two of them went. They should be thinking of bad ideas again. However, the commoners did not know. When they heard Zhang Zhong's words, they also started to complain. At the same time, they praised the new county magistrate. The hearts of the people were a very mysterious thing. Now, the deputy county magistrate and registrar were gradually losing. Chapter 317. The two of them wanted to show off and change the common people's opinion. However, just as they rushed out, Zhang Zhong shouted, "Registrar Jean, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, don't be a hindrance. Why are you carrying an empty bucket over there? Is this how you usually do things? Is this how irresponsible you are? Now is not the time for County Magistrate 1. I won't allow the people in the yamen to be like before. They can't do anything well and don't think about the common people. Put away your previous practices. Why are you here now? If we were really waiting for you, the house would have been burned down. You can't do anything right but spoil everything." Hearing Zhang Zhong's words, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean were stunned. They didn't know what to say. What Zhang Zhong said was like a slap to their faces. Especially the common people who came to help, they all looked at them with disgust. If it wasn't for the light of the fire, they wouldn't have noticed it. "Lord Zhang, you just came a little early. It's not like we didn't come here. We were sleeping. You can't just wake up every once in a while, right?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao retorted discontentedly. "Came a little early? Do you know when I came here? I have been looking at the case files all night. As the Deputy County Magistrate, you are supposed to help the County Magistrate do things. The County Magistrate has come here first, but you, as the Deputy County Magistrate, haven't arrived yet. You sleep, but Bien Ran doesn't sleep. Look at the common people, they don't sleep? Are you a pig?" At this time, Zhang Zhong could promote his reputation, so he didn't show any mercy and said all the harsh words. No one could find fault with his words. After all, the common people saw what happened. The common people didn't know that the two of them had just slept and drank some wine. They only saw that when the fire started, the county magistrate rushed out from the courtyard behind Jinlai building and led people to put out the fire. The deputy county magistrate and the registrar didn't appear until now. They woke up later than them. No one knew who started to shout, "County Magistrate Zhang is a good official." The rest of the people started to shout as well. As they shouted, they tried to put out the fire. The water buckets in the hands of the registrar official and the deputy magistrate official were also taken away. The two of them stood there and wanted to say something, but they realized that their words were suppressed by the surrounding voices. No one could hear them. Zhang Zhong was still there with a simple loudspeaker made of iron sheet, which was large in the front and small in the back. The surrounding people and Yamen runners all listened to his orders. He didn't know how the fire started. Buckets of water were poured in, but it didn't have any effect. After the fire was slightly smaller, it suddenly grew bigger. When the sun was about to rise, the fire was almost done burning. Only then did it become a little smaller. However, standing here, they could still feel a wave of hot air blowing against their faces. As the sun rose, Zhang Zhong directly said, "Later on, don't rush back. Come to Jinlai building to eat something. Thank you for helping to put out the fire at night. Otherwise, the fire might have jumped into the houses. That would be a real disaster." After working for so long, the common people were already tired and were preparing to go back. When they heard the county magistrate's words, they burst into cheers. Usually, they didn't dare to eat at Jinlai building. The food there was extremely expensive. Now they had a chance to go there. All of this was because of the new county magistrate. Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan, you two stay here and check how the fire started. You can't just occupy this place and do nothing. The rest of you follow me. Zhang Zhong ordered two people with ugly expressions to stay here and investigate. Those Yamen runners and common people were called by him to go to Jinlai building. At this time, Jinlai building had already prepared some porridge, side dishes, and buns. The common people and Yamen runners crowded around Zhang Zhong and left, leaving Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan there looking at each other. They really didn't understand what happened tonight. The past 4 hours made them feel like 2 months had passed. In the beginning, when their buckets were snatched back, they just wanted to take a look. However, they couldn't stand the disdainful looks of the common people who passed by them after getting water. They had no choice but to find a big wooden basin. They went to the well and waited for others to fill the basin with water so that they could carry it back to put out the fire. When they were working just now, they didn't notice it. Now that they stopped, they felt uncomfortable all over. They stood there with their eyelids closed and their bodies swayed back and forth. They really wanted to go back and sleep, but they didn't dare to. Only when the cold morning wind blew did they feel better. "Brother Byong, what should we do?" Zhang Zhong asked us to find the cause of the fire. "Where should we start?" Registrar Official Zhan said gloomily. Deputy Magistrate Xiao also didn't understand. What he didn't understand was not how the fire started, but why did it burn for such a long time? The warehouse was already empty. Why couldn't it be put out after burning for such a long time? Thinking of this, Deputy Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Official Zhan, "I'll go to the granary and see what's going on." After saying this, Deputy Magistrate Xiao directly walked over there. He said that he wanted to go to the granary to see, but in fact, there was no more granary here. It had already been pulled down by someone to put out the fire. Registrar Official Zhan followed behind. The two of them walked one after another to the place where the heat was still spreading out. When they walked, the sound of water splashing could be heard under their feet. It was obvious how much water had been poured just now. When they got closer, the two of them were stunned at the same time. No wonder the fire lasted for such a long time. Who brought the grain here? No, it's not grain. It looks like straw. Why did they bring so much straw here? Deputy Magistrate Xiao finally realized something. The reason why it took so long to put out the fire was that there was a lot of straw in the granary. After walking around the granary, the two of them found that the fire was still burning. When they were thinking about what to do, a government runner who had just returned from Jinlai Tower came over with a big steamed bun in his mouth. He was eating so happily that Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan couldn't help but feel greedy. "Officers, you're still here? The food over there is delicious. If you don't believe me, take a look at this steamed bun of mine. It's filled with meat. Why don't you have a taste?" The government runner was concerned about the two of them. He gave the steamed bun to the two of them. "You can eat it. We're not hungry. Do you know what happened to the straw in the granary?" Deputy Magistrate Xiao really didn't want to eat the food with black handprints. Even if the two of them were hungry, they couldn't eat it. After hearing this, the man put another steamed bun into his mouth. He chewed hard and swallowed half of it. Then he said, "The straw was sent here by the county magistrate in the middle of the night. He said that the government runners in the yamen don't even have hot water to drink. With these straw, we can cook 2 meals a day for the government runners in the county. Officer, now that all the straw has been burned, what can we do in the future? It's a pity. Someone must be up to no good and doesn't want us to eat hot food and drink hot water." Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan listened to the government runners' words and felt that their status had dropped a little. They looked at each other and really couldn't figure out how the fire started. These straw were only controlled now. No one knew what was going on inside. Registrar Official Zhan found a pole that was used to prop up the wall just now and pulled it up among the straw. It was fine if he didn't touch it. Once he touched it, the straw with sparks inside was blown by the wind and burned again. With the help of the wind, the fire that was put out just now became bigger. The two of them had no choice but to call the government runner who came to watch. The three of them started to put out the fire with water. The government runner had already done a lot of work. Now that he was full, he didn't have much strength when he started to work again. He walked back and forth slowly. Most of the water was poured by Registrar Official Zhan and the Deputy Magistrate. The two of them were tired, but they didn't dare to ignore it. If a bundle of burning straw flew up and fell on other houses, their responsibility would be even greater. They were asked to stay here and guard. How could they stay like this? Fortunately, the surrounding area had been demolished and quarantined. The fire didn't spread to other houses. It only burned in that place. The two of them worked for another hour. Zhang Zhong finally came back with those people who had finished eating. Once the fire started again, Zhang Zhong first shouted for everyone to help put out the fire. Then he said to Deputy Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Zhan, "What else can the two of you do? You can also make the fire start by just watching here. Do you know how to start the fire?" The Registrar Official Zhan and the Deputy Magistrate shook their heads lightly. Now the two of them had no mood to refute. They were as tired as 2 dead dogs. If it wasn't for the fact that they directly collapsed here and didn't want to be seen by the people, they really wanted to sleep and didn't want to care about anything. Until now, they had not rested for 2 days and 2 nights. If they continued like this, they would be exhausted to death. After Zhang Zhong finished talking to the two of them, he started to give instructions again. After 2 hours, there were still people turning the straw over and asking people to water it. Finally, the fire was completely put out. "All right, let's start to work. We can't do nothing all day. Last night, I looked through the cases of the 120 people and found that some of them shouldn't have been sentenced. The two of you write a document to change the sentence and I will let them go." Zhang Zhong took out the case files from nowhere and asked the two of them to change the sentence. "Your Excellency, this can't be done. This can't be changed easily. We have to look through the cases one by one." Registrar Official Zhan said. Chapter 318. This man's name is Li Yuan. He owes 2 buckets of rent. But it says that he gave it to the village chief. How can this be judged directly? Someone, go to Wangshan village and find the village chief and ask him clearly. Registrar Jean, let's look at the next case while we wait. This is, Zhang Zhong was really talking to the registrar and deputy county magistrate one by one. This went on until noon. There were 2 cases that needed to be locked up for a few more days and the rest had to be released. This was only 45 cases, but Zhang Zhong was still full of energy. Deputy Xiao and Registrar Jean nodded their heads from time to time. Both of them wanted to sleep, but since Zhang Zhong was standing, they could only stand. Originally, they didn't want to release these people. When they arrested these people with County Magistrate 1, it was to demonstrate their power. If it was a normal day, they would have a lot of excuses to make Zhang Zhong unable to release them. But today was different. They hadn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights. They had also done so much work. Now, they had been standing for the whole morning. Their stomachs were already empty, so they could only drink some water from time to time. Finally, Deputy Xiao, who was the smartest, couldn't hold on any longer. He said to Zhang Zhong as if he was begging, "Sir, I think what you said this morning is right. These people should be locked up or released. You can do as you see fit." "I agree. Registrar Jean, what about you? You can't just let them go. There are some people who borrowed money from my family and can't pay it back. If you let them go, who else can pay me back? Don't you want your family's money?" Registrar Jean was already in a half-awake state. When he heard Deputy Zhao's words, he directly said what was in his heart. As soon as he finished speaking, he reacted. It was too late for him to explain anything. Zhang Zhong slammed his hand on the table and said, "As officials of the imperial court, you actually dared to release money to the people. How dare you? Let's talk about this after we finish the case files. Now, all of you, prepare the case files for me." "Sir, you don't have to do it. Just like what Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said just now, you can do whatever you want." At this moment, Registrar Jean was completely sober. "That's good. I'll take care of these cases. You can go and write the document." "Did you release any money?" Zhang Zhong asked again. Naturally, the 2 of them would not admit it. They picked up the case files and went to edit them. This matter needed to be reported when the time came. The 2 of them wanted to quickly edit it and go to bed. Zhang Zhong looked at the 2 people leaving and smiled. He asked the Yamen runners to find the scribe and said to them, "Write the notice now. It says that Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao of the Yamen were framed by someone who said that they were giving out money. There is no such thing at all. If someone used their name to give out money, there is no need to return it. Just write it like this. If you write it like this, the people won't be able to understand it. It's already noon. Hold on and write a few more pieces. After you finish, come to Jinlai restaurant for lunch. We can't let some rascals slander Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate." The scribe didn't expect the county magistrate to be so ruthless. They knew how much money the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate had given out. If they counted carefully, it was at least 3,000 strings of coins. The money that they earned in the past few years, other than spending some on concubines, they didn't even buy land. Usually, they just ate the money or lived a carefree life. If all the money was gone, wouldn't the 2 of them go crazy? But the county magistrate asked them to write, who dared to not do it. In just 2 days, the county magistrate had beaten the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate to the point that they didn't have the strength to fight back. The scribe took pleasure in their misfortune as they wrote. Who asked them to not get much of the money? All of them added up to less than 5%. The rest of the money went into the hands of County Magistrate 1 and 2 other people. Now, County Magistrate 1 was still asking people to come out, but these 2 people's money was gone in the blink of an eye. Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't know that Zhang Zhong was playing tricks on them. They were still drinking tea and resisting the sleepiness. They corrected the 120 or so case files. Each of them divided half of the files. When they saw the contents, they found an excuse to acquit them. They just hoped that they could finish correcting the files as soon as possible. There were 2 guards brought by Zhang Zhong at the door of the house where the 2 of them were staying. They didn't let them sleep. There were also guards outside the yamen. Other than the people who came to complain, no other people were allowed to enter, especially those who came to look for the Registrar Zhan and Deputy County Magistrate. The 2 of them corrected the files for 3 hours in the room. After they were done, they threw their pens away and didn't go home. They directly fell asleep at the table. At this time, the 2 guards didn't care anymore. They gathered the corrected files and handed them to Zhang Zhong. After Zhang Zhong stamped his seal, they could let the prisoners go. The door of the prison cell was opened from the outside with a bang. The afternoon sun shone in. The prisoners who entered from the door couldn't help but squint their eyes to look outside. They wanted to see if there was another unlucky person who was locked up or if there was a family member who occasionally came to take a look. Zhang Zhong personally stood at the door of the prison cell. An unpleasant smell rushed out from the inside. It made people's eyes sour and their mouths and noses tighten. After a while, the smell gradually subsided. Zhang Zhong then took out the 120 or so case files. He took out one of them and said, "Fan Yu, locked up for theft. It's time to release you. Go back and do your job properly. Don't ever do anything illegal again." A cheer came from the prison cell. Then, it turned into wailing. A yamen runner went in and unlocked the cell. The person called Fan Yu staggered out. He didn't dare to look outside and used his hands to cover his eyes. He wanted to wait for a while before leaving. Su Yang, locked up for unpaid rent. After investigation, it was found that he didn't owe any rent and taxes. Released without charge. Zhang Zhong continued to read out another person's name. Similarly, the sound of crying came from there. Zhang Zhong's mood wasn't good either. Now that he was released, how was he going to account for the time he wasted in prison? There was one less worker in his family. How was he going to account for this? But this was all he could do. There was no other way. Zhang Lingqi, locked up for lack of money to eat. Released without charge. Zhang Zhong read out the names one by one. Every time he called out a person, that person would do something that was close to crazy. Those who were locked up were really wronged. Those whose names were called were happy. Those whose names weren't called out suddenly realized that they were going to be released today. Would they be included? "Sir, is there anyone called Little 8 who is going to be released? His surname is Wang." A prisoner couldn't help but ask. "What do you mean by sir?" "Sir is the new county magistrate of Huayuan County. Wait, one by one. If you call out again, you will continue to be locked up." A yamen runner at the side reprimanded loudly. The person who was reprimanded didn't look unhappy at all. Instead, he shouted happily, "God, you finally opened your eyes. It's changed, there's a new county magistrate." The other prisoners who were locked up also shouted. In the entire prison, there was only one person who wasn't happy. It was pockmarked Zhang. He was locked up alone in a room. The 4 sides weren't fences but walls. He also heard the shouting outside. However, he was locked up because of this new county magistrate. Another yamen runner also took this opportunity to flatter Zhang Zhong. He shouted into the room, "Lower your voices. Do you know who our new county magistrate is? He is the top scholar in this imperial examination. He could have been a 6th-rank official in the capital, but he insisted on coming to our county to be a 7th-rank county magistrate. Sir is not only talented but also loves the people. In order to solve the case, he didn't even care about his son's injury. Also, Sir has a lot of money. He won't collect more taxes and rent for himself." As the bailiff shouted, the people in the cell listened quietly. They were not in a hurry to go out. After listening to the bailiff's words, the people in the cell cheered. Zhang Zhong didn't stop them. He just let the yamen runner talk. This was a reputation. After these people went out, they would help to spread it. He read out the names one by one. When these people came out, they didn't leave immediately. They covered their eyes and waited for them to get used to it. They wanted to take a good look at the new county magistrate so that they could tell their families. When the last prisoner came out, the door of the cell was closed again. These people were almost used to it. They carefully looked at Zhang Zhong. Zhang Zhong stood there with a righteous face and let them look at him. While they were looking, two servants of the Zhang family pushed a cart to Zhang Zhong. One of them said to him, "Master, we have brought the money you asked us to send. You can compensate them with 3 copper coins per day based on the number of days they are innocent and the number of days they are guilty." Zhang Zhong understood when he heard this. This money was sent by his son. When the time came, the money would be deducted from the yamen. There was no such law, but there was still a way to deduct the money. He felt that in this way these people wouldn't have no money when they go back. If there was an emergency at home, they could use the money. He said, "Well, good. Let me see how long they are locked up. Don't go yet. Wait for me to compensate you." Zhang Zhong agreed and said to those who were about to leave. Those people were already very happy when they came out. They didn't expect that there would be compensation money. Where did this come from? It had never happened before, especially the person who was locked up for 3 years. At this time, he couldn't tell if he was sad or happy. He could take away 3 strings of money, but no one came to visit him in 3 years. He didn't know how they were doing. Zhang Zhong flipped through the files one by one and called out a person's name. That person took the money, knelt down and kowtowed 3 times before leaving. One by one, it took an hour for all of them to receive the money and leave their fingerprints on it. Chapter 319. When it was almost night time, Registrar Jean woke up in a daze. He was hungry and saw that County Deputy Xiao was still sleeping beside him. A long line of saliva flowed out of his mouth. He gently pushed him until he woke up and said, "Brother Byong, wake up. Eat something and go back to sleep. We didn't accomplish anything today." County Magistrate Xiao opened his hazy eyes and looked around. Only then did he remember that he and Registrar Jean had fallen asleep in the room. When he thought of what they had done before he fell asleep, he felt a surge of anger and said to Registrar Jean, "We can't let go of what happened today. When the time comes, we will take revenge together. Let's go out to eat. If we don't go to Jinlai restaurant, why should we let him earn money?" Registrar Jean was also angry. He nodded and followed County Deputy Xiao out of the room. When they arrived at the entrance of the yamen, they saw that their families were waiting there anxiously. As soon as the family saw the 2 of them come out, they immediately ran to them and cried. The 2 of them were baffled by the crying. "What's the matter? Tell me slowly. What's the hurry? Is there anything that I can't solve in Huayuan County?" County Deputy Xiao asked the new concubine that he had found 2 months ago. "Master, it's bad. Our family's money is all gone. Master, what should we do?" The concubine said while sobbing. "Why is the money gone? Where did it go? Isn't there money outside? Don't tell me you want to take it all back at once?" County Deputy Xiao said again. "Old master, where's the money? The money outside isn't ours anymore. There's a notice in the yamen saying that someone is slandering Old Master and Registrar Jean for secretly releasing money. There's no such thing at all. All the money released under Old Master and Registrar Jean's name doesn't need to be returned. Old Master, we have no more money." The concubine finally explained the matter clearly. Registrar Jean's family also said it at this time. When Deputy County Magistrate Xiao heard the news, he shouted again and again, louder and louder. Registrar Jean, on the other hand, just stood there with his mouth open. He didn't say a word and just stared into the distance. "Master, what's wrong? Master, don't be like this. This concubine is scared. Master, quickly think of a way. We can't just watch our family's money disappear. Master, say something." Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's concubine was frightened when she saw her master shouting. She grabbed Deputy County Magistrate Zhao's shoulders and shook him hard. Registrar Jean's family was experienced. When they saw Registrar Jean in such a state, they immediately slapped him, waking him up from his daze. "I'll fight it out with him. He actually dares to do this." After Registrar Jean woke up, he immediately rushed into the yamen, wanting to fight with Zhang Zhong. Naturally, the guards at the door would not let him in. One of them raised his leg and kicked Registrar Jean, saying, "You're not allowed to enter the yamen. Registrar Jean, you have to think carefully. Did you put the money away or not? If you didn't put it away, what can you say? If you put it away, then you—" The rest of the sentence was clear. Registrar Jean just remembered that this matter couldn't be said openly. If he said it out loud, not only would he lose the money, but he would also lose his clothes. He might even be locked up in jail. After being stunned for a while, he imitated what his family did to him and gave Deputy County Magistrate Xiao a slap. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao, who was slapped, stopped shouting. He touched his face with his hands, opened his mouth and gasped for breath for a while. He then closed his eyes and stopped moving. After waiting for a full 15 minutes, he recovered and said, "Brother Shang Yun, this time we admit it. Who asked us to have something on him? From now on, this is gone. Isn't it just some money? If it was in the past, it wouldn't be easy, but now it's easy. Yes, it will be soon. It seems that we have underestimated him. Isn't that so? Brother Byong, it's all my fault. If I didn't say it out loud, nothing would have happened." Registrar Jean felt that he had said something wrong. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao didn't think so. "Brother Shang Yun, even if you didn't say it out loud, can't he ask? As long as he inquired a little, he would know that we put the money away." He didn't expect that today would happen. He thought that with his identity, those who borrowed money wouldn't dare to ignore it. But he didn't expect that it was because of his identity that they didn't have to return the money. "Do you think we dare to ask them for money again? Then he will have an excuse. This time he didn't tell us directly because he was afraid that we wouldn't admit it. He is waiting for us to ask for money. We can't give him the chance." "Yes, we can't give him the chance. Let's think about it carefully. There's no hurry. We underestimated him this time, but we won't do it again. How should we find those businessmen first?" Registrar Jean also thought it through and said at the side. But when he thought that his money was gone, his face didn't look good. When the two of them were about to find the businessmen, the servant left behind to look after the businessmen came and told them that those people went to the riverside today. They planned to stay at the wharf and wouldn't come back. When the two of them heard the news, they were not surprised. Instead, they were happy. Registrar Jean said, "Brother Byong, as long as they still want the land over there, they will have to give us money. We can't give them less money. We just lost some of it, but now we have more." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao also thought so. Wei Wei nodded, "That's right. But that person's place is not good. We have to think of a way. For example, the 100-year-old ginseng? At that time, we don't have to bear the responsibility." The two of them who were in a good mood didn't feel sleepy anymore. They brought their family members to eat together. Along the way, they laughed from time to time. When evening came, the sun was setting slowly like an egg yolk. There were no clouds in the sky in the west, only some tireless birds chirped and flew past. A few trucks that were specially used to pull trucks slowly moved forward on the potholed road. Smoke could already be seen rising up in front of them. The wheels rolled past, leaving marks on the ground. There were also ruts left behind on the black coal. The driver looked up and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He shouted to the others, "Hurry up. When we reach the place, we can go back. If we can't, we can sleep there for a night." Following his shout, the team moved faster. Some people in the village also saw the people coming here. Some ran back to call for help, and some came to ask. The people who ran to the front looked at the trucks and asked, "Are they sending food and other things to us?" "Yes, Doggy Tian has told you, right? These things are all sent to you." It's enough for you to eat for a month. After a few days, people will come to you to do things. Your road is too difficult. It needs to be repaired." The leader agreed and started to complain about the road again. He was going to go back and tell the master that if he took a fancy to this place, he had to fix the road first. Otherwise, it would be too much of a waste of time going back and forth. "Yes, it needs to be repaired. When we get paid, we will find a way to repair it." The leader was a little embarrassed. There was no other way. The village was too poor. The leader drove the truck forward and said, "You don't need to pay. You just need to put in some effort. Our master will be in charge of this place. He is your county magistrate." "Yes, I know. The master is easy to manage. In the past, who would care about our place? Last time, county magistrate one sent people to rob us, but we beat them away. Now, the master won't. When he comes to our village, we will carry him all the way." The leader of the village kept saying good things. He was sincere. The county magistrate said that he would send them food, and he really did. With these food, they didn't need to eat the disgusting wild vegetables and elm tree money. At this time, Doggy Tian rushed out with the young men in the village. When they came close, they pushed and pulled. They began to move forward. After walking for another half an hour, they reached the village. At this time, the people in the village who were cooking stopped. Men and women of all ages gathered there to wait. Yesterday, when Doggy Tian came back, many of them didn't believe it. Now that they saw these things being sent, their faces were filled with cheerful smiles. The village head of Elm Tree Village was an old man. He held a stick and waited for the things to be sent. When he began to unload them, the old man spoke first. "Don't move. Listen to me." After shouting these 2 words, he coughed. After a while, he recovered. He looked at the villagers who were looking at him motionlessly and said, "Huayuan County has a new county magistrate. This county magistrate sent things to our village first and then asked us to work. Don't think that you can repay this kindness by working. Even if you do work, when the county magistrate has something to do in the future, you have to rush forward. No one will be stupid enough to send things first and then ask you to work. The county magistrate can't bear to see our village not being able to eat. When the county magistrate sent things to us, he must have not thought about what to ask us to do. At that time, if anyone doesn't think that the food is earned by his own work, this old man will beat him to death with this stick. Do you hear me?" The villagers listened quietly. When the old man finished, they shouted in unison, "Yes, we hear you. Get to work. Cook something delicious. Let these people who sent things to us eat. Tonight they will stay in the village. They are all our benefactors." The old man waved the stick in his hand and coughed again. A child came over to massage his back. Those who could work began to unload things. Bags of rice and flour were unloaded, and barrels of oil were also carried down. The people in charge of cooking first came over to take some meat and oil, and then returned to the house to work. Chapter 320. While the people of Elm Tree Village were happy, Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Zhan ignored their tiredness and asked someone to take them to the dock. They sat in the same car and talked with their eyes closed while resting. "Brother Shang Yun, when we get there, you tell them the truth. Tell them that if they want the land, they have to talk to Zhang Zhong. If Zhang Zhong doesn't agree, they can forget about getting the land. I will give them an idea and ask them to find the ginseng. As long as they find the ginseng, it will be easy." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao said to Registrar Zhan. At this time, they had to arrange their own division of labor. Otherwise, when the land was taken by Zhang Zhong and the money was taken by Zhang Zhong, they would lose more than they gained. Registrar Zhan also knew this and said, "When the time comes, it will be up to me. I will be responsible for reporting some of the things that the county magistrate did. As long as I report it, he won't dare to give it to us. If we want to get the land, we have to give both of us benefits." "Yes, that's it. Not only that, when they do business here, we will share a part of it. No matter what kind of business it is, we can pay for it ourselves." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao found that it was impossible to continue to give out money. He had to find a way to make money continuously. He didn't believe that those businessmen would dare to disagree. The two of them discussed for a while and then lay there to sleep. They only slept for less than an afternoon and had not fully recovered. Registrar Jean kept muttering in his sleep. Occasionally, he would mention Zhang Zhong's name. It seemed that he lost a lot of money this time. The businessmen were indeed at the dock now. Ernia led them to walk around and let them see what these places were suitable for. As for the dock, they were not in charge of it. Bai Shu's nephew had bought this place and made it similar to the dock at Little Luoshui. The only pity was that there was no such mountain and they couldn't make a lake. The place he chose was a wasteland, and now there were some restaurants and warehouses being built. He planned to operate the restaurants and rent out the warehouses at the same time. Everything was done according to Little Luoshui's plan. In the future, the people who would be used to carry goods at the dock would also be found in Huayuan County. This could provide many jobs for Huayuan County. At this time, Ernyo was talking to those masters about what kind of situation would happen when this place developed well in the future. In fact, the merchants didn't need to listen to Ernyo to know that the example of Little Luoshui was there. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come here to look for Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean. Who knew that they would come at such a coincidental time? In just a short time, they were able to occupy the fertile land as if it was a wasteland. However, they were found out by the new county magistrate. Everything was over. The businessmen also knew that Erniu was the new county magistrate's man. When they were brought out to see the place today, they thought that the new county magistrate just didn't want to give the benefits to the Registrar Jean and Deputy County Magistrate. It was not that he didn't want them to occupy the land. In the future, the boats here will not only be used to transport goods and people, they can also help people from the other side to send letters to the capital. Especially for some scholars, the things that they write will not be known by others. Our restaurants here will be in charge of spreading the news. Every few days, we will invite some scholars to various places for a gathering. Along the way, it will be all money. Ernia continued to talk. The businessmen really didn't know about this. They listened attentively. Ernia continued, also, in the future, we will make a place like the Pear Garden. Maybe the Emperor will be happy to come and take a look. Then this place will be different. You all have to think carefully about where to choose. This, Brother Erniu, if this place is also called the Pear Garden, will the Emperor be unhappy? When a businessman heard this, he felt that countless money was about to be thrown at him. However, he was a little worried about the name. Then let's change the name. When the time comes, we will invite the people from the Pear Garden in the capital to come and compete. They are not ordinary people. There won't be many people willing to pay 100 copper coins for their singing, dancing, playing, etc., right? Erniu continued to speak according to Zhang Xiaobao's words. The businessmen were all thinking about how much money they could earn when the time came, but they didn't think about how many people were here. In such a joyous atmosphere, the businessmen had forgotten about the price they had to pay. The businessman who asked just now finally couldn't help but ask directly, Brother Erniu, what does your master want us to do? If it's about money, give us a number. We will think about it. It shouldn't be too difficult. The other businessmen also thought about this matter. They looked at Erniu and waited for him to give a number. They felt that this was the reason why the new county magistrate asked Erniu to bring them here. However, Erniu shook his head. Don't you know what kind of status my master has? Zhangjia Zhuangzi belongs to my master. Little Luoshui also belongs to my master. How much money can you take out? What you need to do is to do other things. My master doesn't have the final say on how much land to occupy. In the Yamen, there is still the deputy county magistrate and the registrar. Especially the registrar. He can directly report some things to them. Do you see any place that isn't fertile land? Only this pier occupies a saline alkali land. We have to think of a way. After Ernia's words, the businessmen were in a dilemma. They really didn't know what to do. If they were to give money, how much would they have to give to make the other party satisfied? At this moment, the car of Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Jean arrived. The two of them didn't care about whether the car was bumpy or not. They slept soundly in the car. When the car stopped, they were still snoring. The servant plucked up the courage to wake the two of them up, and then brought the wet towels to wipe their faces. "We've arrived? What time is it now?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao wiped his face and asked. "In reply to Master, we have arrived. It will be midnight in half an hour. Get out of the carriage and take a look. The brightly lit place in front of us is the pier here. The merchants should all be there. Should I go and inform them and ask them to come over, or do you want to go there personally?" the servant said respectfully as he pointed in the direction of the room. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao hesitated and said, "I'll go there later. We can eat something there." At this moment, Registrar Jean didn't care anymore. He left everything to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao. The two of them tidied up their clothes and continued to head there. The businessmen were almost done drinking. They kept asking Erniu about things. For example, what did the county magistrate like? What did his family like? They started to think of a solution. "Erniu, what do you think about sending a pretty concubine to your master? I heard that he only has one wife. How can one be enough? In the future, he will be in a big family. He can have as many as he wants." A businessman thought of the most commonly used method. He didn't want to send money but people. He wanted to find a pretty woman to send to Zhang Zhong. Erniu shook his head like a rattledrum. "If you really dare to send a woman, don't even think about occupying any land here. Master will kick you out of Huayuan County. In the future, you won't even be able to take this route by boat." Erniu knew his master well. He wouldn't look for another woman. He usually treated his wife well. Moreover, he had a son who was protective of his mother. No other woman would dare to enter the house. This kind of thing must never happen. The businessman who came up with this idea was obviously disappointed. He carefully thought about it again. At this time, the people at the dock had already noticed the car coming from the other side. They asked from the side, "Is there anyone else?" "They're coming from that side." Everyone was eating and drinking at the pier. They looked in the direction that the man pointed. Sure enough, there were two cars coming towards them, one in front and one behind. There were lanterns in front of the cars. They were a little far away, so they couldn't see what was written. When the cars got closer, they knew who was coming. The businessmen felt that things were not going well. They originally wanted to settle the matter of the county magistrate first before looking for the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate. Now that these two people came here, they must have known that Erniu was from the county magistrate's family and brought them here. Could it be that this matter of occupying land was going to be settled? While the businessmen were thinking, the people at the pier had already sailed the boats to pick them up. Two people came down from the carriage one after another. With the help of the lanterns, who else could it be but the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate? Ernyo saw the uneasiness of the merchants and persuaded them, "It's okay. I'll go to the back and take a look. You guys talk to them. It's just right. If you can convince them, then it'll be easy to talk to my master." "Thank you so much, Brother Ernyu. Then I will have to trouble you. We will talk to Deputy County Magistrate Xiao and Registrar Official Jean." A businessman saw that Ernyu took the initiative to go to the back and was finally relieved. Not long after Ernyu left, the registrar official and the deputy county magistrate arrived. The businessmen all stood up and complimented them. "How is it? How is it?" Deputy County Magistrate Xiao asked deliberately. The businessmen who had just been relieved were worried again. They did not know why these two people came here. At this time, the businessman who talked to Ernyu just now replied, "We just want to take a look. No matter which land we choose, We will need the deputy county magistrate and the registrar official. Both of you came at the right time. We have just eaten. Let's eat together. Deputy County Magistrate Xiao looked at the dishes that were almost finished and did not expose them. He nodded and said, "Okay. I don't know how you will find the county magistrate after you choose the land. You should know that the county magistrate's family is not short of money." Deputy County Magistrate Xiao is right. We are also worried about it. Please help us to smooth things over. We will definitely reward you handsomely. The 5,000 strings of coins that we agreed on before will not be less. Another businessman took the opportunity to say. Chapter 321. Xiao Bao, do you think they will be fooled? What if they don't do what you want them to do? Won't our plan be in vain? On the couch, Wang Wan wasn't sure if those people would follow Zhang Xiaobao's plan and walk all the way down to improve Hua Yuan County's economy. Zhang Xiaobao was not worried at all. It doesn't matter if they follow our plan or not. At most, we will continue our plan. As long as they still want to occupy this place, and as long as the county magistrate and the county magistrate still want to make more money, there will always be a plan that suits them. Today my father is really good. He tricked them once. I guess they used a lot of loan sharks. Now they are finished. There are only two kinds of people who can borrow money. One is gamblers, and the other is people who have difficulties in life or need money to treat their illness. Well, almost. Gamblers are lucky this time. Those people who have difficulties in life must be grateful to your father. They are not fools. Of course, they know the reason. Wang Wan did not expect Zhang Xiaobao's father to do such a big thing today. Speaking of gambling, Wang Wan had a new idea. She nudged Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Can we not let them gamble like this? We can help them gamble like lottery. In this way they can be more stable. Then we can earn a lot of money. We can set up a name and send a part of the money to disasters. Not in our name, but in the name of your father, the county magistrate, representing the imperial court and the emperor. During this process we can use the money to invest and make more money. Is that okay?" "Sure, why not? But this money can't be earned by us. We should directly report it to the imperial court and let His Majesty deal with it directly. When the time comes, we'll pay a large portion of it and keep a small portion, or we'll pay all of it and let them send some money back. In fact, doing this is just to amass money. There's no way to ban gambling at all. Those who like to gamble will continue to gamble while buying lottery ticket. The only way is to catch them ruthlessly. Once caught, beat them ruthlessly. You can't punish them because it's useless. After being punished, they'll think of gambling back the money they lost." Zhang Xiaobao agreed with Wang Wan's idea. It was not from the perspective of banning gambling, but to make money. As for banning gambling, the only way to catch them was to give them a few lashes or parade them through the street. There was no such human rights here. Let everyone watch and scare those who gamble. Wang Wan also knew that this matter could never be stopped. He gambled until he lost his family fortune, and gambled until his wife and children were separated. It had never stopped. Will it work if we just catch them and beat them? What if they run to a hidden place to gamble? You'll know once you try. Increase the intensity. Unless the person is particularly addicted to gambling, no one will gamble when they can be caught at any time. You can let people report it. When the time comes, you can give them some rewards or something. As long as there are enough bailiffs, they can suppress it. Tomorrow, I'll tell my father and Sanshui County. People gamble whether they are poor or rich. Especially when there is no work to do, they will naturally gamble when they are bored. Go to sleep. Maybe there will be ginseng sent here tomorrow." As Xiaobao spoke, he felt sleepy. He turned around and fell asleep after a while. Wang Wan glanced at the candle that had not been extinguished. She muttered, "It's fine to give it a try. As long as you don't gamble like before, it's fine." She fell asleep too. Those who needed to sleep went to sleep, but some people were destined to not be able to sleep tonight. The merchants at the dock and the county magistrate talked about which piece of land they wanted. There were already people who went to buy ginseng. It was not easy to find 100-year-old ginseng, but if you wanted to buy it, there was still a chance to buy it. The county magistrate and the county magistrate were prepared to discuss with the merchants how to deal with the county magistrate. Now, they were only dealing with the land. They would think of a way to deal with Zhang Zhong himself later. The people of Yushu village could not sleep at night. They had a good meal today. Making dumplings took a lot of effort, so they made wontons. The children also ate a lot. They were all full and did not sleep at night. They came out to play. The adults were thinking about the future, so they chatted with their neighbors. Once they chatted, they did not want to sleep. Even the people from Zhangjia Zhuangzi, who came to deliver things, were pulled to talk to them. They asked how life was in Zhangjia Zhuangzi and what it would be like in the future. The people from Zhangjia Zhuangzi told the villagers the truth. They even told the villagers that in the future, this place would be like Zhangjia Zhuangzi. The villagers were all smiles when they heard this. There were also those who could not sleep. They were the prisoners who were released. With the money given by the county magistrate, they all ran back home like crazy. Some ran back home and their families were all there. They hugged each other and cried bitterly. When they took out the money again, their families were happy again. They started talking in the afternoon and talked until nighttime. However, there were also some who ran back to their homes and found that none of their families were there. They asked their neighbors, but the neighbors said that they did not know. These people could only cry by themselves. There was also one family who had not slept well for a few days. It was the Chun family of Zhuangzi, which was next to the Yuan family. When they found out that the old master of the Zhang family came to their county to be the county magistrate, they were afraid of revenge. They were so scared that they lit all the torches and lanterns at night. When they fell asleep, they would wake up with nightmares. The head of the family did not let the brother of the original concubine be the housekeeper anymore. He arranged for him to do odd jobs. The concubine did not go there often either. The reason why he kept the original steward Zhang was so that if the Zhang family came looking for trouble one day, he could hand this person over to take care of them. When different people experienced different things, the night finally passed. After dawn, the unbearable night and fear dissipated a lot. Life still had to go on. Even if there was only one prisoner left, as long as there was still hope for them to find their families, they would go and look for them. When the first ray of sunlight penetrated the sky and shone down, people got up and started to do their work. After the spring plowing, people also went to the fields to take a look. As long as the head of weeds grew, it had to be uprooted. The people who did business also set up their stalls or opened their shop. Some restaurants in the county were not open in the morning. They would only open at noon when there were more people. The only exception was Jinlai restaurant. They opened their doors early in the morning and prepared all kinds of porridge. Even if there were very few people who could come to eat, they still persisted. According to Xiao Bao's words, this was a habit. When the time came, this kind of restaurant would not only open in these places, but would also open in other prefectural roads. With the same signboard, as long as those who were in a hurry or had special things to do found that they could not eat elsewhere in the morning and could eat in this kind of restaurant in the morning, when the restaurant opened in other places in the future, this kind of thoughtfulness would continue. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaobao had to continue pretending to be sick. He could only continue to show his face outside after the merchants bought the land. Zhang Zhong, on the other hand, went to the restaurant to eat. There were already a lot of bailiffs and people working in the government office. Now they were eating their breakfast here. It was a benefit. After all, the government office had no money. Although it wasn't cheap to buy breakfast in Jinlai restaurant, the cost was very low. Zhang Zhong didn't lack this money. It was not only the people who received the food, but also the servants who did odd jobs in the yamen. They were forgotten in the beginning and were later replaced. Now they could also eat breakfast in the restaurant. All of this was arranged. Zhang Zhong could talk to the people in the yamen while eating, ask about things, and get closer to each other. It was better than just giving out food, especially if some people knew some gossip. "Sir, you are here. Please sit here." A bailiff was eating and talking with his colleagues. When he saw Zhang Zhong come in, he quickly stood up and pulled out an empty chair next to him. Zhang Zhong did not sit there. Instead, he pulled out a chair next to the bailiff and sat on it. He looked at the bailiff's food and said to the waiter, "A big bowl of tofu pudding and 2 side dishes. What fillings do you have for the buns today?" "Master, there are lamb, pork, onion, chives, eggs, and shrimp stuffing for the buns. There is no beef stuffing." "Which one do you want, master?" the waiter asked. The way he spoke was different from the others. He did not shout so loudly and did not count his lip. Zhang Zhong did not like to eat chives or anything else. He thought for a while and said, "Change it. No tofu pudding. Give me a big bowl of soy milk and a gene of fruit." "Master, please wait a moment. I will bring it to you right away." The waiter turned and ran away. Zhang Zhong then said to the 3 bailiffs who had already sat down at the table, "In the future, when you come here for breakfast, ask for a few more side dishes. It's not worth much. Do you think I can't even afford this?" Hearing the county magistrate call them master, the 3 bailiffs laughed. One of them said, "Sir, only you are so good to us. If we met other county bailiffs and told them, they would not believe us. Oh, except for the one from Sanshui County. Your Zhuangzi is there. What's so good about it? I am counting on you to work hard in the future. What's the big deal about eating something? Come eat. You guys eat first. My share will be here soon. No matter how many people are waiting, you have to prepare it for me first. Right? Let's eat." Zhang Zhong appeared very amiable at this time. It was just like when he chatted with the villagers. When there was no official business, there was no need to keep a straight face. The bailiffs hesitated for a moment but still ate. At this time, the waiter brought the soy milk and youtiao. He also specially prepared a portion of stinky tofu for Zhang Zhong. This was also not prepared for people. Otherwise, some people would not be willing to smell it. Since Zhang Zhong liked it, he did not care about others.